guys! This manhwa is called, Father, I Don't Want This Marriage. Enjoy watching! The story begins when a girl is reading a tragic novel. In the original story, Javelian, the female lead, had a terrible life. Her mother died when she was younger while her father never gave even a bit of attention to his only daughter. That kind of relationship in her family continues as she grows up. Until her 18th birthday came, and it had an extravagant celebration. Despite the excessive decoration of her party, her father did not even attend to her special occasion. That day was filled with sadness as she went to the quiet garden to cry her heart out. But she did not expect that someone would see her vulnerable state. There was a man who showed her kindness, and she was comforted by him. For the girl, it was the attention she had been craving since she was little. Mikhail was like a savior who saved her from distress. After that night, she developed her feelings for him. She fell in love and did everything to have a romantic relationship with him. But even though she succeeded, things did not go according to her desire. No matter how much she pursued, the guy eventually rejected her as he declared his love for the royal princess. Soon after, the royal princess got poisoned in a banquet they attended. The poor Javelian was blamed for that incident. They accused her of poisoning the royal princess because Mikhail chose her over the duke's daughter. She extremely declined that accusation. Even though she bullied all the women who approached Mikhail and hated the princess for taking his fiancée, she never wished her to die. The emperor enragedly ordered his people to throw the lady into the prison immediately. The duke, her father, volunteered to do it. He doubted him at first, but the duke eventually convinced him, as he said that he would take his daughter to the shadow room. Because of that, Javelian could not believe that her father did not take her side. Hearing her father locking her in the shadow room made her realize that he never loved her to just throw her like that. Ever since she was little, he has never been there for her. She was already used to the treatment she gained from her father. As they entered the room where the high criminals were tortured, the duke told her to endure it and gave her a sword like he was telling her to end her life instead. She begged her father to not to leave her, but he never listened and turned his back on her. While she was crying alone in that dark room, she suddenly heard that the crown prince wanted to talk to the person who harmed her sister. From the other side, she heard the threat of making her suffer to force her to speak before she drew her last breath. Because of that, she immediately took the sword out and decided to take away her life, rather than experiencing persecution from the crown prince. The female lead only wanted to be loved, but her life just tragically ended there. After that scene, the novel stopped updating. The reader finished reading it even though she was disappointed that she did not know the ending of the story. That day, she was expecting a visitor. After making her wait for 3 hours, the man came and he inquired about her reason to call him in her place. When she emphasized how late he was offended like he was being called to be criticized. As the reader of that novel, the girl became the female lead who ended her existence after being abandoned by the one she loved. Because of her expected tragic fate, Javelian decides to break up with Mikhail to cut the things that will lead her to her end. The girl was reincarnated from a woman who has a normal life while looking for a job. Unfortunately, she was hit by a car on her way to her part-time job. That incident resulted in her end and reborn as the villainess of the novel, Javelian. In her current life, she previously remembered her 2 years of life with her relationship with Marquis Mikhail Albert Hessen. Upon remembering it, she realized how faithful she was to him, which resulted in her bullying the women who approached her fiancé. Mikhail was the only person who gave attention to a girl who was never loved by her father. Since that night when they first met, she became obsessively in love with him. But now, she realizes that she must save her life by cutting off her relationship with him. The Marquis could not believe her at first, but when she clarified how sincere she was, he was convinced and madly slammed her table while exclaiming to not show herself again. After that, Javelian apologized to him for everything as she wished for his happiness before leaving him. On the other hand, Mikhail assumed that it was just her way to attract his attention, but he wondered why he became upset because of that. The daughter of the duke felt relieved upon successfully cutting him off from her life. When she was about to go to her room, she saw her father across her way. Her father is Duke Regis Adri Ploen, her only family and the only sword master in their nation. Originally, the man who forsakes his daughter. Currently, instead of aiming for her affection, she decided to go after his riches to fulfill her goal of living her life as long as possible. She approached her father as she assumed that his job must have drained him. But the duke did not respond, which filled awkwardness between them. So, she just advised him to have a rest, as she would also do the same to escape from that scenario. Before she could leave completely, her father responded that he did not go to his training on that day. He also noticed that her daughter returned early, so he questioned about it. In the original novel, the lady kept stalking Mikhail, which made her constantly returning late. But now, she revealed that she broke up with the Marquis. Seeing the reaction of her father to her news, she deduced the reason why the Duke favored Mikhail was because he was his underling. To provide further details, Javelian added that she does not want to be with someone who does not love her. She assumed that the Duke might be expecting the Marquis to be his son-in-law. After all, having an only daughter would be a future problem when it comes to his inheritance. Because of that assumption, she exclaimed that she wanted to marry someone who would love her because she wanted to be happy. Their conversation ended when her father left without a word. She thought that her father did not want to talk with her anymore. It reminded her of the original story, where the Duke abandoned her in the prison like a heartless father. While watching her father leave, she promised in her mind that she would live a quiet life, as she wished him to leave her alone like he used to, so she could live longer. When the night came, the maid was on her way to the room of the lady. She was worried that Javelian must be full of rage, since it was the day that she broke up with the Marquis. Knowing the daughter of the Duke, she liked to destroy everything she could reach out of frustration. As she entered the room to tell that her bath was already prepared, she caught the lady crying in silence. Because of that, Javelian was horrified that someone saw her and felt embarrassed about it. The maid inquired if she was alright, but the lady just responded that she was too tired, so she just decided to take a bath the next day. She saw how uncomfortable Marilyn, the maid, was. So, she changed her tone to lessen the uneasiness she was feeling. Because of that, Marilyn immediately apologized and hurriedly went out. Seeing her reaction made Javelian swear from that moment to treat their servants nicely. In the hallway, Marilyn was talking to herself about how pitiful the lady was when she saw her in her room. Suddenly, the Duke came out and heard her talking about the lady who was crying, so he urged the maid to report him everything she saw. For a reason, Javelian woke up on a good day. She had not done stretching yet when the maid came and reported that the Duke wanted to have breakfast with her. At the dining table, it was very unusual that her father ate with her in a breakfast. He even added food to her plate as he encouraged her to eat more. She assumed that the reason for the Duke's strange action was because he thought her daughter was pathetic. After becoming the Duke, her father headed both the Central Army and the Royal Guard. He was the hero of their nation, having led them to a decisive victory in the conflict that took place 2 decades ago. Compared to his significant fame in society, her daughter never had a friend, and she only focused herself on forcing her love for Mikhail. While eating, the Duke suddenly asked her about her ideal type. He just reasoned that he was curious about it when, as far as Javelian remembered, he never had been interested in her in the past. She assumed that her father was planning to involve her on a date with another man to find a suitable son-in-law to become his heir in the future. Javelian did not want that idea, so she answered that she desired a man who was stronger than her father. She knew that it was hard to find that kind of standard, so she would never have to get married. But when her father questioned if she was being honest, she specified that her father was the pride of their country, so she wanted to marry a man who came from a noble family possessing wealth, honor, and skills, and one who got a face. After that, she does not really know what was gotten into her father's mind when he invited her to go out with him. That day, they dressed and went to the loud street of Agate, where they could buy a lot of stuff. Her father bought everything she was just touching and staring at. While they were at the market, they saw a woman who had a sword on her side. Her father suddenly excused himself and went to that woman. She assumed that they knew each other as she thought about the missing previous Queen's Guard captain. After a while, she heard the people murmuring when they recognized her as the notorious daughter of the Duke. Because of that, she tried to escape from them and went to a quiet place. It happened that she ran into the armor shop, which was owned by a masculine man, and she realized that she had gone into the wrong place. The owner assumed that a beautiful lady was his new customer, so he accommodated her immediately. As she tried to deny that she was a customer, a mysterious man wearing a hood came to pay for the item he wanted to purchase. She looked at him and saw his red eyes. The man also noticed her, which led them to make eye contact. But the mysterious man did not like how she was staring. The lady admitted that the mysterious man was undeniably handsome, enough to make a lady like her stare at him. When he noticed the lady beside her staring, he immediately wanted her to stop. Because of that, Javelian tries to save herself from claiming that he just purchased the item she has been looking for, even though she is unaware of what item is it. It seems like she put herself in embarrassment when she was informed that it was an armor polish. The owner assumed that she might be planning to clean all her accessories in their house, so he recommended that a single polish would not be enough. He immediately left to look for more of it in their storage, as he could make a big sale from the lady. Suddenly, the mysterious man paid 1 gold coin for the armor polish and left immediately. Javelian chased her when she thought he forgot to claim his change. Seems like the man did not care about it, which made the lady explain that he paid the amount that could sustain the 2 weeks of food from the family of commoners. It could also equally cost 10 armor polishes. Meanwhile, the owner returned with 10 items of it, which she admits that she does not need. After that encounter, the man with a hood was informed that Duke Plowen requested him to go to the house of the Duke. When the Crown Prince shortly replied to the knight, the attendant wondered if there was something happened. He just suddenly remembered the encounter he had at the market, and replied that nothing happened before he left. At the market, the Duke was wondering why his daughter returned with 10 armor polishes. That long day tired the lady as her feet started to hurt because they had been strolling since morning. Unfortunately, they had to use stairs, which would probably make it more difficult for her. When she made steps to ascend, her heels suddenly stripped off and lost her balance. Good thing, her father was there to catch her. The Duke decided to carry her as they returned to their carriage. Javelian did not know clearly why her father was acting like that after ignoring her since she was little. She tried to convince her father to put her down, but he did not listen and he decided to go back home. While carrying her, the Duke said that he started thinking about a suitable person for her. Due to exhaustion, she could not hear his voice clearly. Duke Plowen noticed her condition and inquired about it. The lady tried to assure him that she was fine, but she just suddenly lost consciousness in his arms. The Duke was worried seeing how his daughter passed out while he was carrying her. He was scared that something would happen again to Javelian. While the lady was unconscious, she could hear her father pleading with her to wake up. It was strange to know his father would cry because of her condition. When she woke up, she thought that she had just a terrible dream. She saw their family doctor, Alan, with their maids who was worried about her. According to him, she had been sleeping for 3 days. She roamed around her site and saw the flowers in one corner. The maids said that they were given by the noble ladies who wished for her fast recovery. She did not expect it since she never had any friends since then. Suddenly, the Duke arrived and checked her temperature using his hand. He acted like he was a concerned father to her, which made her think like it was a dream. But after that, the Duke just told her to rest and left immediately. During her sickness, she realized that she received those flowers and letters because of the reputation of his father. No one was purely caring for her. She was not an exception because she could not take care of herself without the wealth and the house of the Duke. Javelian chose to respond to all the letters she received as she decided to plan for herself. First, she wanted to change the impression of the people about her because of the wickedness she did in the past. She also considered studying to help her stop relying on her father. But she just found out studying to be boring. She did not expect that she would try to learn the things she was uninterested in before. However, she needed to encourage herself to study diligently to become independent. That afternoon, she was surprised to see her father in the library, which made her mistakenly greet him, "Good morning." The Duke recognized one of the books she was holding. It was about the territorial management. Seeing his expression made her wonder if her father was criticizing her for studying that kind of reading. She just reasoned that she was just curious about how the duties of her father as a lord worked. When her father urged her to read it, she felt pressured about it. Suddenly her father inquired if she was aware of the 3 elements of a field. She answered accordingly that the 3 stated were the building, land, and order. She also added their purpose to protect the Lord and to produce for him. The Duke commended her knowledge about it, and she did not expect that her father would interrogate her with a lot of questions about the book she read. They seemed to have a surprisingly long quiz that lasted for an hour. Fortunately, the butler called her father, which saved her from that interrogation because of his guest. She tried to hide the joy of freedom she just had as she avoided the gaze of her father. Before the Duke left, he assigned a book for her to read. What surprised her was the book was about the tactical and military code. It felt like she was drowned in 3 books that were given by her father. While complaining, she noticed the pendant that was in the book. Seems like it was valuable to the Duke, so she went to his room to return it to him. But she did not expect to see her father arguing with a mysterious man. She heard her father calling the man by his name Max. Javelian wondered who the person was and if they were close enough to call each other by their first name. While she was trying to hide herself and recognize the person, Max suddenly looked in her direction. She realized that it was the man she encountered in the armor store. In their conversation, the Duke was trying to make him understand the real essence of swordsmanship, where they should protect, not take away life. But his student just took his words like he was suggesting having a weakness. Her father added that people would be stronger if they were protecting someone, but Max refused to listen as he tried to excuse himself to leave. Hearing his statement sounded rude to the daughter of the Duke, just because he did not have to protect anyone. Before he could leave, Duke Pleon added that someday, he would have someone whom he would treat preciously, and whom he wanted to protect. Hearing her father stating those words made her wonder if he had that someone in his life. Even though he failed as a father who left his only daughter for her to perish. No matter how good his words were, Max was more concerned about terminating the hidden rat he saw. Because of that, Javelian started panicking because she was afraid of the rats. But the Duke stopped him and warned him, for he knew he was referring to his daughter, who was hiding behind the wall. Due to her fear of rats, the lady immediately ran away from them, as she decided to return the pendant at some other time. Max reasoned that it was too dark to make him difficult to recognize that it was the daughter of the Duke. From there, he knew that she was the weakness of his teacher. It's been a decade since the Duke taught him swordsmanship. Aside from wielding a sword, he also learned how strict and blunt the Duke is. But seeing him relaxed upon talking about his daughter, Javelian, it seemed like he was tying rope onto himself. Because of that, he swore that he would never be like his teacher who had a weakness. When the late Empress was barely fighting for her life due to her disease, she pleaded to Lord Regis to help her son survive in this life and be trained by him. He had known that child since he lost favor from the king. His mother eventually did not survive her illness, and she only had a shabby funeral. Because of what happened to his mother, he developed this hatred in his heart. Duke Ploen understood the anger he had because he once became like little Max. But because of his daughter, he was not even aware of how wicked he could be. Just like him, he knew Max would have someone who could be his everything. In the room of the lady, she immediately told the maid about the rat she heard. She worried that though she mistakenly thought little rats existed in their household would breed and multiply, so she wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. On the other hand, the Duke heard from their butler about it. He reported that Lady Javelian ordered some servants to catch the mice, but they had not caught any of them yet. The Duke understood that his daughter misunderstood what Max said, so he ordered him to stop their servants from catching any. Duke Ploen then inquired about the progress of the list for her daughter. He answered that he was still in the process of looking for families who were suitable to the standard of the lady, which they expected to be complete on that day. After that, he informed the Duke that Mikhail sent them a letter. According to the butler, the letter contains that Mikhail sees the action of Lady Javelian as a strategy to attract his attention. Because of that, the Duke exclusively ordered him to not let any single letter from the Marquis reach his daughter. He wanted him to burn anything from him once he saw one from Mikhail. At the garden, the day had become pleasant when the maids reported to the lady that they had caught one mouse. It seemed like it just came to their household by accident since they could not find other ones. It was a news that brought relief to Javelian. She could finally enter the house at ease since she had been staying at the garden because of it. Afterward, the maid handed her the letter from Count Arlo. When she opened it, it contained an invitation for the 17th birthday party of their youngest daughter, Rose Marie Arlo. In the original story, she remembered that it was the lady who betrayed her by becoming friends with the Grand Duchess. But things had already changed now since they did not have any grudges against each other. She had been taking care of everything to avoid the tragic events in the original novel. To make a response, she ordered her maids to pick a flower from their garden and a pleasant lace. She could use them to decorate her letter for the birthday celebrant. When Lady Rosemarie received her response, she felt delighted knowing that it was personally made by the lady she admired. Priorly, at the banquet they both attended, when she approached her, Lady Javelian just completely ignored her as she straightforwardly went with Mikhail. But now that she sent her a decorated letter as her response in accepting her invitation, she was beyond grateful, and she was willing to forget their first encounter. Lady Rosemarie decided to write a reply to her, and she was fascinated by how she cutely mimicked her way of decorating a letter. However, the lady wrote a very long paragraph, which took 10 pages of paragraph, like it was her way of expressing how happy she was because of her letter. At the social circle, the noble women received letters from Lady Plowen. They thought that the lady seemed to have finally matured. However, one of them doubted the changes in her when she reminded them of the wickedness she had done to them before. Lady Rose defended the lady they knew for being snobbish as she shared with them how Javelian accepted her invitation. They were surprised to hear that when that lady did not usually attend the banquet unless it was a royal one. For the noble ladies at the table, it seemed that the daughter of Count Arlo was just daydreaming about it. Marquis Mikhail overheard the topic of the ladies. He heard that Javelian would be attending the banquet of the daughter of the Count. So, he ordered his butler to inform Count Arlo that he would come to the party. He also inquired if he had received any letter, but unfortunately, nothing came for him. It seemed like Lady Javelian had been completely ignoring his letter. Due to his enraged, he threw his cup of tea as he swore that he would make her regret dumping his message. Javelian decided to personally choose a gift for the daughter of Count Arlo. But when she decided to go to the market, her father sent 12 knights to accompany her. She could not refuse it unless she did not want to go out anymore. She only wanted to go shopping, but because of the battalion behind her, they attracted too much attention. Sir Jalorden inquired if she certainly wanted to go into that place, since the doors seemed closed. He addressed the lady casually, so Javelian scolded him to speak with formalities, even though they were cousins since many people were watching them. Among the shops in there, the lady entered the ruined store, even though it was just next to the extravagant workshop. Inside the gloomy store, it seemed like there was nothing they could buy from that shop as a gift for a noble lady. Furthermore, the shop owner was not in the state to work, so he suggested they go to the next shop instead. Jalorden wanted to listen to the owner, but the lady remained in the shop of Ian Fedor. The owner was surprised to see the lady before her, and declared that she wanted to commission him. Of all the elegant workshops in the market, he wondered why a lady would choose someone like him. Javelian believes that he is the only one capable of doing the item that she wants. But the man doubted himself, as he reasoned that he was currently not in a good condition to create something. But the lady still insisted that she knew he could produce magnificent creations better than anyone else. In the original novel, the man before her, Ian Fedor, was meant to become the best craftsman in the empire. Although he was currently facing a crisis in their family business, in the next 6 months he would be recognized for his talent. He will be hailed as the best craftsman after he produced the most important treasure, which is the necklace for the coming-of-age ceremony of the princess. Before his worth increases, it would be a good idea to establish a connection with him first. After showing her faith in his talent, she finally convinced Ian Fedor to create an item for her. Meanwhile, at the office of the Duke, he received the document where the list of the candidates for his daughter indicated. While looking through the names, he saw the name of the crown prince. He immediately ordered Derek to remove that name. Suddenly, a man entered the office of the Duke to inform him that he was being called by the Emperor to the palace immediately. After the transaction that she made in the shop, Javelian decided to buy something for herself. She went to another shop to look for something to purchase. When she saw an accessory that was decorated in blue crystal, she thought that it was suitable for her father. She decided to purchase it upon deciding to give it along with the pendant she saw in the library. As she paid at the counter, a male customer came and approached the lady. Javelian recognized him as a cousin of Mikhail. He was Radiant Royal, known for having a venomous mouth due to being notorious for spreading rumors in society. She addressed the man with a formality that made him question about it. Radian brought up the topic of how it saddened him to hear about her recent breakup with his cousin. He even suggested the lady call him by his first name instead as he kissed the back of her hand. After that, Javelian immediately excused herself and got the accessory she purchased. The venomous-mouthed man saw that cuff buttons for a man, and he thought maliciously about it. It made him wonder what his cousin, Mikhail, would say if he heard about that news when they had just recently ended their relationship. At the imperial palace, Duke Ploen went there as soon as he heard that he was being called by the emperor. His Majesty wanted him to terminate the mastermind behind the assassination of the king, as he compared them to a mouse. As the trusted person of the emperor, he obeyed his orders. Furthermore, the emperor added that the mouse they caught immediately took his life, without leaving any evidence to resolve this crisis. Because of that, he was expecting the Duke to stay in the palace for a few more days and lead the interior investigation regarding this case. After that meeting, the comrades of Duke Ploen were complaining about how he did not refuse the order of His Majesty. Since the assassins did not leave any clues, this would result in a long investigation because of having no lead. It was dangerous to speak against the emperor inside the imperial palace, so the Duke prohibited them from saying anything that came through their emotions. While they were talking, they did not know that the crown prince was watching over them. He was hiding in the branch of a tree. His disappointment to his teacher increased as he noticed how the Duke let himself be controlled by the emperor because of his weakness. Meanwhile, the knight he ordered to lead the operation of escorting her daughter came and reported how they successfully did their job. He even reported how happy the lady was after receiving the birthday invitation from a noble lady, which led her to go shopping for it. All along, Max thought that they were the same in terminating everything that would hinder their path. But because of her daughter, his weakness was revealed to the emperor, and used that to keep the Duke obeying his orders. He remembered how his teacher said to him that a person will become stronger to protect his weakness, which he personally believed was a foolish remark. Because of that, he became curious about the person who was making the Duke vulnerable, and he decided to find out by himself. At the house of Marquis Mikhail, his cousin Radian visited him. He had been so loud as he asked for tea, but the Marquis wanted him to say what he came there for immediately. The venomous-mouthed cousin just complained about his cold attitude, which he assumed must probably be the reason why Lady Ploen dumped him and found another man. That information completely caught the attention of Mikhail, so his cousin added that he had seen the lady purchase cuff buttons as a gift. It was an item that was intended to give to a valuable man, which symbolized the possession of each other between the lovers. Radian thought it was good news to clarify if the lady was authentically breaking up with him. He thought that their conversation would extend longer because of it, so he asked the servant of the house to serve him tea. But Mikhail suddenly wanted him to leave. Before leaving, he insincerely apologized for worsening his mood. Because of that information from his cousin, who was notorious for spreading rumors, he believed that Javelian had deceived him. He became mad as he remembered her acting so in love with him in the past. But now, according to Radian, she already found another man to replace him. In so much frustration, he lost his temper and destroyed anything he could reach while swearing to make her ex-lover pay for what she did. At the residence of Pleon, Javelian was waiting for her father to arrive. Unfortunately, due to his job, the Duke was not able to return home for a few days. That means she could not return the pendant and give the cuff button to her father for another day. While Javelian was sleeping peacefully in her room, she did not notice that the crown prince sneaked into her room. As he observed the lady, she appeared extremely vulnerable, as if she may suddenly disappear from the world. He wondered what was so precious about her when seemed to be insignificant. Later on, Max did not expect that she would be promptly awakened. Instead of getting frightened because an intruder strangely came to her room, she just told to him that he must mistakenly go to the residence of Duke Ploen. She then murmured words about the end of her existence, which would happen a year from now. Suddenly, Javelian lit a match to see the person in front of her clearly. Because of that, she found out that it was the disciple of his father. Max was surprised to meet again the lady he encountered in an armor shop. It was a relief to know that it was him instead of an assassin. It honestly creeped the hell out of her when she saw a black figure watching over her when she was just half awakened. She thought that it was a demon and she was having sleep paralysis. But when she pinched her chin, she realized that she was not dreaming. She was frightened to realize that it must be a bad person, a thief or worse, an assassin. All she could do was blame her reckless decision of living a vicious life to encounter such people to get back to her. She should have endured the fear continuously, however. She suddenly remembered that the story of her life was not meant to end that way in her room. So, she encouraged herself to be brave and say that the intruder went to the wrong place. Because of that, she found out that he was not a bad person. However, how she first saw the person scared her, so she learned her lesson of properly locking everything before she proceeded to sleep. Suddenly, the man before her informally called her attention, which resulted in the lady scolding him to follow proper etiquette, even if he was an ally of her father. Max is someone she could not just make him obey, as he refused to do as she said. Suddenly, someone from the outside of the room asked about the condition of the lady, but before she could move, the strange man suddenly brought out a sword and placed it on her neck. The intruder turned the lady into his hostage, using his sword, when they heard people behind her door. Javelian understood that he wanted her to act like there was nothing wrong. So, she reasoned that she was having difficulty sleeping, and she was thinking of reading a book instead. She had successfully convinced the knights to believe her and left her door. After that, she asked him to get the sword away from her, but Max did not understand her. Javelian added that she did not know why he was the one who had the urge to get angry when he was the one who trespassed in her room. In this kind of terrible situation, Max was surprised that she could just yawn at her. When he removed the sword from her neck, the lady convinced him to go back to his own house because she was still sleepy. But the man claimed that he did not have a home, which made him look pitiful in her sight. She wondered if he was a real mercenary who usually spent his nights in a rental room. As she thought further, she assumed that he might come to his father because he had no place to go aside from the Duke. How she saw him talk with his father when he did not receive a formal greeting or a service from the servants added to her realization that he was not an official guest. So, she thought that he just come to her room by accident when he was trying to find an entrance aside from the front door. Out of pity, and she had no other choice, she decided to offer her room for him to stay a while because her father would not be home for a couple of days. On behalf of her father, she thought that it was her responsibility to take care of the guest of the Duke. Max was surprised by her careless decision as she handed him the stuff he needed to sleep. After she urged him to make himself comfortable and sleep, Javelian immediately fell asleep again. While the lady was sleeping, he wondered why she was not afraid of him. Normally, he could make the people either tremble in fear or hide their fear in front of him. But he could not see any glimpse of fear from this lady, as he remembered how she just bravely glanced into him. Before he got fully distracted by his thoughts about the lady, he tried to focus on his objective to go there. He must terminate the weakness of the Duke, so he could help him out from the grip of the Emperor. After that, they could join forces to take down the Emperor. It was only an inch away where he could seize tightly on her neck. But for a particular reason, his hand froze when she remembered her calling him the disciple of his father. As the lady slept peacefully, he started to feel drowsy. No matter how hard he tried to stop himself from falling asleep in her room, he could not resist it anymore when he decided to lie down beside her and fall asleep. On the next day, Lady Javelian woke up from a dream where people were running away from a dragon. She got hurt upon escaping when suddenly, the Duke stood before her to protect his daughter. It was her first time to dream about a dragon, which was considered to be a good sign. Because of that, she felt like she would be having a good day. When she turned her side to her bed, she was surprised to see the man sleeping beside her. Instead of reacting hysterically, she sat beside him while waiting for him to wake up. Since nothing happened between them, she just thought that the man only wanted to sleep in her bed. While he was sleeping, she was just staring at him. He might be a bad guy, but she could not deny he definitely has the look better than Mikhail. Suddenly, she thought that she might be arrested and be in a great rumor after abducting such a handsome man. This could be a huge misunderstanding, so she chose to wake him up. But when she was about to wake him up, the man suddenly moved, which led them from falling off her bed. Max questioned what she was planning to do as he cornered the lady under him. When Javelian revealed that he had a good sleep in her bed, he was surprised and hardly denied that it happened. Because of the way he reacted, she could not believe that he would just respond that way after she offered her room for him to stay despite being an intruder. But suddenly, she started laughing when she remembered in him the black stray cat she frequently met when she was little. That cat used to come to her room whenever he wanted and slept on her bed. He was indifferent and had a sour attitude until the end, just like the man before her. While laughing hard, someone from the outside asked if she was awake already. Because of that, she became alert and immediately thought of a way to hide a strange man in her room. Suddenly, she dragged her into her closet. To keep themselves from creating weird misunderstandings from the people, Max had to hide himself there. Max did not understand the weird misunderstanding she was referring to, so she tried to explain that people might think differently once they found out that they slept together. To make him understand their situation, she used the mating animals as an example, which they could be falsely accused of doing. After hearing that, the man reacted soundly due to that rubbish thought. The lady suddenly covered his mouth to prevent him from making any noises, because his loudness might lead them to be caught, and be a reason for massive misunderstanding. When the maid heard a strange sound from the lady's room, she tried to open her door, but she did not expect that it was locked. Meanwhile, Javelian convinced her father's student to hide quietly inside her closet to save themselves from misinterpretation. Good thing the man agreed to her, and because of that she patted his head. But in the back of his mind, how she dared to touch his head was inappropriate. They heard the maid calling the lady once again, so she closed the closet and responded that she was about to come. As the maid entered her room, she expressed how worried she was after hearing something inside while her door was locked, which she never did before. Javelian assured her that nothing serious had happened to her, and she apologized for making the servant worried. Javelian reasoned that she locked her door because she was afraid that someone might barge inside her room. She could not even look straight at the maid while explaining. For the servant, no one would ever dare to do that in the house Ploen when even the thieves would choose to avoid that place. The lady doubted it since there was already someone hiding in her closet. The daughter of the Duke just expressed how uncertain she was about her claims since her father was not in the house at that moment. After hearing it, the servant thought that she was anxious because of the absence of Duke Regis. She immediately grabbed the hand of the lady to assure her that her father would return safely soon. So, she suggested to go out and get some fresh air instead of worrying. While holding her hand, she was astounded when she noticed the hand mark on her wrist. On the other hand, the crown prince was getting impatient for taking so much time inside the closet. He wondered how long he had to waste his precious time there. No matter how much he thought about that strange woman, he could never exactly figure out why she just laughed at him when she was supposed to be terrified. It's been 20 minutes since he heard the voice of the lady. She was moaning and directing the maid to get a little lower. Due to this, the prince mistakenly thought that they were engaging in mating behavior. However, upon hearing the helper advise her to consult a physician rather than applying a topical medication, he initially believed that the woman was merely pretending to be injured even if she was well. He heard the worry of the maid again when she saw the bruises on her wrist and shoulder. The lady just simply reasoned that it was because she carelessly fell off the bed. Upon hearing it, the prince then recalled the scenario in which he was above her and realized that she must have been injured when they fell together. Later on, the servant left to give Javilian some more time to rest. He felt her presence in front of the closet after that. As the door opened, he saw the most beautiful woman in the town, urging him to come out. Javilian assumed that he must be hungry already, so she wanted to eat with him. He inquired why she wanted so. The lady just answered that the food would taste better if she ate with someone. When the man was not saying anything, she pulled her out while bragging about how good their head chef was. The prince had no choice but to join the lady on her breakfast, but he did not expect that they would serve him a cucumber sandwich. He could barely eat it because he did not like that food. Javilian noticed that he was not eating, so she asked him why. The man just stated that he would take it, but in the back of his mind, he was questioning if he was really required to do it when all he only planned was to terminate the weakness of his teacher and escape. Even though nobody was intentionally forcing him, he still ate the food he hated the most. The lady before her was waiting for his reaction as she was hoping that he would like it. After tasting it, the man just nods, which brought relief to Javilian because she worried that he might not like it. From there, the prince realized that the cucumber seemed to be fine as he took more bites. At the palace of the Ashit Empire, there was an old man heading to the throne of His Majesty while thinking about the rumors of Duke Ploen, who was assigned to guard the emperor. On his way, the knights blocked him. When he stated that he came to see the emperor, they allowed him to enter. He thought that if things continued the way it is, his subjects would be even more discontent just like before. Duke Ilias finally faced His Majesty as he knelt, and immediately inquired about his decision to keep Duke Ploen as his guard. The emperor responded like he was the only eligible person that he can entrust this task. 20 years ago, there was a battle between the Ashit Empire and the Taziria Kingdom. The young emperor, who knew nothing about the matters of the world, abandoned the royal palace to save himself. He was too cowardly to only think about his own protection as he commanded everyone to save him. Fortunately, there was a regular palace knight stepped up to protect the empire. The war hero who helped a coward to victory was Regis Adri Ploen, who was now living his life as a duke. Because Regis voiced his support for the emperor, talks about dethroning him stopped, but the subjects still think of His Majesty as a coward. Duke Ilias stated that the resentment towards the emperor would only increase if they held on to the useless commands of Duke Ploen. So, he suggested to lay down a trap to find out the mastermind behind the assassination. But the emperor just rejected his idea, claiming that he knew very well how to handle everything by himself. Before the duke left, he reminded him first about the decision he must make, since his ill repute from his past actions still holds a great influence where his current grandeur was overshadowed. Upon seeing him leaving, the emperor was infuriated about his audacity to give him advice when he knew nothing at all. In his mind, he swore that the person who had resentment towards him would never be able to rebel against him. Meanwhile, at the Ploen's estate, Javilian felt sleepy while reading a book. It must be because she just finished her meal. When she looked at her couch, she saw the man lying comfortably on it. While looking at him, she was startled when he suddenly asked her what she was looking at. She realized that he was not sleeping, so she just stated that he seemed to be comfortable on her couch, but the man just denied it. Her gaze never left him as she pondered how long he planned to stay in her room. Because of that, Max inquired again about why she kept staring at him. Javilian answered that he seemed quite close to her father. She remembered the warm-hearted expression that Duke Regis had ever shown her. He was very different from how he treated her before, to the point that she thought he was someone else. As she remembered her father, she also remembered the items that she had to give to him. Since the man before her was, she believed, as the disciple of her father, she called his attention. She expected him to know about the likes of his master. While thinking about the things she must inquire to him, Max was getting impatient for making him wait for whatever she would ever say. To not make it long, Javilian asked him about his opinion on giving cufflinks as a gift. After saying that, she just pretended that she was reading a book while waiting for his answer. The man was stunned when he heard it from her, which made him silent for so long. The lady wondered why he was not saying anything, but his action made her surprise. Max suddenly removed the book she was reading and asked to whom she planned to give that gift to. Javilian wondered the reason for his rush just to ask her about it. To her response, she only wondered if there was any other person who could be the receiver of her gift. Max recalled that the investigator reported to him about her intense love for Mikhail, to the extent that she would follow him around regardless of how it would affect her reputation. Because of that, he wondered if this lady was still intending to hang on to that man again. If that's the case, then she looked pathetic in his sight. The prince scolded her with the thought that she would give a gift to a man who was not interested in her. Javilian felt offended when she heard his harsh words. Max intentionally said it out of concern he has for her, but having the thought that she was defending that man made him irritated as he claimed that she must be a prideless woman. He was halted when he saw her unpleasing reaction. Because of that, Javelian encouraged herself to reveal that she only wanted to give a gift to her father in order to live longer. He was surprised and relieved to think that he was wrong. It made clear to the prince that her gift was not meant to Mikhail, which made him smirked. Javelian was insulted when she saw his reaction. With so much irritation, she told him to stop laughing. Max then asked her about the cufflinks she would give as a present. He simply concluded that it did not fit a swordsman like Duke Ploen after the lady presented them to him. Even though his comments only infuriated her further, she felt as though she could rely on him because he obviously had a great sense of gift-giving. According to Max, he just recently gave his father a gift. Once there was anyone found out about what he did, no one would ever think that it was a good present. Because his father seemed to be bored lately, he made him worried about his life, which resulted in the investigation of the failed assassination. It was something that he should not carelessly brag about, so when Javelian asked him about it, he chose not to reveal it. He just stated that Duke Ploen would be happy with anything that comes from her daughter, but it seemed that the lady was not believing his words as she just passed by to him. If only this had become easy, she would never have to ask him. Since she already bought the cufflinks, she decided to give it whether he would like it or not. His gaze followed her as he wondered if she was not aware of the sacrifices of the Duke for her. If his teacher was hiding it purposely, then it must be a pathetic decision. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the palace, Duke Ploen was resting on the branch of the tree. He was awakened when he felt a bird landed on him. He remembered that her daughter was afraid of the small animals, so he was urging the bird to fly away. Later on, a knight came searching for the Duke. He called his attention as he anticipated that there was something he would tell. When the knight told him that there was some news from their estate regarding his daughter, Javelian, he suddenly jumped off the tree and urged him to tell the news right away. The knight was startled and assured him that there was nothing happened to the lady. However, she turned to be anxious because of the absence of her father. Duke Ploen was surprised to know that his child was looking for him, which was very unusual since she had never said anything like that. But as he processed the idea, he could not help but smile upon the idea that his daughter was longing for his presence. The knight added that the lady must be feeling depressed since she never came out of her room. From that moment, he decided to stop the boring act he was doing for the crown prince and went to the emperor immediately. At the residence of the Ploen family, Javelian was busy scribbling a message for her father. But the man behind her was like a bug as he kept on bothering her that giving a gift would already be enough for the Duke and there was no need for adding a letter. But the lady did not listen to him. She crumpled a used paper again because she could not figure out the words she must exactly say to her father since they were not close to each other. While hoping that she could gain an idea from Max, she inquired about the thing he talked about the Duke regularly. The prince remembered how his teacher constantly bragged about his daughter. He could share about it with her, but he just stated that they don't talk very often. Javelian realized that he would never contribute anything, so she decided to do it all by herself. It took her an hour to construct a less awkward letter for his father. Max became curious about the content of her message, so he read it while he was behind her. He was surprised that she had just entirely written an apology letter, which made him inquire if her decision was final to give it to the Duke. She seemed to be determined about it. Before Javelian left her room, she reminded him about things he must do if someone came and assured him that she would return safely. Since he could not stop her, Max just wondered what his teacher's reaction would be once he received it all from his daughter. At the drawing room of the Ashet Empire, Duke Ploen faced the Emperor. It had been 4 days since he gave him an order to find the assassin, yet there was still no information about it. His Highness was infuriated that there was no progress in the investigation. He stated to him once again that he should find the cursed mouse bastard. It was obvious that he was not aware that he was referring to his son. From the beginning, he knew that the assassination attempt of the Emperor was done by Max. He probably wanted to create a conflict between him and his father. He remembered that his student had asked him if he was afraid of the cowardly Emperor. Honestly, it doesn't seem like he was terrified of him from the way he followed his instructions. But it was not the perfect time yet to stand against the Emperor, which is why he was not doing so. With so much certainty, Duke Regis proclaimed that the assassin would no longer attack him. When the Emperor enragedly inquired about it, he explained that throughout his patrol in the Imperial Palace, he noticed that their perimeter was strong in order to secure his protection. His Highness was not convinced as he sensed that he was just speaking well so he could persuade him to go back to his home. To make him stay longer, he stated that he was still worried. So, Duke Regis claimed that he could extend his stay for only a day. The Emperor suddenly recalled what Duke Ilias had said to him when he came to the palace a few days ago. He declared that he needed to summon the Crown Prince back if he was going to challenge the man in front of him. The Emperor thought that his statements were useful, so he decided to put another leash on the competent Duke. In order to do that, he would pretend that he was about to pass the crown to his son, Prince Maximilian. Since her father was a workaholic person, Javelian assumed that he would likely go to his office first at the Ploen mansion. She decided to go there, and as she walked in, she was taken aback by how large the office was. Since she knew that she could not afford to lend her gift to the Duke personally, she was grateful for his absence at the moment. Her plan was to just place it all on his desk and leave quickly. But what made her stay there was when she saw a list of the candidates' names. Among them all, the name of the Crown Prince was the only encircled one, which made her drop her gift as she wondered if her father was planning to arrange her marriage to Maximilian Kazan-Ashit, the man who was feared by her character in the original novel. Juvelian recalled when the Duke inquired about her ideal type. She made it very clear that she would not tie the knot with someone who lacked the characteristics of a noble and honorable man. Her father must have thought the Crown Prince was a good fit for her because of the particular qualities she mentioned back then. The Crown Prince of the Empire, Maximilian Kazan-Ashit, had to be a man of competence, honor, and family name. However, he was notoriously famous for ruthlessly taking away the lives of the people. Furthermore, as the story progressed, he would be the one to harm his father in order to achieve his desired position. As the antagonist of all villains in the original book, he was a heartless, emotionless psychopath who even meant to torment her poor character. For someone like him, what sort of father could afford to put his daughter at risk? Clearly, his intention was to marry her off to a member of the royal family. Meanwhile, in her room, Max was just silently waiting for her return. As the time took longer, he suddenly sensed someone entering from the window. He alertly attacked that person, but he found out that it was his loyal person. For her to sneak into another house for the prince, she must have some important news to deliver. She begged the Crown Prince to release him so that she could tell him about everything. Under the direction of their madame, she was sent to tell him that the emperor might come to this place. When Max released her, she continued her report as she stated that His Highness had been acting suspiciously lately. The Crown Prince expected it because of what he did, but he did not know there was something more reason. According to the messenger, she had heard that due to the popular demand, the Prime Minister and the minor officials were hastening the return of the Crown Prince. This must be the time for Prince Maximilian to return to the palace. On the other hand, Juvelian decided to head back to her room while carrying the gift she was supposed to leave on her father's table. She kept on thinking about the things she had just recently discovered. The things she had only recently discovered continued to cross her mind. Despite her strong opposition to the thought of being sold off to a tyrant man, she found it difficult to defeat her rival due to his royal status. Moreover, withdrawing without a valid reason would be difficult. For the time being, changing his father's mind was the greatest thing she could do. She must come up with an indisputable explanation for why she could not wed the Crown Prince. She must do everything in order to save her life from this. But for now, she needs to keep her awareness about the list of candidates a secret. When she reached her room, she was surprised to see that nobody was there. She wondered if he just hid because a maid had come, but when she searched for him, she only found a note on her desk. The man wrote him a letter before he left, saying that he would return when the time came. She might not request him to come back, but when she roamed her sight in her room, she just found the place strangely silent. From that moment, she wished that he should at least say goodbye before he left. While riding his horse head back to the palace, Prince Maximilian wondered if the lady had already read his note. Even to himself, he could not understand why he had to do it for her. For the overnight that he spent in her room, it felt like he just had a natural stay in that place. From the hill, he could see the peaceful night of the House Ploen. When the messenger noticed that he was just staring at that mansion, the prince immediately made his horse run and took the fastest route to reach the imperial palace. The next morning, Juvelian woke up late. She wondered why the disciple of his father had not awakened her, but later on, she realized that the man was no longer there when she saw the note again. She started to worry about if he had already found somewhere else to stay, but then she questioned why she should be thinking about other people when her personal problem that was about to come was more urgent. Since she thought about everything until she fell asleep last night, she figured out that at this rate, she wouldn't be able to think of any plans. When she saw the things she must give to her father on her table, she imagined how the Duke would question why she possessed the pendant. Many days had already passed, but she was still yet to return it. The number of challenges that she must face was already increasing day by day. Servants saw her, and they noticed the changes she had since her father left this mansion. It was strange that she woke up late and she just kept staring out the window constantly like she was deeply pondering about something. From the servant's perspective, she looked so depressed. Marilyn, one of the servants, went to her and mentioned how nice the weather was. She suggested going for a walk outside and feeling the warm sunlight, which would help her spirit to lift. Juvelian tried to consider it after realizing that she had been feeling stuffy because she had not gone outside for a long time. When the servant heard that, she suddenly remembered how the lady used to be rebellious and harsh when she was just a kid. She used to hate the house because of being alone, and her father had frequently been away. Out of empathy, it made the servant cry, which made Juvelian wonder why she was reacting like that. Suddenly, the lady was taken aback when the servant embraced her and emotionally promised that she would stay by her side forever. That afternoon, Juvelian had her snacks in their garden. The maid served all her favorite desserts. When she noticed that the strawberry cake of the lady was missing, she instantly left to prepare it. Now that she was alone again, her problems crossed her mind again. Among them, she mentally arranged that she had to take care of the pendant and the blind dates first. She must have devised a plan ahead of time before the other problems would arise. While thinking about the plan, she suddenly heard the voice of her father from behind. She immediately stood in great shock because she did not expect him to come back early, since their butler once informed her that the Duke would take longer before he could return. She was too surprised that she did not know what to do and what to say first. But she was halted when the Duke talked to her. Strangely, he promised that he would never leave her again from that day on. Jevilian did not expect Duke Regis to be like that. He added that he hurried to return home and asked her if she had already eaten dinner. When she answered no, her father advised her to take care of herself whether he was there or not, or else she would faint again. It was a good start to mend their relationship, however. Jevilian thought that the Duke just wanted to make her healthy until she became fit to be sold off for marriage. From now on, he told his daughter not to faint anymore. Later on, he invited her to have their dinner together. Jevilian was stunned when her father held her hand and pulled her. The scene of her being dragged by the Duke to the dungeon while pleading with him to believe her suddenly appeared in her mind. It was far different from the current scene she was facing. But it felt like it was foolish to expect any kindness from him. In fact, she should have followed him around behind his back at all times if she wanted to be loved in the first place. The table was filled with delicious food. It was all too much for just the two of them. Even though they were together in the dining, the silent awkwardness still reigned over them. To start a conversation, the Duke mentioned the party she would be attending next week. Jevilian stated that the daughter of Count Arlo was the one who sent her an invitation for her birthday. When her father inquired about her partner, she worried that he might ask her to choose among the candidates he picked, since she had not chosen anyone yet. She just answered that someone had previously sent a letter asking her to become someone's partner for the ball. Furthermore, all the letters she had received were from the various noblemen. Upon listening to her, the Duke just let her do what she wanted, which gave her relief. Because of that, she ate hurriedly so she could choose someone and write a letter immediately. After dinner, she was surprised by the number of partner requests she received. It seemed like having a lot of choices would be challenging as well, since most of them came from noble families with a high status in society. It took her until late in the evening when she finished writing a letter to the chosen candidate. Since the night was already deep, she ordered Marilyn to deliver her message the next day instead. The maid took the letter with her as she left the room of the lady. But she was startled when she saw the Duke and abruptly asked about his daughter. Seeing the envelope she was holding, he figured out that Jevilian had already decided on who she would attend the party with. Marilyn informed him that the lady had selected the son of Count Loans named Edmund. Duke Regis inquired about the reputation of that man, so the servant shared that he was famous for having a handsome face. For her, he would be a perfect match for the daughter of the Duke. She even closed her eyes as she imagined them together, but when she took a look, her master suddenly vanished throughout the hallway. Regardless of the deepness of the night, Duke Regis went to the house of Loans to meet their son, who sent a proposal request to Jevilian. Edmund inquired why the Duke visited him at that late hour, though he did not get a response. The Duke just stared at him like he was inspecting his soul. From that moment, he recalled the attributes that his daughter mentioned when he asked about her ideal man. However, it appeared that the man in front of him did not match her qualifications. The next day, the piece that Jevilian commissioned from the Fedor workshop had already been delivered. It was a relief that she received it, since the birthday of the celebrant was soon to come. On the top of the box, she saw a note from Ian Fedor claiming her as his muse. Moreover, when she opened it, she did not expect to see another item when she could not recall that the shop had a promo of buy one, get one back then. The servants saw the item and they were all captivated to see how glamorous they were. She then closed the box and told them that she would explain the function of it later. After a while, the butler knocked on her door and informed her that the second son of Count Loans visited her as his way of responding to her letter. It was an unexpected visit, however. Jevilian thought that it would be better to get to know each other first if they were meant to become a partner in a ball. She responded that he would come down once she was already prepared. Afterward, the lady then showed herself presentably to the man waiting for her. Edmund was in awe of her beauty when he saw her. Later on, Marilyn escorted them to the drawing room. As they proceeded, she was silently comparing him to Mikhail as well as to the disciple of his father. Despite the rudeness he showed on their first met, she could not deny that he also possessed an unexceptional face. As she thought about him, she could not help but worry about how his life went after he disappeared. Suddenly, she was brought back to her senses when Edmund called her name. It looked like her mind zoned out in the middle of their conversation. All along, she thought that they would get to know each other. But she was surprised when the man knelt and sincerely apologized because he already accepted someone's request after he mistakenly thought that Lady Jevilian had another partner already. He even added how surprised he was to receive her response when there was speculation circulating around the society that she was already dating someone. Jevilian was in great shock to hear that a woman who barely left the house like her had been involved in such a rumor like that. She wondered if there was someone who saw the disciple of his father through her window to create such gossip about her. Javelian cleared her name that she had been staying at home and she could prove it. Because of that, Edmund apologized for letting himself believe in it. The lady had forgiven him, and thanks to him, she found out the allegations about her. Once she found out the person behind the spread of false information about her, she swore to make them pay for it. Suddenly, she was shocked to see Edmund standing there, praising her for being so nice to be able to forgive him so quickly. He would undoubtedly hold her to the very end if only he lived up to her standards. The woman became confused when she heard him talk about the standard. However, he went on to say that he hoped to have a meal with her someday. Unfortunately, he made the quick decision to depart when he noticed the Duke glaring at him through the glass door. Meanwhile, at the Salon Blooms, some guests went there while covering their faces with their masks. 3 noble ladies were talking about the expectation of everyone for Count Arlo's decoration of the event this time since last year. They did a flamboyant with roses. But aside from the interior designs, one of the main reasons why many people will attend the banquet was because they were all looking forward to the presence of Lady Ploen, as well as the man he would bring as her partner after her breakup with Marquis Mikhail. Their conversation went on about the rumor that she was already dating someone. They made fun of him as they wondered about the potential guy she would date. Little did they know, there was someone from the hall who caught their attention when they began conversing about the troublemaker lady they knew. Unfortunately, he disliked the way they talked about her as he scattered his glass of wine near them. They were startled, and the scene created a silent whisper from those who witnessed. The mysterious man defended Javelian from those ladies for saying words without proof. The lady stood and claimed that there must be a witness to that news, but the man just questioned her if she even saw it with her own eyes. She claimed that she did not see it for herself. However, this kind of rumor about her would never spread if only she had become a good person. Because of that, he challenged her to tell it directly to Lady Ploen. But nobody dared to reply against him after that, as they turned their head to avoid his gaze. In so much frustration, he crushed the glass more as he stepped on it. For some reason, he wondered where this feeling of annoyance coming from. To decompress from the scene he made a while ago, he met with Madame Frisia, the owner of the Salon Blooms. The woman greeted him since it had been long since the Crown Prince visited. However, the first thing he did was to express his irritation. He was only hoping never go to there again after experiencing the terrible standard in that place. As a result, Madame Frisia questioned the prince about his dissatisfaction with Lady Ploen's information. Hearing how she called the accusation about her as just merely information made him taunted about it. The madame, who seemed used to these societal issues, advised him that the guild would fail quickly if he had no sense of reality. For a long time she had known the prince. She wondered why he became upset easily when he used to hide his emotions expertly. Moreover, he was someone who did not even converse with nobles, but Prince Maximilian just reasoned that he only did that to stop them from talking that way loudly like a dog. Madame Frisia just teased him for the changes he made right since he came from Duke Ploen. After that, the crown prince urged the woman to tell further information about the rumor about Javelian. So, the madam revealed firstly that news of her having a secret lover was nothing but an entire lie, because if she had, she would not send a letter to Count Loewens asking him to become her partner for the banquet. Hearing that made Max frown even more. The owner of the salon explained that since he was already courteous and gorgeous, there was no question the woman would extend an invitation to him. However, according to the rumors, he was a famous playboy who used to make a lot of women cry. It made sense when Max remembered that his teacher once mentioned that the type of his daughter was a handsome man. If that was the case, the prince just doubted what she had seen in the count to invite him. Madame Frisia added that she also heard that the count refused her request. But hearing it made the prince more infuriated, which made the owner of the salon laugh at his reaction. Lastly, she revealed that Sir Droyle, the cousin of Sir Mikhail, was the source of the rumor that Lady Ploen was having an affair with an unidentified man. What was more interesting was the Marquis just merely kept watching his cousin spread false accusations about her ex-girlfriend, despite the fact that it would taint the honor of her ex-girlfriend. Prince Maximilian has already heard enough. Because of that, he ordered Madame Frisia to investigate the weakness of Mikhail and his cousin and send it to him immediately. Furthermore, he wanted her to figure out what kinds of people requested the lady to become her partner. After giving orders, he immediately left. But the madame remembered that Duke Ploen had already bought that information first, and she did not have the chance to tell him. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Ploen family, the daughter and father were having tea together. The comfortable moment with her father was like a knock to the moon. It was impossible. Since the count left, she had been trapped with her father. She was entirely uncomfortable with his presence, even though they were just having a peaceful tea time. Later on, Duke Ploen inquired if she had already chosen a partner for the ball. If she revealed that the count had rejected her, that would be his opportunity to bring up the list of his candidates. So she just answered that she was still thinking about it. Because of that, her father instructed her to inform him if she could not be able to find a partner. Upon hearing that offer, she began to worry about what he would do if she were to inform him. Later on, she decided to excuse herself, but before she could leave, the Duke told her that he would be out for a while due to the important matter that he must resolve. She wondered what issue he was talking about, so her father just told her that he would just give some people a warning. Since he would be out later, she just wished him to return safely, but for some reason she felt like that matter concerned her. As expected, her father left that afternoon. Little did anyone know, someone was planning to sneak inside their house. When he confirmed that the Duke finally left, he expertly jumped off to the balcony of the lady's room and entered. As soon as he walked in, he wondered where the lady could have been. He worried that he might go out to find another partner. But then he persuaded himself that it didn't matter if she found someone to date or not. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the lady, asking about his matter in her room. When he looked at her, he saw her earnest expression like she was not even pleased to see him. Max only asked her where she had been. How she was irritated for being asked like that after not seeing each other for a while was evident on her face. But even though she was upset, she just answered that she just went downstairs. Her answer was like a sound of relief which made him smile a little. Later on, she realized that what he stated in the letter was right, he really did come back. The prince just comfortably sat on her couch as she wondered about his reason for coming there when her father was not around. But because she remembered that there were more important problems that she must deal with, she could not help but sigh. Suddenly, she was startled when he closely went to her just to inquire why she was reacting that way. It seemed that he sensed that there was something on her mind that was bothering her. Javelian revealed that there were some troubling issues with her. Max urged her to share it with him as he promised that he would never reveal it to anyone. The daughter of the Duke wondered whether it was fine to tell him and if it would make her feel better just like the last time. Before anything else, she made him promise to never expose her to Duke Regis, and if he happened to betray her, it would cost 100 bars of gold. To add it up, Max confidently claimed that she could have everything in his possession if he happened to reveal her words to his teacher. Because of that, he made Javelian laugh because she thought that he was a homeless person who bet all his possessions just to make her tell everything. But Max just found himself blushing while watching her laughter. After that, they faced each other at the table as they started their serious conversation. Julian first revealed that there was a rumor about her spreading around regarding her affair with an unknown man. However, she was not ashamed of having a secret relationship. She didn't care what other people would think of her. But it appears that the men who asked to be her partners have already fled because of the rumors. Hearing it made the crown prince consider those men as fools together with the people who only knew was to spread rumors. Later on, he found himself imagining that he would never be like them if he were in their shoes. But he immediately refused that idea and focused on listening to her. Javelian admitted that it was not important to her whether she would have a partner or not. It seemed like it was not a problem at all, but what she said next surprised the crown prince. After seeing the list of candidates that her father gathered, she deduced that her father wanted her to marry someone he had already chosen to be her partner. That information made Max furious, and in the back of his mind, he accused him of faking his concern about his daughter. That was her only reason why she wanted to show up with a partner, because if she did not, the Duke would certainly urge her to meet that someone on his list. Max advised her that there would be a suitable partner nearby. As he stated that, Javelian realized that he was right. The lady touched his hand to thank him as she came to a realization. The prince blushed thinking that she caught his hint of him being her partner even though it would be a bother to him. The lady revealed that she could ask Geraldine instead to be her partner. His imagination suddenly crumbled when he realized that she was not referring to him. With a serious look on his face, he questioned her as to who Geraldine was. Javelian answered him that he was her knight who always stayed by her side whenever she went out, so she was sure that everyone knew who he was, so everything should be fine. All she needed to do was to tell her father that she was scared of the people who were spreading rumors about her, and the Duke would definitely agree to it. Geraldine was also her cousin on her mother's side, so there shouldn't be rumors about them. After hearing that, Max felt relieved, but a second later, he realized why he felt that way even though it was not his business who her partner was. When he was lost in thoughts, Javelian suddenly thanked him for hearing her out, which made the prince blush. He then decided to leave because of the feeling that he was not even sure what it was. But before he could, the lady stopped her, which halted him from walking. She gave him a cute pouch that had money on it. Max was so speechless since he had a lot of it but couldn't say it in front of her. It's not free money but a payment for coming there to listen to her. Since the last time he went there, she couldn't give any to him because he left without waiting for her, so this time she felt happy. Before he finally left, she told him to come there whenever he had nowhere to go, which he obediently agreed. Meanwhile, a carriage was about to reach the Floyen Duchy once they crossed the bridge in front of them. But before they could even go over it, a carriage suddenly stopped them. When the man inside asked the chauffeur why they stopped, a voice could be heard beside his carriage asking if he was Ronald Hermann Crocus. The man was surprised to see Duke Floyen personally. He told Ronald that there was no need for him to go to their residence as they could talk there instead. That statement has the same meaning as not approaching his daughter, as he was not enough, which the Duke didn't deny. But the man was more stubborn than he thought, since he insisted on seeing the lady himself to hear those words instead of from the Duke, and he was confident that he would be accepted since he was popular among the ladies. Duke Regis was having a serious thought and remembered that the applicant earlier whom he talked to was easily persuaded when he warned that man named Bormir, but this time it didn't work. While he was lost in thought, Ronald said that Javelian would definitely choose him. Hearing him saying his daughter's name casually like they were that close already provoked the Duke, which gave chills to Ronald. He tried to explain himself, but the Duke didn't give him the time to do it. He called his whole name, Ronald Hermann Crocus, and asked if he was looking down on his daughter while exuding a powerful aura. Afraid that his life might end immediately, Ronald's carriage suddenly went away while asking for forgiveness. And with that, the Duke's problem was solved. Rowan, Boromir, Crocus, all of them were on the list of potential suitors for his daughter, but he didn't like it all, so he planned to instruct his secretary to make a new one. That night, Javelian was under a lot of pressure about her plan before talking to her father. She discovered that the rumors about her started because of the cufflinks she bought for her father that were mistakenly understood as a gift for her non-existent lover. She already had the assumption about who spread the rumors, so to solve it, her father just needed to wear those cufflinks everywhere since it was one of a kind. Once they saw it, people knew that the rumors were not true. Before she could execute her plan, she didn't be on her father's good side, whom she was having tea at the moment. The Duke heard that she wanted to talk to him, so when he asked about it, Javelian brought the jewel that belonged to his father. He didn't know that she had it while being calm, which Javelian was not expecting. For the real purpose of that tea time, she took out the cufflinks for his father. That surprised the Duke, as he didn't expect a gift from his precious daughter. Javelian thought that the blue diamonds suited him, so she bought them while she was out before doing some shopping. Her father was speechless, so she thought his reaction was the normal thing, even though she expected him to get excited, but maybe she was asking for too much. Then the final step of her plan came. She brought up the topic about her partner. The words that came out first in her mouth were that she knew her father was busy. The father didn't even let his daughter finish her sentence because of excitement and interpreted it as his daughter asking her father to be her partner. With a happy face, he told Javelian that he would attend the party with her. The daughter froze as her whole plan crumbled into pieces while the father was shining brightly because his daughter asked him to be her partner. Meanwhile, at the spire near Salon Blooms, the prince's subordinate was confused as to what could be the reason why their master was in that messed up state. They had no idea that the prince was having problems with a woman, and it was Lady Flo Yen. He was thinking about her every time and even went to her room. He convinced himself that it was all because he pitied her when the lady shared her worries about the rumors circulating about her, so he decided not to go back to her anymore. But a second later, he remembered her saying that he could go back to her room when he had nowhere to go, which pissed him off. The subordinate couldn't take it anymore, so she asked what's gotten into him, but their master instructed her to just start the report. The first report was about Victor, who was acting as his proxy in the Imperial Palace. His message says that the Emperor's men were starting to suspect Victor because of his long absence. That angered the prince because of all times, they suspect Victor now when they didn't bother about him before even he stood in front of them. He ordered her to reply to Victor, instructing him to act more like Max to avoid more suspicions, which the subordinate obeyed. Then the second report caught the prince's attention as it was about Lady Flo Yen. The report says that the nobles were already looking forward to Lady Rose's party, since it would be the first event that Lady Flo Yen would be attending that was not held at the Imperial Palace. The only flaw of the great Duke Flo Yen, and with the rumors going around with the lady about her new secret lover, the nobles couldn't wait to slander her at the upcoming party. Max had heard enough, so he stopped the reporting as he didn't need to hear the rest, even though he instructed that every detail about Lady Flo Yen should be reported. When his subordinate was about to go and deliver the message to Victor, the prince suddenly stopped her and gave her a very important task, so he instructed to give up her weekend off. The day of the party had finally arrived. At Earl Arlo's estate, Madame Frisia was not happy to be there, but the moment people greeted her, she put on her fake smile for the sake of her business. If not for the prince's instruction to keep an eye on Lady Flo Yen and help her out, she was already enjoying her weekend and not working. Madame Frisia knew that Lady Flo Yen caught the prince's attention even though he told her that it was pure business since the lady could be useful to them. The noble ladies were talking nonsense about the tea party, but it was too obvious that they were waiting for the main event that everyone's been waiting for, and Madame Frisia could see it clearly. They were whispering if Lady Flo Yen had already arrived and assumed that her partner would be her rumored secret lover. Now that the nobles started what they predicted, Madame Frisia's role was needed, so she told everyone her opinion. She said that Lady Flo Yen would probably bring Sir Geraldine, her cousin, or go by herself alone to stop more rumors going around with her, since it had not been that long after her breakup with Sir Mikhail. The ladies were easily fooled by her assumption and agreed with Madame Frisia, as she had a point on that one. But one lady commented that if Lady Flo Yen arrived with either of her opinions, the rumors about her would become even more mysterious. The answer to that was to just find out who wore the cufflinks that everyone wanted to know, which the ladies agreed to again. Suddenly, they shifted their topic to Sir Mikhail, whom they praised for his features and gentle manners. They couldn't wait to see the two, Sir Mikhail and Lady Flo Yen, reunited after their recent breakup. And it would be even more entertaining to them if the owner of the cufflinks would show up as well. Meanwhile, the ladies were not aware that Sir Mikhail was in the corner eavesdropping on their conversation. He couldn't contain his anger when he thought about the rumored lover that Lady Flo Yen had. So, of all people, he was the one who was the most interested to know who Javelian would bring. Inside the Floyans' carriage, the Duke assured his daughter that she had nothing to worry about since he would be there at the party with her if someone tried to do something to her. When they arrived, her father helped her to walk down from the carriage, and the face of a loving father was all over him. Everyone was so surprised to see that the Duke accompanied his daughter instead of the rumored secret lover that they all expecting. Then they officially announced the arrival of the savior and hero of the empire, Duke Regis Adre Floyen, and his esteemed daughter, Lady Javelian Eloy Floyen. Before they arrived at the party, she remembered the true Javelian in the novel whom she got reborn into. The lonely villainess, an outcast of high society that nobody likes, got rejected by Mikhail whom she thought loved her truly, and was abandoned by the one who caused her to be like that, her father. That was why her life ended pitifully so in that life. After being reborn as Javelian of the novel, she had already given up the thought of being loved by her father, and she planned to run away from the man whom she thought her father chose to marry her off to. So by the time she saw the look of a loving father from the Duke, she was curious as to what he was thinking with that face of him. The people were so mesmerized by the Duke's beauty as the rumors say about him. It has been a long time since they last saw him attending a party, but he has not changed at all. Javelian looked at her father when she heard people talking about him, and there was no doubt that he was the handsome man in the empire, so he was the perfect partner, but she never planned to make him one, so she didn't know what her father was thinking. While Juval was busy with her thoughts, the Duke suddenly grabbed her on her shoulder to avoid stumbling since she wasn't looking while walking. When he held his daughter's hand, everyone was surprised to see the cufflinks from the rumors. That was when they realized that the lady gifted it to her father, but some were still not convinced, and even made up a story that the Duke made a fake one to stop the rumors going around his daughter's secret lover. Duke Floyen gave them a death stare for trying to make up a dirty story about the precious gift he received from his daughter. In the corner, Sir Mikhail was having his own delusions that Javelian had not gotten over him since there was no secret lover as the cufflinks were given to the Duke. After entering, Javelian was amazed at the decoration of the house, so she would definitely remember it as an inspiration when she moved out and decorated her own. While looking around, the Duke noticed her and thought that maybe she was being wary, so he told her to just enjoy herself without worrying anything. He added that he was his daughter so no one would dare to do anything to her, but she mistakenly took that as a warning to behave befitting as the hero's daughter. A moment later, the birthday celebrant, together with her mother, welcomed the Duke and his daughter. Rosemary, the daughter of Earl Arlo, was happy to see Lady Floyen attend her party. At first, the young lady was hesitant to approach Juval, but a second later, she grabbed her hand to thank her for coming. Lady Floyen couldn't help but adore the young lady in front of her, so she happily greeted her with a happy birthday. She then presented her small gift to her precious friend. Everyone got curious as to what it was, and when Lady Rose opened the gift, it was a powder with a mirror on it. The noble ladies got confused as to why she needed that, but it turns out it was a portable powder. Juval thought that Rose didn't like it since she was silent for a while. Maybe she didn't need it because she had servants to carry the tools and fix her makeup for her. But a moment later, she was so happy that she was about to cry after receiving that gift. Not only Lady Rose but also the other noble ladies were curious how Javelian came up with an amazing present. It was so convenient that it could fit in a pouch and could be used anywhere even without the servants. They called it Lady Floyen's top item for that month, so everyone would like to have their own. Rosemary politely asked at what workshop she got the portable powder from so she could get one for her mother. Everyone anticipated that she wouldn't share such information for something so spectacular, but the lady said that it was from the Fyodor workshop. She even added that the owner was still young but trustworthy for having quite a skill for his job. That surprised the people as the high society never shared any information like that. Because of that, they call her the Angel of Floyen. Javelian finally had some fresh air and alone time on the terrace. She got tired of all the people surrounding her and their never-ending questions. While resting, the lady didn't notice that her father's student was on the top of the tree watching her. He was surprised as Juval got tears in her eyes, so he wanted to know why she was crying suddenly. But the reality was that she kept tearing up whenever she yawned because she was so tired and wanted to go home already. Max couldn't take the sight of her crying, so he jumped down to ask the reason for it. On the other hand, Juval was surprised to see her father's student there. When she was about to ask him, the prince wiped her tears and said not to cry anymore. He suddenly got furious if something happened to her inside and wanted to know who was it. His actions made Juval curious if he would punish them if someone really did something to her, which Max didn't deny since he promised to help her after all. She could already tell judging by his face that he thought she would be grateful to him, but she knew it would end his life. It was because the law says that a commoner shouldn't talk casually to a noble if you don't want to end your life, so what more if one attacked them like the man in front of her was planning to do? Max had a serious look on his face, so Javelian answered him since they were no strangers now. Instead of telling him who made her tears flow, she told him to watch his manners, which the prince got confused. She said that he needed to be more polite to other people because the way he talked could put him in danger. The nobles were sensitive about the topic of class differences in society. Because they have a class system, he should be careful of the people around him, except if it was just the two of them. The prince had no choice but to obediently obey her, and Juval thought he was being a good boy. She was still curious as to what he was doing there, so she asked about it, and Max answered that he had some business there, but she was the real reason why he was at the party. He then questioned what she was doing outside alone and not being with her partner, so the lady answered that her father was in the hall. When the prince heard about his master's name, he got confused since she told him that her partner would be Geraldine, who was her relative. She just told him that it ended up that way, so Max didn't push that topic more, but instead, he heard the music inside, so she should be dancing right now. It made the lady wonder why nobody had asked her to dance yet, so she assumed that she really did have a bad reputation, but the truth was, it was her father's doing that no one dared to ask her for a dance. Judging by her silence, he knew that no one had asked her, so he bravely reached his hand to her. At first, Lady Flo Yen was confused as to why he was extending his hand to her, but Max told her that he was asking her to have a dance with him. Javelian couldn't believe that he knew how to dance, but the prince told her that she should be honored as he doesn't dance with just anyone. He smiled at her after saying that, which Juval found very charming as he really was quite handsome. When she was about to get ready to lead their dance, she was surprised as Max was good at it. The more they dance, the more she finds him really good at dancing, so she assumes that he is not an amateur. A moment later, she stumbles while dancing, but luckily, the prince catches her. He scolded her a bit for spacing out during their dance, but they ended up being too close, so he stopped his words. Max didn't go there to end up like that, but they were getting closer and closer to the point that they were about to kiss. But suddenly, they got interrupted by the Duke, who was furious at the sight of them. Out of his anger, he crashed the glass he was holding and asked the prince what he was doing with his daughter. Before that scene happened, the Duke had planned to spend a peaceful time with his daughter at the party, but people started to surround him. He was getting bored with the conversation, so he looked for his daughter. When he saw her going to the terrace, he let her be as he assumed she was just getting some rest and everything should be fine. Sir Mikhail also happened to see Lady Flo Yen going outside the terrace and had the assumption that she purposely went there for him to follow her, so he planned to see her. But before he could pass by the door, Duke Flo Yen was already there to guard it and coldly stared at him. He thought that the Duke's attitude had changed because he broke up with his daughter, so he had no choice but to give up the opportunity to talk with Lady Flo Yen. The real reason why the Duke was being like that was that he read the letter sent by Sir Mikhail to his daughter. He didn't like the contents of the message, as if his daughter was being looked down on by that young man. It was good that Sir Mikhail didn't cause any commotion after that, since the Duke didn't want to ruin the party that his daughter was enjoying. Suddenly, he heard that his daughter was talking to someone, so he took a glance. Looking at the glass of the garden, even though he couldn't see who it was, he was sure that it was a man she was dancing with. He thought that the man was quite skilled as he avoided getting his attention. The Duke didn't bother to interrupt them since he could investigate that man's background later on, but suddenly, he heard his daughter scream. The reason was that the lady stumbled while dancing, but the Duke was unaware of it. Before he could enter that place, the worry of his daughter being in danger got him first, so he slammed the door. The moment he laid his eyes on the man whom his daughter was with, he already knew who it was. He broke the glass he was holding out of anger and ordered Max to get away from his daughter. On the other hand, the two who were having a good time and were about to kiss were surprised to see the Duke suddenly barge in there. Duke Flo Yen still remembered the young Max telling him that he was not going to thank him since it was the Duke's promise when he took him in as his student. There was no doubt that Maximilian had a good looks and good skills with a sword, but anything else than those, he was nothing but a vicious and arrogant prince. Despite that, the Duke still took him in because he knew he had potential, and also because of the previous Empress's request, but to think that he would dare to approach his daughter, he couldn't accept it. When he couldn't contain his anger towards the prince, the glass he broke caused his arm to have little cuts on it, so blood was flowing with wine. To stop his father from squeezing his injured hand, she held him to look like she was worried about her father. But deep inside her, she was anxious that his father went there because she was not showing her face at the party. Since the Duke assumed that his daughter was worried about him, he told her that they should get out there first, and later on, he would ask her what happened between her and the prince. Luckily, her father doesn't seem to be angry anymore, but she was worried that he was holding her hand too tightly. The prince interrupted them and held the lady's hand as he was worried about her foot after stumbling earlier, but the father slapped his hand and told him not to worry as it was none of his concern since he was his daughter. The Duke then carried his daughter in his arms, which surprised Lady Flo Yen. But before they could leave, his father ordered his student not to come to his residence anymore, as he would be the one to visit him from that moment on. That surprised the prince since it appeared to be a warning not to approach the Duke's daughter. On the other hand, Javelian misinterpreted his father's concern for his student, because the Duke responded in that manner when he was a person who barely reacted to anything. While walking out, she remembered her father saying she was his daughter. Since she knew the tragic end of the story, she shouldn't have hoped that her father really cared about her. The moment they were at the door, she almost forgot that they were at a party which people loved to gossip about. When she realized that, she was nervous if her father really planned to carry her out of the ball like that. Since everyone was gazing at them, she urged the Duke to put her own, but her father insisted on carrying her because her foot was injured. The Duke was not getting her point. Her main concern was that she was becoming embarrassed because everyone was staring at them. Some of the noble ladies commented that Lady Flo Yen did that to catch everyone's attention since she was known for doing those kinds of things. Fortunately, some still saw Juval on the good side, that they wanted to protect her like the young Lady Arlo. She told everyone how they had forgotten one fact about Lady Flo Yen, and that was she had a weak body in the past. And even though she had not fully recovered, she still managed to come to her birthday, which was respectable of hers. Those who tried to slander her didn't have any choice but to agree with Lady Arlo. Some also remembered how Lady Flo Yen always had a weak constitution and even collapsed a few times before. Sir Mikhail heard everything the noble ladies just said. He remembered how Javilian struggled often whenever she followed him. He thought it was all an act to catch his attention, but now that he heard the fact, he felt bad for acting that way to her before. At Flo Yen residence, the Duke was taking care of his daughter and advised her to get some rest for a few days. He held Juval's head, which shocked the lady, while reminding her to call for him when she was in pain. Looking at her father, she was confused at how he was acting like that all of a sudden when he never even cared about her existence before. She looked a bit sad when thinking about it, since her father wouldn't get any benefit at all while taking care of her. But suddenly, she just remembered that he really does get something, and it was the marriage between her and the crown prince, so she assumed that the Duke must take care of her before their marriage. Javilian thought that she had just gotten herself out of the main problem by breaking up with Sir Mikhail, but the next thing that came was worse than Mikhail, the tyrant crown prince. Just the thought of being with that prince made her tremble in fear. She refused to end up with that man, so she needed to come up with a plan. The next day, at the Salon Blooms, Max still couldn't get Lady Flo Yen away from his mind. He even remembered that time at the party when they almost touched each other's lips, which made him blush. Madame Frisia could see how he became more distracted ever since he got back from the ball. A moment later, the prince ordered the madame to send an invitation and make up any reason for the meeting. When the madame asked who would be the receiver, Max said it should be Lady Flo Yen. After hearing that, Madame Frisia told him that it was not easy, as she became a celebrity these days. By celebrity, what Madame Frisia meant was the mounted letters Lady Flo Yen had been receiving the past few days. Even Juval was surprised to see how many letters she got. She was confused because she assumed that they would all slander her for being an attention seeker after causing a fuss at the ball. The reason she could think of that may cleaned her reputation was when she shared about the workshop where the portable powder came from. But right now, she had no time to attend balls and was tired of it, so she would reject them for now by saying she was sick. The servant suddenly remembered that there was one letter that the lady required her attention first, and it was the letter sent by Earl Herend, the family where the previous empress's mother came from. Even if it was urgent, Javilian had no energy to deal with them, as she was worried about her father pairing her with the crown prince. She couldn't think of any plans at all except to look for a man that her father would acknowledge. When she was just thinking about that, his father's student suddenly knocked at her window again. She was not happy at all seeing him, as he disturbed her alone time thinking of a plan. Despite her annoyance towards Max, she still opened the door for him, since he thought of him as a stray cat coming back after she fed him. But before she could open the door for him, she thought of a better plan to solve her problems, so she let the prince inside with a happy look on her face. She bumps her head on Max's chest, as she feels stupid for realizing the plan that popped out of her head just now while the prince was getting worried about her. She didn't mind Max's concerns and instead asked if he wanted to do it with her. He was confused as to what she was talking about, so Javilian explained it properly. With a serious expression on her face, she informed him they should date, which shocked the prince. Max was surprised to hear those words from her. Since that incident happened at the ball, it took him a whole week to visit Juval again, as he was waiting for his master to leave their house. But suddenly she asked him to date her. He couldn't believe that it was worth the wait. He had an assumption that Juval liked him so much, and that was why she was treating him so well. Since it looked like she wanted it so badly, Max would like to grant her request even though he was the one who liked it so much. He even thought about their future children already and even wanted to have twins. Juval, on the other hand, could guess what he was thinking, so for him not to misunderstand, she clarified that what she wanted was just a contractual relationship. While Max was confirming her words, Juval couldn't stop staring at him, as he was really handsome. Besides that, he was her father's student, so he was definitely good with swords. In addition to that, the Duke respects him, so there is no one better suited than him for their act. But first, she needed his cooperation. Max asked what she meant by contractual relationship while coldly glaring at her. Looking at him with that expression on his face, Juval guessed it wouldn't be easy to persuade him, so she needed to come up with a great deal that a homeless mercenary like him would accept easily. In that case, money was the answer, so she offered whatever price he wanted. Max was getting mad while Juval thought that he hated her offer, so she added that it wouldn't take much of his time, he just needed to date her until she moved out. The prince was curious about her reason for moving, since it would be harder for her if she were to do that. She explained that it was because of her father's choice of whom he would like to marry her off. He was confused, since she could just say no if she didn't like that man, but Juval said that he was no ordinary person that she could reject easily. After hearing that, he was more curious as to who it was that even a duke's daughter couldn't reject. She was hesitant to tell him at first since no one knew about it, but she couldn't keep it a secret from him since she needed him to cooperate with her. It would cause her trouble if anyone found out about it, so she told him to keep it a secret, which he agreed. With a serious look on his face, he told her not to worry and just tell him who it was. Juval stated the full name as Maximilian Cashin Ashit. Max said that he was a nobody, but stopped his words when he realized something. When she said that it was the Empire's crown prince, he got more shocked as the name finally sank in and she was talking about him. He suddenly froze and asked if she was sure about it, so Juval answered that she was. He still couldn't believe it as he found it strange and said that she may be telling a lie. There was nothing more to think about since she was a duke's daughter. The imperial family was clearly above them in terms of ranking. Moreover, it would be advantageous to the imperial family if the duke would become a family member of theirs, to which Max agreed. What worried her more was the imperial family's absolute power that she couldn't reject the marriage proposal. It all thanks to the founder of the empire, Archmage Ashit, saving the citizens from countless problems with his magic, thus making his descendants living gods by people. That was why she couldn't be the one who rejected the proposal first, as it was the same as defying the most powerful person in the empire. That was how she came up with her plan of dating someone before her father brought up the marriage arrangement. Having a scandal with another man would give her father a reason not to marry off her daughter. On the other hand, Max, being the crown prince, couldn't help but wonder if Juval hated the marriage so much, so he asked what she would do if she was the kind of girl that the crown prince liked. Juval was in great shock hearing his words as it was impossible, while Max leaned closer to her and said that the crown prince was the next ruler of the empire, so it could be a win for her as he could give her everything. He was seriously expecting something from her answer, and Javelian thought about it for a while. But in the end, her answer hasn't changed and she would still run away from him. He asked why she would do that, so she answered that she would rather be alone than marry a sadist tyrant like the crown prince. That was the coldest and meanest words that crumpled every expectation he had for her. Because of that, he chose to leave instead, rather than to hear more from her, and Juval couldn't stop him. He was so fast to jump off her terrace that she couldn't even get his answer if he accepted her proposal or not. At Salon Bloom's spire, the crown prince was not in a good mood and surprised Frisia when he entered the room. She didn't expect him to come back so soon and noticed his angry face, so she asked if something happened. With a cold look on his face, he suddenly asked Frisia for her opinion of what a woman meant when she wanted to run away from her future husband. Instead of answering him directly, she wanted to know first if he wanted to hear a different response from the woman who hated her future husband. When he heard the word hate, he already assumed that Juval really hated him. Frisia had a hint that it was about Lady Flo Yen, but she still wanted to confirm, so she asked about it, but Max said not to mind his business. The madame teased him by saying that he may propose to Lady Flo Yen, but she didn't accept it and wanted to run away from him. She hit the spot as the crown prince got annoyed and told her that he didn't propose to her, but rather it was the opposite. But before he could say more, he stopped his words as Frisia just wanted to hear their stories. He then suddenly shifts their topic to the reports about the emperor. The madame told him that there was no news except for urging the crown prince to go back. She added that the empress sent an assassin again, but they kept him alive, so she asked what he wanted to do about it. While thinking about it, it was his stepmother who had been so desperate to end his life since he was little, the current empress, Isabel Rostai Ashit. It seemed like the empress, who ended his mother's life, had started to move again, so he was thinking if he would do the same to her or send back the assassin's head. But the thought of Javelian saying she would run away so she wouldn't have to marry the sadist tyrant changed his mind and ordered to keep the assassin alive. His answer greatly shocked the madame, as he was not the type of person to let that matter go, but she still obeyed his order. Out of nowhere, he shyly asked if they received any marriage proposal for him. Frisia said that there was none, and if there was, she already informed him about it. When she asked why he was curious about that, he suddenly got up and excused himself. At the Flo Yen mansion, it has been a while since the father and daughter had their meals together, but as usual, it was awkward for Javelian. She couldn't eat properly and thought that she should have stopped Max from leaving. That way, she wouldn't have to endure the silence between them. The Duke called his daughter's name while Javelian was praying so hard in her mind for her father not to talk about anything related to the marriage. But her prayers were not heard as the Duke asked for her opinion about the crown prince. She answered that she hadn't thought about it and changed their subject immediately. She shared that she had been reading about the founding of the empire, and the stories about the first emperor piqued her interest. It was said that he had all sorts of artifacts, so she was curious if those items were being passed down as of now. That surprised the Duke and suddenly excused himself for the reason that he had some urgent matters to attend to. Juval noticed his expression, as she had not seen that look on his face before. Outside the mansion, the Duke regretted his action in front of his daughter earlier. He was thinking about Juval's studying about the imperial family. It worries him that her daughter might find out something. Even if the history book was not completely true, it wouldn't be good if she ever found something. He assumed that it was because of Max that his daughter was reading books about the imperial family. But still, even if his daughter was innocent, there was no way she had not heard any bad rumors going on about the crown prince. Suppose she was willing to accept him despite all that, he didn't know what to do anymore. Suddenly, Juval followed the Duke and called him. Her father asked what she was doing outside, and she answered that he didn't look good earlier, so she got worried. But at the back of her mind, she was wondering what she did wrong that made him mad like that. Hearing his daughter say those words took all the worries he had in mind and made him smile at her. Since it was cold outside, he gave her his cloak and invited her to go inside. Juval was a little surprised as she saw her father smile. A moment later, while they were walking, the Duke advised his daughter to learn more about the Crown Prince, which greatly shocked her, as he was a ruthless man who could end her life. Even though she couldn't accept the fact that her father really wanted to marry her off to the Crown Prince, she still put a smile on her face and obeyed her father. She then said her goodnight to him. While he was looking at the back of his daughter, he swore that he wouldn't let her date the Crown Prince. While Juval was walking away from her father, she already decided to propose again a contractual relationship with her father's student Max. That night, Juval doesn't look good because of indigestion. She couldn't even sleep well as she was having a hard time. Suddenly, a maid excused herself for disturbing her as a letter arrived for her in the afternoon. It came from Lady Rose, thanking her for attending her party and for the gift she gave for her. Juval felt happy since she was worried about leaving that day so suddenly, but instead, the lady was also worried for her. At the back of the letter, it was said that she was invited to their afternoon tea. Since she had been staying at their home too much lately, she decided to go so she could also gather some more information about the Crown Prince. Lady Rose, together with some noble ladies, informed the others that Lady Flo Yen was fully recovered. That was good news to the ladies as they hadn't heard anything from her after she left the party. Lady Rose also asked if they were against Lady Flo Yen joining their next afternoon tea, and everyone was excited to say that they were not. She then asked the last member of their group who would be hosting the next afternoon tea party. She was Veronica Joanna Terrence. She hesitated for a moment as it seemed she didn't like Lady Flo Yen at all. Since she couldn't say that out loud to other ladies, she had no choice but to agree with them. After the tea party, Lady Veronica releases her anger by sharing what happened earlier to Mikhail. She couldn't accept the fact that Lady Rose Arlo invited her friend without asking her, who had more rights since she would be the host of the next tea party. Mikhail wasn't even interested in listening to her, so he reasoned that he was so tired and talk about it next time. When the lady said that the friend Lady Arlo invited was Lady Flo Yen, Mikhail looked at her with a surprised look on his face. He wanted to confirm it if he heard it right, so he asked her and Veronica answered yes. Mikhail easily changed his attitude and came closer to the lady to ask if she could invite him to her tea party. Veronica couldn't help but be attracted by his beauty when he said that he was worried about her if Lady Flo Yen was there. Since she couldn't refuse such a handsome guy, she easily agreed to his request. On the other hand, Mikhail had a hidden motive for going there, and it was to finally meet Lady Flo Yen again. Meanwhile, at Arcade Boulevard, Javelian visited that place to find some suited clothes for the tea party that she would be attending. But the problem was that her father assigned so many guards for her that could get in the way of her shopping. When she looked at some dresses that were on display, she thought that they were too much for an informal gathering. It made her wonder if they were popular these days since all the stores she visited were selling the same designs. Suddenly, a woman's voice appeared beside her and advised her not to wear any of those dresses. It was Madame Frisia, but Javelian didn't seem to recognize her. The guards were so happy for their lady that someone finally talked to her after all the rumors surrounding her. The madame commented that it wouldn't suit her figure because she was quite slender. She added that she had an elegant image, so wearing those trendy dresses would ruin it. Juval agreed with her and happily thanked her for her advice. Frisia now understands why the Crown Prince fell for the lady after seeing her up close. On the other hand, Juval was still thinking who was the madame who helped her. Now that her shopping was done, she planned to go home. But suddenly, a commotion caught her attention about a noble boasting his position. When she took a quick look, she recognized the man on the ground named Baron Gordon, who was famous for being arrogant. Another man's voice suddenly talked and said that he didn't need to apologize to the Baron as he fell on his own. Juval commented that the other man's voice was as shameless as the Baron with a similar attitude. It turns out it was Max, her father's student, and it confused her as to why he was there. The Baron couldn't take his anger anymore and ordered the guards to arrest the man in front of him for offending a noble by a mere commoner. Before Max could finalize how he should end the Baron's life, Javelian showed up in front of him and stopped the arrogant noble. That surprised the Crown Prince as he didn't expect her to defend him. The Baron trembled in fear as he recognized the Duke's daughter. The lady then greeted him on behalf of his father and stated her name, Javelian Eloy Flo Yen. He then did the same while bowing his head. But before he could state his name, Juval interrupted him as she already knew him. When the Baron realized that the young lady knew him, he planned to use the situation he was currently in. He fluttered her with his words and said that he was honored to meet her, but Juval couldn't feel his sincerity. Because of her cold attitude towards him, he asked if he offended her by chance. The lady realized that the Baron treated people lower than him like dirt while in front of her. He acted politely, so Juval wanted to do the same to him. Suddenly, she ordered the Baron, using her father's status as hero of the Empire, not to punish her man. Max's face turned red after hearing the word, my man, and thought it was the same as saying her husband. But Juval whispered not to misunderstand her, as she was saying that to save her from that situation which crushed his expectations. She stated loudly that the Baron just threatened the very person that her father assigned to her as her personal bodyguard, which shocked everyone. On the other hand, the real bodyguards appreciated their lady's concern for them and were happy to hear it. She then informed the Baron that he would get punishment for harming a guard from the Floyens household. Max couldn't help but be annoyed inside him, as his expectations had already been crushed and now he was getting treated as a bodyguard. The Baron couldn't accept it and told the lady that Max was the one who harmed him and dared to talk back to a noble. But what actually happened was that he couldn't accept the fact that the Crown Prince was getting more attention than him and started a fight while using his status to harass Max. Given the attitude of the Crown Prince, of course, he responded to his provocation rudely. The Baron was not only an arrogant man but also shameless, since he dared to ask for compensation from the lady for the insult. The Crown Prince was so sure that Juval wouldn't give in to his nonsense request. But to his surprise, the lady asked for consideration just this time, as her guard came from the mountains without knowledge of the real world, and it was partly her fault as well for not teaching him properly, so she would take all the responsibility for it. A sudden change of attitude could be seen on his face, as he already expecting a sum of money from the lady. Everyone was astounded, especially the noble and the Crown Prince, when she told the Baron to talk down on her just like what her guard did to him, so they could call it even. She was insisting on doing it, but the Baron clearly couldn't dare to do it. Max suddenly realized that the lady was not a fool and couldn't easily be taken advantage of. What the Baron could only do was to swear in his mind the lady in front of him. He had no choice but to apologize to her for causing a commotion. Since it was not the lady that he harassed earlier, Juval told him to do that to Max instead of her. Even though it would hurt his pride to apologize to a commoner, he had no choice but to do it in front of a duke's daughter. He was giving Max a deadly glare while swearing at him in his mind, but he backed out easily when the Crown Prince did the same. Lady Javelian asked if she was okay, since it could have been gone bad. Before answering her, he thought that he could have handled it, but since she still helped him, he should thank her somehow. What worried him was how he should do it, since she said that he should be polite to her if other people were around so they could also do the same, then he should do that. Juval was so confused as to what he was thinking because he was not responding at all to her. Suddenly, Max held her hand like a gentleman should and properly thanked her for saving him. The noble ladies who were present there couldn't help but adore the two who were in front of them. Juval, on the other hand, was a little surprised by his actions and asked herself if he was doing it because of what she said before, but the question was, why now? After that, Max continued to be polite to her while saying that he was glad to see her again since he had something to say to the lady. When Juval asked what it was, the Crown Prince answered that he agreed to have a contractual relationship with the lady. She covered his mouth and whispered that he shouldn't say something so important in a public place like that. Since the crowd started to gossip about them, she invited him to follow her to the carriage. While they were inside, Juval asked Max what was his reason for the sudden change of his mind. Since he left her that time without answering if he agreed or not, she thought he refused her. The reason why he couldn't answer her before was because of what she said about the Crown Prince being a ruthless tyrant. And that tyrant that she hated so much was actually the man in front of her right now. Juval was staring at him while thinking that there was something he couldn't tell her. At the same time, Max avoided her gaze as he couldn't say his true identity at the moment. Juval suddenly asked what was he doing at the arcade since it didn't look like he was shopping. Max answered rudely as if he was not allowed to go there without a reason. Because of his attitude, the lady couldn't help but be annoyed with him as he could say that normally. When looking at her, he suddenly remembered the reason why he was actually at the arcade. It was because of what Madame Frisia reported about the tea party that Juval would be attending. She heard that Sir Mikhail would also be there. When the Crown Prince asked why that man was going there, the Madame answered that it was maybe because he still had feelings for Lady Floyen. After hearing that, Max decided to go out for a bit, but before he could leave, Frisia hinted to him that the lady was not at their home. That was how he ended up meeting her after asking around. But he couldn't say that in front of the lady. He was getting fired up at the thought of Sir Mikhail attending the party. He needed first to make the contractual relationship with Juval happen so that Mikhail couldn't do anything to her. Meanwhile, the lady was getting anxious as to what he was thinking to make that kind of expression on his face. Before anything could get awkward, she suggested to talk about the conditions of their contract. But before she could continue, Max interrupted her to ask why she chose him instead of others. The lady thought about the answer for a while, and Max was getting nervous as to what her answer could be. His expectations were crushed again when Juval said that he had been vetted by his father even though he had nothing. It was not because she liked him but because he was her father's student. But Juval added that the other reason was that he was the only one she could comfortably ask something like that. His crumpled expectations got reborn again as it was a good enough answer for him that made his face turn red. The lady thought that even though he had a bad temper, his face was definitely her type. The lady wanted to talk about his payment, so she asked him how much he wanted. After hearing that, Max got annoyed again. He clarified that he doesn't need a payment and just thinks of their contract as a repayment for injuring her last time. She was so happy that she suddenly grabbed his arm to thank him for his generosity. Since Max didn't want money, she just gave him free room and board whenever he wanted, and just asked her if there was anything that he wanted. When Max said to let his hand go, Juval held it more tightly since they needed to pretend like lovers from that moment on, since their whole act had her on the line. She reminded him that while they were in a contractual relationship, they needed to hold hands, lock arms, and call each other's names romantically. They hadn't had a proper introduction, so Juval wanted to say her name, but Max stopped her as he already knew her from the start. The two of them had different thoughts. One was annoyed as he already knew her name, but he kept calling her you, while the other was blushing as the lady kept holding onto his hands. She remembered her father calling him Max, so she asked if that was his name, which he agreed while avoiding her gaze. It was a nice name was what she thought, and knew that he would become a great person. She realized that it was not just his looks that she liked, but all of him was her type. She complimented his name while saying that his parents must have given him such a name so he could be a great person. Hearing that coming from her made the crown prince so happy. But not too long, his face turned cold when the lady told him that they should write the contract. It wasn't needed since he already told her that he didn't need any money from her, but Juval had never thought that her father hadn't even taught his student how writing a contract was important. She had no choice but to explain how a contract would something helpful in the future, especially if she took advantage of him. Max confidently told her that she would never do something like that, which surprised her. It was the first time that someone trusted her. Everyone hated her for being a villainess in their eyes, and she had already used to it. When something bad happened, they blamed it on her, and no one even cared to listen and believe her, even on the verge of her death. But the man in front of her trusted her completely. It touched her heart as no one ever believed her before. Juval didn't want to think about it anymore and told him that it was those people you trusted the most who would take advantage of you. With that being said, she reminded him not to be fooled by people he trusted easily just because they were close. So a written contract is a must, which he agreed. She didn't know if he really did get what she said or just agreed with everything she was saying. All of a sudden, she grabbed his collar to pull him closer to her and said that their mouths should match, which surprised the crown prince. He wanted to back away from her, but the lady insisted to come closer to her. Max thought it was still too early for them to kiss as he couldn't prepare himself, and besides, it was his first kiss. He couldn't help it since it was also important, so he closed his eyes and was ready to do it. But Juval whispered that her personal guard, Geraldine, would ask how they met, so they needed to make sure their stories match. The truth was, she came closer to whisper that to him since they would hear it outside. Max composed himself immediately, so she wouldn't suspect anything that he was expecting a kiss from her, but he was still embarrassed on the inside for what he did. They finally arrived at the Floyen mansion, and the guards, especially Geraldine, were waiting for her explanation of the situation. She apologized to them for introducing him so late and told them that he was her lover. That shocked everyone, and Geraldine couldn't believe every single word she said, since they had been guarding her the whole time and they had never seen that man with her. He assumed that she picked him up somewhere just because of his looks again. Juval needed to act perfectly, so she told him happily that it was obvious that they had never seen him before because she met him at Count Meisen's party. After hearing that, Geraldine assumed that Max was a noble. Even though he dressed as a mercenary, an elegant presence could be felt from him. He was wondering which family he came from. But a second later, he got it all wrong as Juvillian informed them that her lover was not a noble but a mercenary hired at the party. That greatly shocked the guards, but what confused Geraldine was how a mere mercenary got close to the lady. That irritated Max as to how he got treated even though he was the crown prince. Despite that, he couldn't help it since only a few people knew his face and Juval had a plan in mind. Earlier that day, they already talked about her plan. At first, Max didn't agree with her as he was the one who should be saving her, not the other way around. Juval explained that they wouldn't believe that as she had her guards around her all the time. Max saving her just doesn't make any sense at all. She just needed him to play along and endure it for now, which he then agreed. So, Juval told them proudly that she saved him. It all started with Max surrounded by a group of noble ladies. Since he couldn't get out of that situation, Juval came in and asked if they saw Sir Mikhail. When they heard that and saw her, they all ran away. That was how Max wanted to repay her for saving him. They didn't want to believe her story at first, but then they realized that their lady also saved him earlier at the arcade, so it makes sense at all. Juval added that they met again at Count Arlo's party, and she thought that they were fated already. After the storytelling, she invited Max inside the mansion. Geraldine couldn't think of any other reasons why she fell for him except his looks, just like how she fell for Mikhail. Before they could leave, Juval asked if he was looking down on her lover just because he was a commoner. The knight tried to defend himself, but Juval saw how he glared at him. But she just had no clue as to how Max looked at them. Geraldine could feel his aura and thought he was far more different from normal. He wondered who he might be, that he looked quite familiar with him. On the other hand, while they were walking, Juval was worried if he was okay, to which Max answered that he was. She assured him that there was nothing to be nervous about, as she would protect him no matter what happened. Even though he had no clue as to whom she would protect him from, he still smiled at the thought of it. The moment they stepped inside the house, the Duke was there and was in great shock after seeing the two of them. All of the emotions could already be seen on his face while calling his daughter's name as if he was waiting for her explanation. Javelian then formally introduced Max to her father as the man she loved. Hearing her say those words made him speechless, as if her daughter was taken away from him. Max, on the other hand, was a little anxious as they declared their love with their lives on the line. Both Juval and Max were anxious after seeing the Duke's reaction. She thought it would be better to introduce Max, already as he would eventually find out soon anyway, but she didn't expect her father to react so badly. She then told Max to greet the Duke, while her father had a cold and displeased look. He asked for an explanation from his daughter as to what was going on at the moment. Seeing her father get so angry was a first for her, since he didn't care about anything she did before, even if it was that bad. She had thought that maybe it was because his plan of marrying her to someone else was disturbed, and she chose his student instead. Since they already started it, there was no way to back out now, so she happily told her father that they formally started dating. The Duke was in great shock that he didn't know where things went wrong. He was fuming in anger, as he had been always careful with Juval so that his student couldn't even get near her. In the drawing room, Max helped Juval in her seat, which the lady accepted with a smile on her face. Their affection agitated the Duke even more, and thought that being kind to her daughter was his way to trick her. He knew what the prince had in mind. He still remembered how he easily killed their comrade who betrayed them and wanted to show the body to the rest of their team as a lesson, but the Duke stopped him immediately. That was the kind of person the prince was, so he knew Max was using his daughter to speed up their rebellion. Suddenly, the Duke asked how they first met. It was the question she needed to answer carefully, as her father couldn't be fooled easily like her cousin, Geraldine, and the rest of the knights. She came up with an idea to tell the truth with a little lie on it, so she answered the Duke that Max visited one late night looking for him, but he was not in the house. After that, he went to her as if he had nowhere to go, so Juval let him sleep in her room as it was so late at night that time. That greatly shocked the Duke, as he assumed that they slept together in her room. Juval immediately explained that nothing had happened between them, which Max also nodded. Looking at his student, the Duke thought that if he did something to her, he wouldn't let him escape their house alive. He angrily told Max that he should have talked to Derek for the room. She defended Max by saying that they didn't want to bother Derek, and also the knights came by to him. What surprised the Duke was when she said that since he was his student, she was sure he wouldn't do anything to her. Her father couldn't even tell her that the prince was the most dangerous man he ever knew. Even after trying countless times to change his terrible personality, it all failed, as he was already the worst tyrant. He knew that after getting what he wanted from Juval, he would definitely hurt her without a second thought. Looking at his innocent daughter, he assumed that she had no idea she was being threatened. It was all his fault, and regretted taking in the prince as his student. Suddenly, Javelian told her father all of her experiences before about having one-sided love, so having someone who loved her now was a miracle for her. She knew that her father didn't trust her because of how she lived before, but she swore that she wouldn't bring any more shame to his name from that moment on, and asked to approve their relationship. After hearing the word shame, the Duke was in shock, as it was the opposite. He loved Javelian the most, that whatever she did, he didn't care to bother and let her do what she wanted. But this time he couldn't do it if it was related to the prince, so he told her that he disapproved of them and said to break up already, which surprised both Juval and Max. She couldn't help but feel sad, as her father was so determined to marry her off to the crown prince. She couldn't bear to imagine herself, the one and only daughter of the Duke, marrying the psycho crown prince of the empire. Max interrupted her deep thoughts by holding her hand and said that he refused to accept the Duke's disapproval. That confused Javelian, while the Duke got triggered even more. Before his master could say anything, he explained himself by sharing the advice that the Duke said before. He told Max that swords were meant to protect those people you loved. People get stronger when they protect their weakness, and his master said that Max would understand it someday when he found someone he wanted to protect. After saying that, he placed her hand on Juval's shoulder while saying that he already found his weakness, and she was the one he wanted to protect. On the other hand, the lady couldn't believe how good he was in acting. Max then told his master that even he couldn't stop them from seeing each other. The Duke stopped the prince from talking anymore, as he couldn't stand him. He still remembered how Max called Juval a rat before, and now he calls her his precious. The crown prince already got irritated and told his master that he wouldn't stay still if he kept rejecting them. On the other hand, the Duke said that if he would keep his attitude like that, then he had no choice but to disown him as his student. Meanwhile, Javelian got stuck in between them and was confused as to what was going on at the moment. Max then accepted his decision and invited Juval to just go, but the lady didn't know what to do while the two were disowning each other. When they were about to leave, the Duke yelled to stop both of them. He grabbed Max as he didn't listen to him, but the prince glared at the Duke and said not to order him around. Juval called Max's attention, as he was already disrespectful towards her father, and if they left like that, he would never welcome them anymore. With a pleasing look on her face, the lady told her father that she would solve the issue. After seeing her like that, the Duke had no choice but to let his daughter and the prince go. While walking outside, Javelian tried to stop Max, as she needed to talk to him. He had no intention of stopping, but when she said that it was important, he immediately listened. The crown prince asked what it was, so Juval answered that his actions were a bit too much even if it was for her sake. Max couldn't believe what she just said even though he fought his master to help her. She explained that he didn't help her at all as she didn't want that to happen. Her father disowned him as his student and Max insulted her father. She didn't want any of that to happen. What surprised the crown prince was when she said that forcing things on someone who doesn't even want it was not helping them but just doing it for himself. Max was saddened by her words and asked if she didn't need his help anymore. Javelian held his hand and answered that she still needed him, but if he continued his way to be like that, then she had no choice but to look for other ways. Since he still wanted to be with her, he asked Juval what she wanted him to do. The lady answered that to make peace with her father. When he heard that, Max reacted as if he didn't want to do it. Javelian added that someone needed to apologize first in order to have peace between them. There was no way the crown prince would do something like that, but Juval was staring at him so intently as if she was pleasing him. She still had not heard his answer, so she knew he hated it as it would hurt his pride. She didn't want to force him to do something for her since it was her problem after all. But to her surprise, Max suddenly said that he would do it. Meanwhile, the Duke was observing both of them and couldn't believe that the crown prince obeyed what Juval wanted. He also saw how his daughter smiled at his student while thanking him. It made the Duke wonder if the Max he knew really did change because of Javelian. When they finally went back inside where her father was, she told him that Max had something to say to him. He knew that the crown prince would not change immediately as he had known him for a whole 10 years. Max then bowed his head as a sign of respect and apologized for his rude behavior earlier while calling him again his master. The Duke won't easily be fooled by his apology as he still remembers how the crown prince mocked him for having a weakness like his daughter. He stared at him intently as he assumed that he was just acting to get his daughter to be part of his plans. Since he didn't believe him even if he bowed like that, he still firmly said that he was no longer his student. Judging by his answer, Max knew now that the Duke would never accept them, and seeing how he strongly disagreed with it, he would never plan to marry his daughter to him. He thought that Javelian took their situation lightly, but with how things were at the moment, he had no plan to go out of his way now to make peace with his master. Javelian knew that they would never patch things up with the tension going on right now between them, so she had no choice but to do something serious to stop them. The Duke and the Crown Prince were in great shock when the lady suddenly kneeled before them. While she was in that state, she apologized to her father and told her that it was all her fault. Her plan was to plead with the Duke for forgiveness and keep kneeling until he accepted her relationship with Max. The Crown Prince was in great shock after seeing her down as he should be the one doing it and not her. While looking at him like that, she thought that Max had no idea how scary her father was when he was angry, and what she was doing now would not be enough for his forgiveness. So she told him that she wouldn't get up unless she finished talking with her father. When the Duke heard her, he easily agreed with her and extended his hand for her daughter to get up. Looking at the two, Javelian couldn't believe how they suddenly got along very well. She knew that her father had not accepted Max's apology, so she explained that his rudeness towards him was all because of his love for her, and asked the Duke to forgive him as she would teach him better. To her surprise, her father agreed easily and the two began to beg again for her to stand up already. A moment later, they all seated again at the table, and Juval thought that things could end pretty smoothly if she were careful, but when she was just thinking about it, her father said that he forgave his rudeness but he was still against their relationship. The lady explained that they were not asking for his approval right away, but he just needed to observe things between them even for just a short period. Before saying anything, the Duke already decided not to accept their relationship even if she pleaded, but looking at her face like that, no parent could say no to their child, and he knew that the Crown Prince would eventually do what he wanted anyway. He stared at Max as if he was giving him a warning while having a thought that he would just slowly show her daughter what the Crown Prince's true face was, and they would eventually break up for sure. The Duke agreed to his daughter, which surprised the two. Max couldn't believe that his master was giving his permission and agreed to date his daughter, while on the other hand, Javelian couldn't contain her happiness and held her father's hand while expressing her appreciation to him. Instead of being happy, he felt guilty for lying to his lovely daughter, but at the same time, he did it to protect her as she would just get hurt in the end if she were to stay with Maximilian. In Javelian's room, the lady couldn't still believe that she made her cold-hearted father agree that easily. To make everything final, she suggested making a formal contract and asked if he had something he wanted to write in the contract. She noticed how well-mannered Max was when he was drinking the tea, so she thought that maybe he was a noble who just run away from his family. But a moment later, he was disgusted by the taste even if the tea was of finer quality, so Juval's assumption of him being a noble went away. After Max wrote his condition for their contract, the lady couldn't help but laugh at it since they were doing the act because she didn't want to meet another man, and yet he still wrote it. Before she could even complain, the Crown Prince pointed at his second condition. He wrote that the lady should always call him by his name Max. When she read that, she shyly suggested that he would do the same to her. Seeing her face like that, he avoided her eyes while agreeing with her. Looking at the draft of their contract, she couldn't accept it as it was all a mess, so she decided to fix everything starting with the grammar first to make it more formal. After a few hours of changing everything, Juval finally finished it, but it looked like it drained her energy. Instead of reading it all, the crown prince tore the paper and said that he couldn't accept it. The lady couldn't believe that he just tossed what she had worked so hard, when he could just tell if there was something he didn't want from it. Juval couldn't take his attitude anymore. When she remembered everything, Max was always like that. The moment when she helped him a few days after sleeping in her room, he didn't bother to say a word before leaving. When she proposed a contractual relationship to him, he just jumped out suddenly without even getting a reply if he agreed or not. Thinking about it, he always gets mad at her more than a few times already, and she was just tolerating it since they had nothing to do with each other. But now that they agreed to do the contractual relationship and would keep seeing each other, she would not just stay still and accept his attitude like that. She decided not to let anyone else look down on her anymore, so she told Max that she wanted to end their contract right away. Max's eyebrow creased when Javilian handed him an employment contract outlining the terms of their agreement. As the crown prince read the document, he did not anticipate that there would be many rules that they must follow. It seemed that he wanted to complain when he read that they must report their whereabouts to each other because, in reality, he never did that to his subordinates. The only part that he can consider is asking for mutual consent regarding their date locations. But there was one condition that made him completely tear the document into pieces, thinking that the lady was perceiving him as a pet. His action only offended Javilian, which made her want to end their contract immediately. Max was startled by her sudden decision, so he reminded her of the reason why they must have a contract relationship. Otherwise, she would be marrying the crown prince, the person she hated the most if she cancelled their agreement. But the lady seemed resolute in her decision, having seen enough of his behavior to conclude that they were simply not suited for each other. She understood that continuing their partnership would only lead to wasted time and energy for both of them. The way he had ripped up the document with such disregard only reinforced her belief. It felt as if he had no intention of compromising, which was a crucial quality in any agreement, one that Javilian simply could not afford to make a contract with. Max felt a pang of regret as he reflected on her perspective. He remembered a time in his youth when he would mindlessly tear up any document that didn't meet his approval. That pattern of behavior had become his habit since he was younger. No one ever dared to complain about it to him before, so he does not know how to deal with the wrath of the lady in front of him. He was taken aback when Javilian questioned whether he enjoyed having his opinions disregarded by anyone. In that moment, Javilian was reminded of her past relationship with Mikhail, her ex-lover, who had constantly ignored her thoughts and feelings. Those days were filled with self-doubt and frustration, where she felt invisible and unvalued. That made Max realize that the lady was disappointed in what he did. As for the crown prince, he felt so guilty about it. However, his pride was resisting the urge to openly show his concern for her feelings. Javilian turned her back and stated that they could just end their agreement if helping her would be difficult for him. After all, she was the one who asked for him. Max felt a sudden realization sink in. If he continued being stubborn, he would never see the lady again. That thought made him apologize immediately. As he did, he found himself signing the contract and became obedient to her. Because of that, Javilian was taken aback by this change in his demeanor and wondered what had inspired him. With the contract now finalized, the lady felt a surge of excitement. That is also the signal that they could announce to society that they were lovers. To start their act, she seized the opportunity to further solidify their new relationship by inviting Max to accompany her to an upcoming tea party hosted by Lady Terrence. Her invitation prompted Max to ask if she knew who else would be attending the party. As Javilian answered the names, he realized she had no idea that her ex-lover, Sir Mikhail, would also be there. He remembered that someone told him that the host of the party secretly invited Sir Mikhail on her own. Because of that, Max was determined to come to the party with Javilian. As a gift, he wanted to show her the sight of Mikhail being completely crushed. The lady was wondering why the disciple of his father was acting strangely, but Lady Floyen trusted that she would be fine with him. On the day of the party at Count Terrence's residence, they were taken aback to see Veronica arriving with Marquis Mikhail. While Veronica was the host and had the right to invite anyone, Lady Arlo felt compelled to voice her discontent, noting that Veronica hadn't consulted the other members of their group before making such a decision. However, the tables turned when the Marquis pointed out that Lady Arlo too had decided on her own. The other women at the party began to side with the Marquis, recalling that Rose had also invited Lady Floyen without prior approval. They decided that perhaps exceptions could be made for these two individuals, thinking it only fair to bend the rules for them. The unanimous agreement among the guests left Rose feeling betrayed. She was certain that having the Marquis around would only make Javilian uncomfortable. Later on, the grand door opened, and the one they expected to be alone came with an unexpected guest. They were surprised to see a strikingly handsome man beside Javilian, confidently holding her hand. The reaction of the Marquis seemed petrified to see this unfamiliar presence beside his ex-lover. That is the reaction Max is aiming to show to Javilian. He wanted her to see the Marquis's reaction, to witness the fury and jealousy that bubbled beneath the surface the moment he saw her with someone else. Marquis Mikhail was the one who asked Lady Terrence to invite him to the party. He pretended to be worried about her when he found out that his ex-girlfriend would come. This manipulation convinced the host to welcome him. Upon arriving at the venue, he spotted Lady Rose, who was overly protective of Javelian by just seeing his presence. He smirked inwardly, knowing that she could do little to challenge him now that he was there. All he had to do was wait for his ex-girlfriend's arrival to execute his plan while keeping close to Lady Veronica like his new woman. But he did not see this coming. Javelian walked in with another man, and it immediately drew the attention of every woman in the room, captivated by his good looks. Lady Rose, maintaining her composure, politely inquired about the man, and Lady Flo Yen introduced Max as her lover, solidifying the rumor of her new relationship. Everyone commented how they looked good together when she answered that. In the back of his mind, Max wished Javelian would repeat her declaration loudly enough for Mikhail to hear. Meanwhile, the lady beside him basked in the compliments, appreciating his convincing act in front of everyone else to show that they were lovers. When Javelian turned her glance, she did not expect to see Mikhail at the party. Everyone saw how they exchanged glances, which made them focus on observing the encounter of the ex-lovers with their new partners. On the other hand, Mikhail, grappling with his feelings, initially thought Javelian had simply moved on to another man. However, he quickly reassured himself that she wouldn't easily let go of their past. The way she referred to Max by his first name only reinforced his belief that this new man has a lower quality of life than him. Mikhail greeted his ex-lover with a smile that dripped with insincerity, which only served to irritate Max further. While for Lady Flo Yen, she was wondering why he was smiling when they were not supposed to be happy to see each other. In the past, she fell for that smile of his, and she thought that she would follow him for the rest of her life. But now, she could not believe that she did not care about him at all. Javelian just simply greeted him back, and returned her attention to Max to thank him for escorting her to the venue. Max pulled her closer while glaring to Mikhail, who was looking intently at them. He knew that he was already furious for the way he touched her and for being by her side. When Rose heard that the handsome man would leave after escorting her, she suggested that having another unexpected guest would not be a problem since they already had one. Max liked the idea as he viewed Rose as an ally. Most of the girls agreed to her suggestion, which made Javelian worried at the thought of Max staying longer than planned. Mikhail disagreed with making him stay since Javelian was already an unexpected guest. Although his argument was in the favor of her, it sounded as though he was attempting to assert authority he didn't possess. Rose defended that in Lady Floyen's case, everyone priorly agreed to have her presence at the party, which is completely different from his case. To stop the argument, Lady Veronica interjected, agreeing that keeping the new visitor would only breed favoritism. However, since he was Javelian's partner, she suggested preparing a separate room for him as a waiting area. Lady Flo Yen expressed her gratitude for Veronica's hospitality, silently thanking her for saving the moment that she might end up taking care of Max during the party. But in the back of Lady Veronica, she was already pissed off since she made everyone feel comfortable around Sir Mikhail. The tea party went on as they all gathered at a long table while having tea. Mikhail suddenly wiped off something from the face of Lady Terrence that shows how sweet he is to the lady. He knew that Javelian saw what he did and how he acted, which made him certain that she had not forgotten him. On the other hand, Lady Flo Yen seemed to like seeing her previous self to the host of the party, who fell deeply in love with the Marquis. But now, she understood that Mikhail's affections were merely a facade, a ploy since he was destined to marry a princess. This means that this will only leave Veronica in pain. If that happened, she just hoped that she would not become a villainess. Meanwhile, Max was already losing his patience staying in that fancy room. Before he left the party, Javelian reminded him not to cause any trouble while he was waiting for her. Recalling Mikhail's fake smile when he greeted Javelian, he sensed that the Marquis was plotting something. He remembered when someone reported to him that the Marquis never defended Javelian after she was hated by everyone for loving him. He only used the lady's resources to his own advantage. Deciding he could not wait any longer, he chose to make trouble even if the lady told him not to. Max stood up from his seat and prepared himself to get started with what he had planned in mind. At the gathering, Sir Mikhail openly flaunted his affection for Lady Veronica, making sure the other ladies noticed. He even invited her to a picnic at some point, to which Lady Veronica eagerly agreed, asking when it would take place. Mikhail didn't care when. His main goal was simply to make sure Javelian overheard their conversation. He knew how much Javelian despised it when women showed interest in him. By showing such obvious interest in Lady Veronica, Mikhail was hoping Javelian would react, certain that she would make a scene any moment. However, Lady Flo Yen didn't seem to care. She was too engrossed in a conversation with the other ladies about her lover. She happily described Max to them, while the others shared their first impressions of him. Meanwhile, Mikhail watched her with confusion. Lady Flo Yen, usually so focused on him, was now completely ignoring him, which was unlike her. As Lady Veronica leaned toward him, Mikhail couldn't help but wonder why Javelian wasn't reacting. Suddenly, Lady Rose suggested something to the group. She wanted to invite Lady Floyen to join their tasting event and asked everyone for their opinion. The idea caught Javelian off guard, and she immediately tried to decline. As the ladies discussed, Mikhail's frustration grew. He watched Javelian, annoyed by the disinterest she was showing toward him while focusing on the other women. Although Lady Floyen claimed she was fine, the other ladies seemed eager for her to join their event, and it piqued Javelian's interest. It would be a good chance to meet others her age, but she hesitated. She knew that Lady Veronica and Sir Mikhail might not approve, and she feared they would ostracize her, so she considered rejecting the offer. Just then, Lady Veronica voiced her opposition. She reminded everyone that the event had strict sign-up requirements, and anyone wishing to join had to follow the proper procedure. Lady Rose, though disappointed, agreed. The requirements had been established long before the group was formed. Javelian considered speaking up, offering that she didn't mind if she didn't meet the requirements, but she stopped mid-sentence when something caught her eye. She froze, staring out the window in shock. Max was there, perched in a tree, gazing intently at her. His handsome face seemed to glow as the sunlight hit it, and Javelian's mind went blank. She couldn't focus on the conversation anymore, her thoughts consumed by the worry that someone might see Max. As the ladies continued to discuss the event's details, Javelian's mind raced, wondering how long he had been there. Sir Mikhail, noticing her distraction, followed her gaze and saw Max. His anger flared at the sight of the man, especially when he saw how calmly Max observed them. Mikhail's jealousy and frustration reached a boiling point. Lady Rose asked if Javelian had been following their discussion, but she absent-mindedly replied, yes, her mind still fixed on Max. Seeing her attention elsewhere, Mikhail seethed with rage. His blood boiled, realizing that instead of focusing on him, Javelian was staring at Max. When he looked back out the window and saw the man again, he made a provocative gesture toward Sir Mikhail, as if daring him to respond. Unable to control himself any longer, Sir Mikhail stood up abruptly and excused himself, claiming he needed some fresh air. Lady Veronica reached out to him, offering to accompany him, but he roughly shook off her hand, muttering that he would go alone. As he turned, his previously composed expression twisted into one of fury, as if he were ready to confront someone. Javelian, still anxious, recalled her father's warning about Max's rude behavior, and she couldn't help but agree. She worried that someone might see Max, but when she looked back at the tree, he was gone. Meanwhile, the ladies were excitedly discussing the tea that Lady Floyen would bring to their tasting event, though Javelian was still lost in her thoughts, confused by the conversation. Lady Rose, looking forward to the event, said she was eager to see what tea Lady Floyen would contribute. Javelian, still distracted, asked what she meant. Rose explained that the tea selection was part of the requirements for joining their group. Javelian hadn't realized that this was part of the process, and she had no idea what had happened earlier while she had been distracted by Max. Meanwhile, Sir Mikhail had stepped outside, his anger still boiling over. He was determined to confront Javelian's lover, having taken offense at Max's earlier provocation. Max soon appeared, responding calmly that he had taken the time to come outside to find him. The knight's rage intensified at the sight of him, his face hardening with fury. Javelian was lost in thought as she stood in the washroom, reflecting on Lady Rose's words. She couldn't help but wonder how she had ended up hosting a tea party, especially when it hadn't even been part of her plans. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Lady Veronica, who confronted her, wanting to know why Javelian had been staring at them throughout the party and even let out a sigh. Javelian was taken aback when she realized what was happening. She had unknowingly made her emotions too obvious in front of them. Her response shocked Lady Veronica, as Javelian confessed that she was angry with Sir Mikhail. Lady Veronica demanded to know what Javelian meant by that. Lady Floyen explained how the man had taken advantage of her, and how she had mistakenly believed his kindness was genuine. These words were unacceptable to Lady Veronica, who seemed to imply that Sir Mikhail was doing the same to her right then. Seeing Veronica's reaction, Javelian understood her pain. She had been in the same position before, unable to admit it to herself. Wanting to avoid being rude, Javelian apologized for making Lady Veronica uncomfortable and assured her she hadn't meant to hurt her. Lady Terence, however, couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't want to face the painful truth that all of Mikhail's actions had been nothing but an act. Javelian knew she was being overly vocal, but she couldn't just stand by and watch, seeing her past self in Lady Terence. After excusing herself, Javelian repeated that she would continue to host the tea party as promised, and told Lady Veronica it was fine if she didn't wish to attend. Meanwhile, Sir Mikhail was warning Max that he wouldn't be safe after provoking him earlier. He added that since Max had started the conflict, he wouldn't hold back. He wanted Max to know exactly where he stood. But before Mikhail could make a move, he was shocked by how quickly Max acted. A second later, Mikhail was kicked to the ground. The knight winced in pain from the blow and wondered how Max was so strong. While Mikhail was still reeling, Javelian's lover mocked him, saying that people like him truly belonged on the ground. Furious, Sir Mikhail demanded to know who Max was and why he was beside Javelian. Max stared at him coldly, replying that it was none of his business. Without warning, Mikhail pressed his sword to Max's neck and demanded an answer, threatening to cut his throat if he didn't comply. Unfazed, Max proudly declared that he was Javilian's lover. The knight found it hard to believe. Lady Flo Yen, in his eyes, would never fall for a commoner. He pressed further, wondering what Max had to gain from being with her. At that moment, their attention was drawn to Javilian, who called Mikhail by his full name, Mikhail Albert Hessen, and ordered him to drop his sword immediately. Max was a bit disappointed. He had been hoping to get in one more kick, but Lady Flo Yen was warning Mikhail to obey her orders. Since Mikhail was stubborn, Javilian repeated her demand, this time with more urgency, while the other ladies began gathering outside to see what was happening. Sir Mikhail hesitated but still didn't obey. He called her name, Javilian, but she gave him a sharp look and reminded him to address her as Lady Flo Yen instead. Her high status demanded it. Mikhail remembered how the Javilian he once knew had allowed him to call her by her first name. But now, it seemed she wanted a distance between them, all because of that commoner. He demanded to know what she was doing with someone like Max, but the lady countered by asking why he had drawn his sword against her lover. The knight tried to explain, blaming Max for everything and defending his actions. But Max interrupted him, reminding Mikhail once again to call Javilian Lady Flo Yen instead of her first name. This angered Mikhail, and he made a move to draw his sword again. Javilian, however, warned him that if her father heard how a palace knight had drawn his sword so recklessly, he would be deeply disappointed. Realizing he was in trouble, Mikhail tried to explain himself, but Javilian ignored him and walked past him to check on Max instead. Unable to do anything about it, Mikhail simply watched as Javilian asked her lover if he was all right. She told him to stay inside, but Max, finding the room too stuffy, couldn't stand sitting there any longer. Lady Flo Yen apologized, acknowledging how uncomfortable it must have been for him to be alone in the room. Meanwhile, Mikhail couldn't overhear their intimate conversation any longer. In a sudden impulsive move, Mikhail grabbed Javilian's hand, claiming he could explain himself. But he didn't realize that Javilian winced in pain from his grip. Max, furious at Mikhail's rude behavior, told him to release her if he still valued his life. Javilian, however, stopped her lover, surprising him. She wanted to handle the situation herself. Max couldn't understand why she was insisting on dealing with Mikhail alone, especially when Mikhail was clearly hurting her. But Javilian calmly asked him to wait. She politely asked Max if he could wait for her while she spoke to the knight. It was hard for him to accept, but he managed to control himself. As the tension escalated, Mikhail, misunderstanding Javilian's request, assumed she had chosen him over Max and mocked her lover inside his head. The prince, unwilling to upset Javilian by disobeying her, reluctantly agreed to wait while Sir Mikhail suggested they go to a quieter place to talk. But a moment later, Lady Flo Yen turned to Mikhail with a cold expression and ordered him to release her hand. She even added that it was highly rude of him to lay his hands on a lady, leaving Mikhail stunned by her unexpected response. As he processed her words, Javilian repeated herself firmly and ordered to let go of her hand immediately. Sir Mikhail was still in shock, a reaction Lady Juval had expected. She had never used her status to intimidate him before, treating him as an equal despite his lower rank. But that had to change at that moment. She repeated herself one last time, demanding that he let go of her hand. Her firm words snapped him back to his senses. Lady Juval could have charged him with assault for forcing her hand, but instead she simply reminded him not to make the same mistake with others. She then turned to her lover, signaling that she was done with the conversation. Max, however, said he was willing to wait if she still had more to say. But before they could leave, Sir Mikhail shouted her name, asking why she had chosen Max over him and why she was ignoring him now. He even accused her lover of starting it all, calling him a rude, uneducated peasant. Mikhail questioned if Juval's actions were a ploy to make him notice her. Juval couldn't believe her ears, and neither could Max when Mikhail insulted him. Max, a prince, thought himself more educated than Mikhail, and Juval realized that Mikhail still assumed she was the same girl who had chased after him for 2 years. To make it clear, she firmly told him she had no interest in him anymore. Mikhail protested, reminding her that she had once declared her love for him and no one else. She didn't deny it. Yes, it had been true in the past, but it was all over now. She had no feelings left for him. Mikhail seemed crushed by her words. As she walked away, Juval warned him not to speak to her again. She no longer wanted anything to do with him. With the commotion now over, the other ladies quickly excused themselves, frightened by Sir Mikhail's fury. His thoughts kept replaying Lady Flo Yen's words, but he couldn't bring himself to accept them. Just then, Lady Veronica approached, grabbing his hand in concern. To her surprise, he violently shook her off, telling her to stop clinging to him like an insect. He didn't even care that she fell to the ground. His irritation was clear. Lady Veronica was stunned. Just moments ago, he had been sweet to her, even asking her out on a date. Now, he treated her as though she were nothing. As the realization sank in, her tears began to fall. She now understood Lady Floyan's words all too well. It was exactly how she had been treated before. Meanwhile, Sir Mikhail's anger simmered. He couldn't accept that Juval had discarded him so easily. He vowed to make her love him again. In their carriage on the way back, Juval stared at Max. Silence hung between them, but Max eventually noticed her gaze. He asked why she was looking at him, and she responded that she had something to say. At first, Juval thought the situation had been resolved, but then she remembered Max's impulsive actions, including his confrontation with Mikhail. His behavior had been reckless, as had his earlier actions with Baron Gordon. She realized she needed to discipline him. She gently told Max to be more careful with his actions around others, but Max defended himself, insisting he was already being cautious. Juval clarified that she was talking about his fight with Mikhail, warning that it could have led to trouble if he was so reckless. Max misunderstood, thinking she saw him as weak and incapable of defeating Mikhail. She tried to explain that she wasn't talking about his strength, but about how insulting a noble could cause serious problems. He interrupted, boasting that he could easily defeat Mikhail, even if there were 10 of him. Juval, frustrated, tried again to explain that it wasn't about being weak. It was about avoiding trouble. She asked him what he would do if something happened to him. Max stubbornly insisted that nothing could harm him, which only annoyed Juval further. She stood up and moved closer to him, her voice soft but firm as she explained she was simply worried about him. She told him not to be overconfident, even if he was strong. Sometimes he could face multiple enemies at once, and they would strike the moment they saw his weakness. She remembered a painful memory from her past. Despite having a hero for a father and being the daughter of a duke, everyone had abandoned her when she needed them most. The only option left to her had been death, a memory that still haunted her. Max noticed the sadness in her eyes and realized she was on the verge of tears. He agreed to follow her advice, willing to do whatever she asked. Juval was surprised by how easily he agreed, and it made her wonder if he truly understood everything she had said. He then clarified if what she meant was that he should back down from nobles. Juval smiled and nodded, glad that he had understood, even if it had been difficult to convince him. Max pulled his hand away, reflecting on how satisfying it was to teach people a lesson, but seeing Juval's happy face made him reconsider. He thought that if she was this concerned about him, maybe he could try being more agreeable. The next day, Max was invited to the Floyen mansion, where Lady Juval promised to treat him to a meal for his hard work. He was excited, thinking it would be just the two of them, but he was surprised to find that her father, the Duke, would also be joining them. When he arrived, the Duke coldly asked what he was waiting for, eyeing him with an intense gaze. Max felt nervous and immediately decided to accept the invitation to sit beside his master, sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding him. Before he could sit down, Max stared at his master, thinking that despite knowing him for over a decade, he still couldn't read what was on his mind. Meanwhile, the Duke simply fixed him with a cold stare, waiting for him to take his seat. Juvillian hadn't expected her father to be at home, and she certainly hadn't expected her lover to act the way he was. She reached out to catch his attention, her hand gently clasping his, and whispered that if he was nervous because of her father, he could sit next to her. When the soup was served, Juvillian began teaching Max about proper table manners, telling him to use the outermost spoon. He was confused. It wasn't that he didn't know what to do, he'd been taught table manners at the age of 5. But as he was about to correct her, he saw the look in her eyes. She wanted him to trust her, to accept her help. He hesitated, but ultimately agreed. A moment later, a servant entered to announce that steak would be served as the main course, and asked how they would like it prepared. Juvillian immediately replied that she wanted it medium rare, then added that Max should have his steak prepared the same way. She didn't know that he disliked undercooked food, and he wanted to explain it to her. But as she continued to guide him through the meal, he missed his chance to speak up. The Duke observed the exchange, his gaze hardening as he watched his daughter shower Max with affection. He couldn't help but think that she was being deceived again, just as she had been in the past. As Juvillian wiped Max's mouth, the Duke muttered under his breath, thinking that she shouldn't trust men so easily. When the steak was finally served, Max found himself staring at it, thinking that he always ate steak and could easily have it every day if he wanted to. But before he could process it, Juvillian suddenly reached for his plate, offering to cut his steak for him. He wanted to protest. He wasn't a child anymore, and besides, her father was watching them. Just then, the Duke furiously called out his daughter's name, his voice sharp with disapproval. The Duke could not accept that Max was letting Juvillian cut his food. Gripping his knife, he offered to do it himself. Max froze, wondering if the Duke intended to do something much worse, especially given the way he was holding that sharp thing on his hand. The Duke ordered his daughter to pass Max's plate to him. Juvillian assumed he was doing it to make peace with his student, so she complied. As he began cutting the steak, the Duke made a comment about how the outside looked different from the inside. He glanced at Max, as if to suggest that Max, too, was pretending to love his daughter. The prince locked eyes with his master, silently communicating that the Duke was no better, acting as though he had accepted their relationship. On the other side of the table, Javelian was too focused on the steak's preparation to notice the silent exchange between the two men. The Duke continued his speech. You must always be careful when things appear different on the outside. You might end up seeing blood. His words were direct, as if he were speaking to Max, warning him against pretending to love his Juvel. Max glanced at his master, wanting to say the same thing back to him. But Javelian, completely unaware of the silent tension between the two men, was too preoccupied with the possibility that the chef had made a mistake with the steak's preparation. Without warning, the Duke offered to cut Javelian's steak as well. She was surprised, but assumed that since he had cut Max's, it would be strange for him to leave her steak untouched. She thanked him politely. As he sliced her meat, the Duke suggested that they have tea together after the meal. The idea irked Max. He had hoped for some alone time with Javelian. The lady, however, couldn't help but notice how her father seemed to care about his student. After her father, the Duke, suggested that the three of them have some tea after their meal. Javelian proposed they drink the tea she had personally prepared. Both men were intrigued and pleased by the idea. They looked forward to tasting the tea she had made. Just then, the servant returned with a message for the Duke from the palace. The Emperor had ordered him to come immediately. Javelian, recognizing the urgency, suggested that they postpone the tea, but the Duke waved her off as he insisted that it was not that urgent. His daughter couldn't believe her ears, but the Duke dismissed the servant and declared that their tea was more important. Max, surprisingly, supported his master's decision. Reluctantly, Javelian agreed, and the three of them sat down to drink the tea she had prepared. Despite her enjoyment of the tea, Javelian couldn't shake the worry disturbing her. She feared that her father's disregard for the Emperor's summons might anger the royal family, which could have serious consequences for her in the future. After tasting the tea, the Duke remarked that it was incredible. Javelian was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever praised her like that. But she wasn't sure if he was referring to the tea or something else entirely. Max, who wasn't fond of tea, commented that the aroma was pleasant. Javelian, knowing he didn't care for it, simply accepted the compliment and hoped that the tea was indeed as good as it seemed. At least she didn't have to worry about the upcoming tea party she had to host. Suddenly, the Duke announced that he wanted to speak with his student alone. Javelian, knowing their conversation was important, excused herself and left the room. Once she was gone, the Duke's temper flared and asked what he was planning with his daughter while glaring at Max. He wanted his answer as to why he had been loitering around her. Max, equally frustrated, wanted the Duke to explain what he meant by planning to his daughter. But as he was about to explain further, he stopped, unsure of why he had been doing so much for her. The Duke, however, seemed to see through him and said that he at least couldn't lie about his feelings as he had been acting as though he loves her. The word love caught Max off guard, wondering if he was really like that to the lady. The Duke, seeing his reaction, continued that his daughter, Juvel, had already been hurt so much, so he should stop pretending that he loved her. For a moment, Max was silent. But then, to the Duke's surprise, he spoke up, his expression one the Duke had never seen before. Max said quietly that he might really love Javelian. The Duke froze, taken aback by the unexpected admission. The tension between them deepened, and the room seemed to grow colder. What he had heard from the prince was unbelievable to him. Max thought that while he did approach her with a horrible intention when they were together, he always felt at peace with her. And he is not required to behave in front of her. Juvel does not consider him weak. And when he had a meal with her, Max didn't mind things he usually detested. It didn't feel horrible to lose to her because he feared she would abandon him. The prince realized that Juvel made his heart race as he started to love her. The Duke was truly taken aback by what he had heard. It was hard for him to believe that his student, who was a cold man since he was young, loved his daughter. Max said that even if he looked at him that way, he wouldn't change his mind. As if he were some sort of devil, he felt that he was offending Maximilian. Lord Legis clutched his palm, clearly annoyed since he knew what kind of person he was. He believed that his daughter had been taken by a monster. Before leaving, the prince stated that he had no plans to end their relationship. But he was not at all convinced. He questioned whether he was sincere about everything. Meanwhile, while she was reading a book in her room, Juvel assumed that her father and her lover had been talking nicely. Since the Duke had not spoken to his student after he had allowed them to meet, she was a little worried about him. She recalled back to the day they all ate together. The way they had looked at one another was truly remarkable. She was happy thinking that the agreement for the relationship was running well. Maximilian suddenly knocked on the window while she was busy daydreaming of her plans going smoothly. When Javelian spotted him outside, she was surprised. But before she opened it, she was a little annoyed as he came by the window again instead of the door, and at the same time, it was also an improvement that he learned how to knock now. Then she opened the window and saw how red his face was. She asked him right away if he was okay while holding his face slightly since she thought he had a fever. However, as her warm fingers moved across his cheeks, he remained silent. Eventually, Maximilian realizes why. All of a sudden, a stunning light filled his previously miserable environment. Her expression was gloomy as she questioned whether he was really ill. She had to ask him if he was certain he didn't require medical attention, but he assured her that he was all right. She observed that he was seated so close to her this time, which made her a little uncomfortable. Lady Floyen then confronted him about the conversation he had with the Duke. So he answered that her father had doubts about their relationship. Javel was upset because, despite her best efforts to act, Lord Legis was still not persuaded. The prince thought they should get to know one another better because they failed to appear like true lovers to him. Max then inquired about her preferences, which startled her. She was unable to respond since she was unsure of what was meant, and she had never thought about it before. And she now understood what he meant when he told her that he enjoyed swords. So she informed him about the things she liked the most. According to Lady Floyen, she prefers tea, reading books, and flowers. Slowly, he was learning more about her while listening to her intently. But after a while, she felt exhausted and discouraged. She seemed a little worried about whether they would both be all right doing it. Given that her father still continues to keep up with the prince, they will be in big trouble if he discovers that they are merely pretending. Maximilian couldn't help but wonder if the lady truly disliked the crown prince. He assaulted his closest servant with no warning, according to stories, which is why Javel was afraid of him. He was the devil who attempted to make her life miserable in her previous life. Remembering that the servant she mentioned had once tried to poison him, he became upset. Then he believed that being a royal was supposed to be both scary and miserable. The prince then informed her that since she hadn't met the prince in person, it was a little too soon for her to make such an assumption. Lady Floyen commented that some people can be frightened of bears or panthers even if they haven't encountered them before, so it could be the case for her the moment he met her. It was unjust and unreal to him because he adored animals. He returned to ask her if she would marry if the crown prince vowed not to kill her. But she observed that he was obsessed with the prince, which made her tremble. In his mind, he guaranteed that she wouldn't harm the one he loved. However, Javel can now picture him in her mind, which makes her feel uneasy and shiver. She considered responding with simple replies to put an end to the conversation. Lady Floyen said she might give it some thought if he doesn't harm her. Maximilian felt quite active and satisfied after hearing what she said, as there was still hope for him. He was curious if that meant they would marry as long as he committed not to hurt her. But Lady Floyen was having some bad dreams since she could not stop visualizing him. Max stood up after their talk and informed her that he would be going, because he needed to restore his reputation. So it's time for him to return to the palace. Later that night, Lady Floyen, deeply asleep, dreamed of her mother urging her to pay attention. In the dream, they planned to play hide and seek, and her mother instructed her to wait in the wardrobe until given the signal to exit. In her dream, young Javel wondered whether her father would be the one to participate. However, her mother harshly declared that the man was not her real father but a monster. She told Javel to keep her whereabouts a secret, fearful that the monster might find her. The little girl cried, distressed by the unsettling nature of the dream. The horror of what might happen if the monster discovered Javel lingered with Lady Floyen. She feared that if he found her, Javel could be in grave danger. Then suddenly her dream turned to the crown prince choking her to death. The vision of the monster seizing the child in her dream caused Lady Floyen to awaken, breathless and terrified. She reassured herself that it had only been a nightmare, but she wondered if she was feeling ill again and contemplated calling the doctor later. The dream left Javel reflecting on her mother, though she couldn't recall her clearly. Despite the uncertainty, she felt the presence of her mother in the dream. Meanwhile, it was apparent that the emperor was troubled by Maximilian's actions. His frustration with his son's excuses for avoiding the palace was evident, and he crushed the paper he held, angered by the situation. An aide interrupted His Majesty and quickly informed him that Duke Floyen had just arrived. When he entered the room, he greeted His Majesty and showed his respect. Upon meeting the Duke, the Emperor expressed his displeasure, and the Duke apologized for the delay while stating that many issues had been on his mind. He directed the Duke to head south, but remained silent about the specifics of the journey, which surprised Legis. The Emperor had received alarming news that Margrave Lennox, the Lord of the South, was suspected of plotting rebellion. Lennox had been amassing an army, possibly preparing for an attack from the nearby Ragan, a move the Emperor found deeply concerning. Duke Floyen, however, doubted the Emperor's assessment, believing that his loyal subjects were being misjudged once again. He could not, in good conscience, leave his daughter Javel, especially not for such a baseless command. The Duke's concern was clear as he questioned the Emperor's doubts about Lennox's loyalty, emphasizing that Lennox had always kept the Empire safe from external threats. The Emperor, in contrast, revealed that Duke Floyen's loyalty was unquestionable because of the collar he wore, which bound him to the Emperor's side. The Emperor made it clear that as long as Duke Floyen wore the collar, his loyalty was guaranteed, but the same could not be said for other subjects. The Emperor's disdain for his subjects, particularly the Duke, was evident as he contemplated drastic actions. Yet, his love for his daughter held him back. He could not act rashly while she was still under his care, trapped by the consequences of his own actions. As the Duke looked on, he acknowledged the pain and hardship his daughter had endured because of him, and though she might never forgive him, His love for her remained unchanged. He wished to remove the collar and regain the freedom to love her without restraint, but he asked her to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a loud voice from outside interrupted their conversation. Someone had arrived at the palace, and the guards blocked his entrance, but he was persistent and forced his way in. Both the emperor and the duke were stunned when Maximilian walked into the room unexpectedly. The emperor was puzzled by his sudden arrival, and the crown prince assumed his father would be pleased to see him. However, the emperor seemed displeased by his unannounced return, wondering if Maximilian had interrupted an important discussion. Maximilian, undeterred, stood his ground, challenging the duke's authority and warning him that defying an imperial order could have consequences. He relished in his defiance, knowing the emperor had no choice but to witness the scene unfold. As the emperor struggled to regain control of the situation, he realized that instead of sending Duke Floyen to the south, he would need to send someone else. Meanwhile, the news of Maximilian's return spread rapidly throughout the Ashet Empire's imperial palace. Empress Isabel was furious when she learned of his arrival, especially since they hadn't communicated with the spy in over a week. She scolded the servant and ordered him out of her sight, frustrated by the situation. Her daughter, however, suggested that they take a more diplomatic approach, urging her mother to greet her brother properly upon his return to prevent any others from seizing the opportunity. Duke Legis left the palace, fully aware of the instructions he had received. His Majesty had ordered him to remain in the capital and continue guarding it, which he immediately accepted. The emperor, deeply intimidated by his own son, had no choice but to keep him within the palace. Maximilian had become accustomed to threatening his father, and as a result, the duke no longer needed to go to the south. Just as Duke Legis was about to leave, Maximilian unexpectedly approached him. The two walked to a room where they sat down for tea. As the servant departed, the prince removed his helmet, and the duke began speaking. He mentioned before that no one in the palace knew of his apprenticeship with Duke Legis. He noted that the duke never let his guard down, even in private conversations. Maximilian then shifted the topic to a conversation he had with his father, asking the duke about the matter. However, the duke remained firm, explaining that the issue was a secret order, and he was not authorized to disclose it. Maximilian assumed the duke would not share any information, so he tried to push him. He suddenly brought up rumors of disturbances within the palace, including an assassin. The duke reassured him not to worry about it, though he couldn't help but notice that the prince was audacious enough to discuss matters relating to his own father's attempted assassination. Duke Legis mentioned that the true mastermind behind the plot was still at large. He looked at his student knowing he was the one behind it and gave a warning with his eyes that he would overlook it if he stayed away from his daughter. This prompted the prince to question why a son would not seek more information about such a serious threat to his father. He also expressed confusion over why the duke was concealing his conversations with the emperor. Maximilian reminded the duke that, as the crown prince, it was his duty to be informed about everything happening within the palace. He advised his student to always remember that no subject could disregard an imperial command, no matter the nature of the request, even from the crown prince. The duke was not pleased by Maximilian's words, but accepted them with grace. The duke, before leaving, thanked the prince for preventing his journey to the south, which meant he had to avoid Lady Floyen for the time being. The duke wished him well and left the room. Afterward, Maximilian slammed the teacup in frustration, not caring if it broke. However, a nearby knight managed to catch the cup just in time, reminding Maximilian of its value. Reflecting on his situation, Maximilian realized he had to find a way to ensure his message reached Lady Floyen. He initially considered pretending to be the prince and sending a letter to reassure her, but he quickly realized that Duke Legis had instructed Derek to forward all correspondence from the palace directly to him. This meant the letter would never reach Javel, which made it difficult for him to reach her. Determined, Maximilian decided to leave the palace. When a knight inquired about his destination, he claimed he was going to consult Phrygia for advice. Derek, considering the situation, thought it was a good idea to ask for suggestions. Later, Maximilian called upon the knight, Victor. After removing his armor, Maximilian reminded him that if anyone discovered he was impersonating the prince, it would not end well. The knight, sweating with anxiety, assured Maximilian that he would return quickly. However, as Victor thought he had left the room, Maximilian caught him in the act of tossing the armor to the ground. The knight, startled by the prince's sudden presence, explained that he had lost his grip while polishing the armor. Maximilian, taking the opportunity, asked Victor if he knew how to send a letter without it being noticed by the household master. He had heard that Victor, though known for his charm, was skilled in discreet activities. Victor, taken aback by the prince's question, assured him he could help. Later that evening, Maximilian snuck out of the palace. He found a bird and tied a note to its leg, threatening it if it flew in the wrong direction. With a flap of its wings, the bird understood its task and took off, heading straight for Lady Floyen. Maximilian, confident that Javel would receive the message and not worry, watched the bird fly into the night. That same evening, Lady Javel sat alone at her writing desk, deep in thought as she wrote. The upcoming event was weighing heavily on her mind. Invitations had already been sent out, but a lingering worry gnawed at her. What if no one came? The trouble she had caused Lady Veronica could prevent guests from attending. Still, she was fairly certain that Lady Rose would show up for the event. After all, despite her reservations about high society, she had prepared as best as she could. As she pondered, a bird appeared outside her window. A lone pigeon perched there, tapping at the glass. The sudden sight startled her, and a sense of unease settled over her. She wondered what the bird's presence meant. It scared the lady as she assumed it was trying to break the glass of her window so it could come in. Her servant, Marilyn, entered and offered dessert, but immediately noticed Lady Javel's situation. She was crying, and upon seeing the pigeon, Marilyn understood the source of the anxiety. Javel, still on edge, ordered the servant to chase the bird away, terrified by its unexpected appearance. Marilyn tried to shoo the bird, but it merely fluttered outside the window. However, something caught her eye, a small object tied to the bird's foot. She froze, realizing it was likely a carrier pigeon, typically used for secret communications, a method reserved for military and covert messages. Nobility like herself rarely encountered such birds, as it was forbidden as a courtesy. As the thought crossed her mind, Marilyn speculated that the note might be a love letter, though a sense of dread quickly overtook that assumption. Love letters aren't sent by carrier pigeon, Javel muttered aloud, her mind spinning. She considered the possibilities. If it were indeed a love letter, why the secrecy? Why the hidden delivery? Her unease deepened as she realized that the bird might not be delivering something as innocuous as a romantic note. Could it be a threat? A fanatic message, perhaps? Meanwhile, the prince had no intention of letting the bird go unnoticed. He quickly realized that the bird had failed its mission. The letter had not reached Lady Flo Yen as intended. A subordinate of his came as she was looking for him. She noticed the carrier pigeon he was holding and the note attached to it, which had the crown prince's seal. The prince explained that it was for Lady Flo Yen, but unfortunately it failed to reach her. When she asked what was included in the note, His Highness answered that it was about not harming the lady. After hearing that, his subordinate was happy that it failed, which annoyed the prince. She wondered aloud why the letter had not worked, given that Lady Flo Yen had no idea who he was. If the bird had succeeded, she would surely have thought him a threat, especially with rumors surrounding the crown prince. The subordinate advised him on how to approach her properly and said that if he wanted to meet Lady Flo Yen, he would need a legitimate reason, not a random letter from someone she didn't know. Though it was hard to understand and accept her reasoning, the prince agreed to her suggestion and let the bird go. He then asked about what was happening in the palace, and his subordinate answered that the Empress's faction was creating a false rumor about him. They were so busy spreading that, but it was still the same story, so it was nothing new for them. But they got a piece of important news about Margrave Lennox, who was raising an army that had reached the Emperor's ears. When he heard about it, he remembered that person had always pushed for a larger army. He asked her if it was because the neighboring Ragan was showing signs of preparing an invasion. The subordinate explained that based on the reports of their spies in Ragan, there had been no suspicious signs except for an increase in food supplies. The crown prince asked what was the reason behind that, and she answered that it was because of famine relief. Hearing about it, Max thought that it was a perfect excuse to gather an army and ordered his subordinate to prepare a meeting with Margrave Lennox. She complained to the prince as it was too dangerous for him. That man was out of favor with the emperor, so a single careless move could be seen as treason. The crown prince was not even the slightest bit scared, as it was an opportunity rather than a danger to him. If his plan worked, not only they would gain the south, but the entire empire would be on his side. The prince was certain his father had ordered Duke Legis to monitor Margrave Lennox in the south. He recalled how Duke Legis had mentioned that he was unable to go south due to Maximilian's actions. The Duke had praised the prince for keeping him in the capital, a move that, unbeknownst to the emperor, would provide Maximilian with the opportunity to gain more power. He was telling him that since he wouldn't be going, he should take that chance. It was as if the stage had been set for him, so now, he just needed to win the hearts of the people and use it to grow his strength while his fool of a father didn't notice anything. The next day, preparations for the tasting event were well underway. The tables were set, and Lady Flo Yen was still unsettled by the pigeon's mysterious appearance. But she eventually put her concerns aside when the servants informed her that the guests had arrived. As the guests entered, Lady Javel thanked them for attending, and the other girls were happy about it. Her eyes widened, though, when she saw Lady Veronica among the guests. She hadn't expected her to show up. The gathering was small, but in keeping with tradition, it was important for Javel, as the hostess, to greet her guests. Although her father rarely took an interest in such matters, Javel was accustomed to managing the events on her own. As the guests whispered amongst themselves, Lady Rose asked a question that took Javel by surprise. "Does Lady Flo Yen have an older brother?" Confused, Javel could not immediately respond. She looked around, trying to make sense of their murmurs. Then she noticed something that sent a chill down her spine. Lord Legis had quietly entered the room and was standing right behind her. He greeted the guests with a smile. Javel, perplexed by the guests' remarks and the unexpected appearance of Lord Legis, realized something was changing. Lady Javel couldn't quite believe that her father, Duke Legis, had actually attended the event she had organized. It was a small gathering, and she hadn't informed him about it, knowing that he wouldn't have shown up otherwise. To her surprise, there he was, standing proudly beside her, supporting her in front of the guests. As they greeted him, they praised him as the Empire's greatest hero. But Duke Legis, in his usual humble manner, downplayed the formalities, telling them there was no need for such praise since they were all friends of his daughter. He urged them to enjoy the evening and made sure they felt at ease in their home. Duke Legis gently patted her head, a gesture that filled her with pride and affection. He seemed genuinely pleased with her efforts, and although she was a little embarrassed, she couldn't help but feel grateful for his support. She noticed the visitors' astonishment as they observed the warm father-daughter bond. Even the women whispered among themselves, impressed by the affection between them. Javel's heart swelled, but as soon as he left them, she felt a pang of loneliness. For the first time in a long while, she wondered if her father truly loved her. Later in the day, as they enjoyed tea, the guests were surprised by the fragrance of the drink. It was strong, almost floral, and seemed to have a distinct rose scent. They admired the tea's appearance and asked how Javel had created such a unique flavor. For a moment, she seemed lost in thought, reflecting on her father's earlier presence. The question brought her back to the moment, and she explained how the tea was prepared, sharing her knowledge of how tea can absorb the aromas of flowers or fruit when stored together. Her guests were impressed by her explanation, one of them even calling her brilliant for understanding the process. Javel smiled modestly, laughing at the compliment. She wasn't a genius, she said, but it was the result of her hard work. She had spent many long days caring for the roses, making sure to protect them from the harsh weather with the help of Marilyn. The flowers had been a gift that she guarded with all her heart. The guests were moved by her story and admired her dedication. From across the room, Duke Legis watched his daughter and her companions, observing the cheerful atmosphere with a quiet smile. Looking at her, he wondered if his daughter knew that she was the reason he could keep on living. His thoughts drifted back to the past, to a time when he had been broken, covered in blood and despair. He remembered coming home from the Floyen residence 13 years ago, his body stained with blood. The servants had seen the smear on the floor as he entered, but he paid them no mind. He had felt as though he were walking through hell, bound by duty to the Emperor, questioning how much longer he could endure such a life. That night, after returning home, he had gone straight to his room, his mind heavy with dark thoughts. He had been prepared to face his end, but then little Javel had come to him. She had entered his room, not even noticing the blood on his clothes, and simply smiled at him. The little one was bored and wanted to play with her father, but she thought he was already sleeping. She had climbed into his bed and laid next to him, patting his shoulder and offering small prayers to the moon and the stars, asking them to protect her father and bring light into his world. Her innocent words had broken him, and he had been moved to tears. At that moment, he realized she was the reason he had continued to live. Javel had saved him, and in return, he was willing to do anything for her. He hugged her tightly as she fell asleep, promising to protect her with everything he had. It was her love that had healed him, and it was her love that kept him going. As Javel glanced at her father from across the room, she noticed that something about his demeanor had changed. He seemed different, softer, more affectionate than she had ever seen him before. She wondered if, perhaps, he had always loved her in this way, but only now was he showing it. A moment later, Lady Veronica brought the news that sent a shock through the other ladies. The Crown Prince, Maximilian, had returned to the capital. Javel's heart skipped a beat as the news sank in. Not long after, Maximilian himself arrived at the gathering, apologizing for his tardiness. His presence was unexpected, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. Maximilian's unexpected arrival at the mansion for Lady Floyen's event caught Javel by surprise. She had believed he wouldn't make it, yet there he was, standing before her. She quickly noticed the outfit she had prepared for him, and a sense of joy filled her as she saw him walk into the room. Her heart fluttered with happiness at his presence, and she called him over to sit by her. Lady Veronica, on the other hand, held her cup of tea in silence as she observed the pair. With a sharp tone, she remarked that it must be a relief for Lady Floyen to have someone at her side, since she wouldn't be a candidate for the crown princess anymore. Her words were laced with a subtle jab, and she eyed them with disdain. Maximilian, hearing the underlying implication, silently struggled with the opinion. Another lady at the table asked if there had been any updates on the crown princess selection, to which another responded with doubt, given that the prince had already come of age and surely the process couldn't be skipped this year. These words stung Maximilian deeply. He had been striving so hard to live up to expectations and prove himself worthy, but all he heard were critical remarks about his status. The conversation quickly took a more hurtful turn when one lady mentioned that the crown prince was so terrible a son that even the emperor had given up on him. She referred to him as the devil incarnate. The rumors about him being a bad son, an unworthy prince, and a monster were spreading rapidly in the room, and Maximilian felt the weight of these false accusations pressing on him. Juval thought that they could gossip about the crown prince like that, while the man beside her hoped that she wouldn't join their conversation. As the conversation continued, another comment surfaced about the crown prince's supposed monstrous face. It was whispered that Maximilian always wore his helmet to hide his terrifying appearance. But the rumors didn't stop there. They went on to claim that his personality was equally monstrous, and there were even stories of him torturing and killing animals since he was a child. The whispers implied that his own mother, the previous empress, had expelled him from her residence because of his monstrous nature. Maximilian was stunned, unable to process the cruelty of the gossip around him. Lady Juval, however, was growing increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation. She couldn't fathom how these women could slander the crown prince so freely, especially when they had never even met him. She felt a sense of responsibility to speak up and defend him. Despite her own reservations, she urged the women to refrain from judging him based on rumors. She told them that, although they hadn't met him yet, she believed that Maximilian could be a much better person than they imagined. Her words were firm but gentle, and the room fell silent as she spoke. Maximilian, taken aback by her defense, was silent for a moment. The women around them, including Lady Veronica and Lady Rose, were also left speechless by Juval's unexpected stand. But the other ladies quickly agreed with her, nodding in acknowledgement of her point. Juval smiled, feeling a sense of relief. She had done what she could to stop the spread of harmful words, though she knew the danger of crossing lines when it came to the imperial family. As she quietly pondered the potential fallout, she reminded herself that she was a possible candidate to become the crown prince's partner, and therefore she had to be cautious in her actions. Maximilian, now holding his cup of tea, smiled at Juval and quietly said, "You said it well." His words were sincere, and as he glanced at her, there was a sense of respect in his eyes. Her stance was one of honor and integrity, and Maximilian couldn't help but appreciate her attitude. Though their conversation had been somewhat tense, the atmosphere between them seemed to ease, and for a brief moment, Juval noticed that Maximilian nearly slipped back into speaking casually with her. Lady Rose's words lingered in the air as she nodded in agreement and said that she had learned a lot that time as well. At first, she thought Lady Floyen was just like the rumors said, scary and unapproachable. Juval avoided making direct eye contact with Lady Rose as she listened to her words. A part of her was taken aback. Lady Rose was speaking the truth, and it stung a little, for it was undeniable that Juval had once been labeled as a villainess. But the lady happily remarked that the Lady Floyen she met was such a kind and gentle person. The other ladies around the table nodded in agreement with Lady Rose's sentiment. They, too, had been surprised by Lady Floyen's warmth and charm, qualities that didn't align with the rumors they had once heard. Lady Veronica's comment about the tea lingered in the air as she spoke with a serious expression. She stated that even though she has been kind enough to share her secrets about the tea with them, membership in the tasting party must be based on objective judgment. Her tone was firm as she continued that the tea was a plain Darjeeling, which made Juval a little disappointed as she thought she had failed. Her goal was just to hold the party safely, so she shouldn't have felt that way. But Lady Veronica commented on how meticulously her tea was prepared, which made Lady Floyen blush at the compliments. The praise from Lady Veronica didn't sound entirely like a compliment. It felt more like a critique veiled in politeness. The lady shyly reminded her that if she broke the rules, she'd be expelled from the tasting party. The other ladies, seeing her words as an affirmation, were delighted by the decision. Lady Rose congratulated Lady Floyen, her voice genuinely cheerful. The other ladies echoed her sentiments, all clapping and offering their congratulations. Even Maximilian joined in with a polite applause, although his expression remained unreadable. As the party ended, Juval couldn't help but reflect on what had just happened. She still couldn't quite believe that Lady Veronica had actually allowed her to join the tasting party. This group, the women who had attended today, would eventually become the closest allies to the princess. More importantly, they would be the ones who could turn the tides against her if things ever went wrong. But the thought also gave her a sense of clarity. She had made her way into their circle, and in doing so, she could potentially gain their trust before any accusations were made. Still, she hated the idea of being in such high society affairs. Juval, feeling the weight of this new reality, let her head slump onto the table in frustration as she anticipated that she needed to go to those social events in the future. Maximilian, sensing her unease, asked what was wrong with that. The lady said that she was not used to those kinds of things. Maximilian listened quietly and remembered how his subordinate reported how Lady Floyen was an outcast of high society. She became the go-to enemy of social elites, who were always at the center of gossip, which made her treat those people nastily and avoid them. He knew what it felt like to be an outcast, so he thought it may be the reason why he got attached to her. Juval's words reminded him of his own painful history, one that was marked by rumors and misunderstandings 13 years ago at the palace. It leads them to not want to serve him as they see him as a monster. Hearing those nasty words from people hurt the young prince, and the only one he ran into was her mother. But the empress told him not to go to her palace anymore after that incident, which hurt him. He explained and begged her mother to believe him so she wouldn't hate him, as she was the only comfort for the young prince. As the Empress embraced her son, she told him that the reason for not letting him visit her place was because there might be hidden poison there. She knew that it was not her son's doing as she wiped his tears and clearly stated that she trusted him fully. It was evident that the Empress loved her son as she tried to calm him down and reassured him that she believed in him. Thinking about those times brought painful memories and, at the same time, the joy that he felt for his mother. He leaned in, speaking softly but firmly that he understood her. Max added that she didn't need to worry about anything as she would be all right while brushing her hair. He smiled at her, reminding her that all she needed to do was to believe in herself, which caught Javelian off guard. While he gently patted her head, Lady Floyen looked up at him, her heart feeling strangely light from his reassurance. The thought lingered in her mind. She didn't know that Max could give comfort like that as if he was completely a different person. Lady Floyen couldn't help but feel something and bowed her head to hide her face. Suddenly, he shared that he needed to say something to her, and it was the reason why he came to her event. It surprised Lady Floyen when Max said that he wouldn't be able to visit her for a while. It was so sudden that she thought something happened, but he explained that a job had come up for the first time in a while. She couldn't help but worry about it after hearing that and asked if what he meant was mercenary work. Max couldn't tell her the truth because it was related to his real identity as the Crown Prince, so he just said that it was similar to it. The lady asked if it was dangerous, but he reassured her that it was not something that she should worry about as he was used to it already. His words gave relief to Lady Floyen, and she was glad that he was confident since he may be that much stronger than he looked. Suddenly, he noticed that her makeup was smudging everywhere, which made her shy, as she was so relaxed in front of him that she didn't notice it. When she got her handkerchief to fix it, Max stole it and leaned towards her. He was seriously reminding her about their contract, so she shouldn't do anything with other men while he was away. That caught Javelian off guard while he added that it should be like that since they were a couple. Those words made her speechless, and the same feeling she felt earlier, she felt again. After that, Max bid his goodbye while the lady still couldn't say anything and thought that it was nice that he informed her in advance this time. Before she realized that he hadn't returned her handkerchief, the prince had already gone through her window. Even though she felt great that he told her about his absence, she was somewhat disappointed since she wanted to have dessert with him before he left. But now that she was alone and Max was gone, she didn't feel like eating it anymore. Time passed by so quickly, and Lady Floyen came back to her senses while Lady Veronica called her name a few times. She knew she was spacing out again, and Javelian just remembered that she was on a walk with Veronica. She reminded her not to space out in their empire, to which Lady Floyen apologized while reasoning that she felt sleepy the past few days. When she heard that, Lady Veronica was worried that she might be sick, but Javelian said that she was not, so there was nothing to worry about. It had been 2 months already since she joined as a member of their tea party, and ever since they had held 4 other tea parties that led her to become quite close to other members. At first, she was worried, but she realized she was doing well at socializing. Despite how much time she spends with them, she feels empty and lonely inside. She even tried to talk to her father about his sudden change, but he couldn't see him that day due to urgent matters, and she had no news from Max at all, which upset her even more. While they were walking, she heard from 2 ladies about the news that Ragan wanted to fight their empire. They added that it was bad news for them, so they went to the temple to pray as it might help them. Thinking about it, Juval thought that Margrave Lennox, who built up his forces for that, would join the fight but would fail in the end. The one who rescues their empire from Ragan, the one who ends up joining the battle under the Emperor's orders, it was her father who brought peace and victory to their empire. Suddenly, what Lady Veronica said about the battle was a victory because of the Crown Prince greatly shocked Juval. She asked where she had heard it from, and her friend answered that she overheard Rose's big brother, who was excitedly sharing it with everyone who listened to him. According to him, the Crown Prince and Margrave Lennox could defend the empire, and it was thanks to the preparations they started 2 months ago. On top of that, His Highness charged into the enemy camp and ended their commander's life, which brought them victory. Javelian almost fainted when Lady Veronica shared that the palace was going to hold a victory party a month from now, which all nobles were required to attend with no exceptions. She remembered that she would cause a commotion at the princess's coming-of-age ceremony 2 months from now and get slapped by Her Highness. Her plan was just to be careful of the princess's ceremony, but she didn't expect the Crown Prince's sudden victory. She lost her balance just by thinking about it, and on top of that, there was even an unscheduled party. The sight of her made Veronica worried. Meanwhile, a man with a hood visited a crowded and noisy place where mercenaries gathered. He greeted the man who was alone in the corner that looked like the one he was supposed to meet. That man also wears a hood and was surprised to see him while drinking. The moment the man took off his hood, he recognized him immediately, and it was Duke Floyen. But what surprised the man most was that Legis hadn't aged at all and was still the same as the last time he saw him. While the Duke took off his fake hair, he apologized for not meeting him after his wife's death. He told him it was fine, as both of them became so busy that they didn't have time to contact each other. The man added that he was not there to torment himself and knew that the Duke came there as he needed something. Legis didn't deny that fact. As they continued to converse, the man heard that the Duke's student won the fight against Ragan. Legis was proud to tell him that it was an obvious result, as he was the one who taught him. Because of that, they would think of the Crown Prince as some battle-crazed demon over at the Empire. That man commented on how the Empire's people call anything they don't understand a demon, but for wanderers like him, who couldn't even step foot in their own land, thought differently. While lighting the cigarette on the Duke's hand using just a snap of his fingers, he continued to say that for magicians like him, it was the opposite. Legis assumed and said seriously that it would be a blessing for them. The Duke asked if he wanted to hear the possibility of Maximilian becoming the Emperor. That man answered that it was not the important thing he wanted to hear. He wanted to know if the Duke still wanted to end his life. It was still vivid in his memory that he always said that after his wife passed away and his daughter forgot every memory she had with him as she lost her memory. Every night when the Duke couldn't sleep, he would say he would rather die. That he would do that and get revenge on him and be with his wife again. Legis didn't deny it, but added that he couldn't die as of the moment, as he promised Javelian he wouldn't leave her on her own. The man was surprised to hear that and asked if he had already made up his mind. Duke Floyen didn't answer him as he was thinking of his daughter not leaving her. He then seriously asked the man a favor, and it was to look at every detail related to Circe's ring. Hearing news about the Crown Prince and the upcoming banquet to celebrate his victory exhausts Javelian. Lady Veronica notices her reaction and suggests she rest on the couch while she looks for their knights. The lady insisted that she was just fine. Seeing her look like she would collapse at any moment, Veronica didn't believe it. Without further delay, she left to return as quickly as possible. When she was left alone, Lady Floyen wondered if she really looked sick when she could not feel anything. To her, the day seemed to be an ordinary one, though hearing the news of the Crown Prince's victory and grand celebration was certainly surprising. As her thoughts turned to Max, she couldn't suppress a pout as she felt a little empty inside. Later on, a woman noticing that she was waiting for someone approached her. Seeing her clothing, the person seemed to be a priest. But Javelian did not know her, so she wondered who she was. The woman then asked to borrow her hand, but she was hesitant. Before she could question why, the woman suddenly grabbed her hand, declaring that she was a time traveler. She was halted. She could not believe that the woman before her knew about it, so she inquired what she meant by her words. The priest squeezed her hand and told her that she had made a terrible decision instead of waiting. Now in her current life, she could feel that someone who loved her would soon fall into tragic sorrow and sacrifice himself. She just hoped that her cherished person would survive. Javelian did not like what she heard from her, so she immediately removed her hand from her grasp and glared to accuse her of brazenly touching someone without permission. She then turned to leave, but her mind was still on her words. It seemed like the woman knew that this was already her second life. Suddenly, the woman stopped her from leaving. Seeing her stern face, she did not expect her to ask for a gold coin as a donation for the prophecy that she never asked for. Because of that, she suspected that the fortune-telling was just a trick to get some money. Meanwhile, near a fountain, people noticed the lady who kept on crying. Some of them criticized how a noblewoman like her could be seen weeping publicly. They did not know that it was Princess Beatrice, who was covering herself so no one could recognize her. She cried hard. Her mother's words were still echoing in her mind. The Empress was so furious upon hearing the victory of the Crown Prince. Her daughter's debutante ball was about to come, yet the Emperor was going to hold a celebration prior to her ceremony. When she tried to calm her infuriated mother, the Empress turned her madness to her, blaming her sufferings on her just because she was not born as a son. Because of that, she could not help but feel hatred towards her brother, Prince Maximilian, for having the spot of being a hero instead of her. Javelian, at that time, was walking while complaining about her experience with a woman who asked for a gold coin in exchange for a prophecy that she never asked for in the first place. As she thought about it, she was convinced that her words could be applied to any situation. Having that encounter just ruined her mood. While complaining, she accidentally bumped into the crying lady. She was surprised to see that she was in tears, but the lady just avoided her gaze and wiped her face while telling her to watch where she was heading. Javelian apologized to her while wondering if she should leave her alone since she was crying. On the other hand, the princess was so embarrassed, and all she could blame for this situation was her brother. As Lady Floyen walked away, she fought the urge to intervene. But as she took a glance at her again and noticed that she did not stop crying, she could not help but offer her a handkerchief. However, instead of being thankful, the lady was offended and glared at her. Despite the kindness, she made her feel that she does not need anyone's pity. Upon seeing her reaction, it only reminded her of Max. She could not believe that she would meet a female version of him. However, being seen in a situation that was full of tears, it is indeed looked pitiful. Javelian remembered when she was in that phase of life when she was hiding on that street. That was the day she was crying on her birthday because her father had not come to her debutante ball. She was taken aback when the crying lady snorted into her handkerchief. Because of that, she decided to completely give it to her. Later on, she heard the lady sharing her resentment in life. According to her, people have high expectations of her, too high that she doubted she could reach them. it seemed that it was easier to surrender. However, she was also afraid that everyone might hate her if she gave up. While listening to her, she suddenly realized how similar they were. The thought of her father hating her made him seem even more terrifying. Later, Javelian asked the woman if she had a coin, which only seemed to confuse her. Realizing the woman didn't have one, Javelian decided to lend her a coin. She then showed her what to do, explaining that she could toss the coin into the fountain and make a wish. She then closed her eyes, silently wishing for her own safety, a joyful time with her father, and for Max to return home safely. The crying lady watched what she did while thinking her solution was a simple and unremarkable one. She could not believe that she shared something so personal with a complete stranger. Despite the doubt, the princess still gave it a try. She threw her coin into the water and was surprised when it landed perfectly in the center. Lady Floyen cheered, claiming that her wish would certainly come true. For the princess, she knew that it was impossible to solve her problem in that way. The lady beside her somehow knew that it was true. However, she knew that this could also help her lessen her worries. But the princess knew that there was no way that something like that could comfort her. Later on, Javelian heard her friend and the knights looking for her. They were so worried because if anything happened to her, the duke would certainly punish them. It was time for the lady to leave the princess, but before she bid her goodbye, she told her that even though she did not know what was happening to her, she hoped things would get better for her. As the lady departed, Princess Beatrice told herself that she could not depend on kindness. She remembered her mother telling her that she had to be perfect and she must never show any weakness. That was what was engraved into her mind, that she must be perfect as the first princess of the empire, so no one would ever question her in the future. On the other hand, Lady Veronica was expressing her worry, while Javelian reassured her that everything was fine and apologized to her. Having that encounter with the stranger who does not know anything about her only irritated the princess. At the house of Floyen, as the night goes deeper, the duke is so worried because her daughter has not returned yet. He wondered what took her so long when she never came home late ever since she broke up with her ex-lover Mikhail. Noticing how uneasy he was, the attendant assured him not to worry since the lady was with their knights, and she would certainly return soon. Just like what he said, Javelian arrived while the knight was assisting her out of the carriage. She let out a weary sigh, feeling exhausted from the long time spent inside the carriage. All she wanted now was to hurry inside and get some rest. Suddenly, she was taken aback when she heard her father conclude that she was late. His stern face only made her so nervous. She could not believe that the duke was waiting for her daughter to arrive. She began explaining while trembling that she went to the temple, and it happened that she had an interesting conversation with someone, so she ended up coming home late. But to her surprise, she heard the sound of relief from her father when he said that she was thankful that nothing bad happened to her. He even admitted that he was very worried. Because of that, he instructed her not to stay out so late from that day on. He then urges her to change her clothes and return so they can have dinner together. As he turned his back, he told himself that the most important thing was that his daughter had returned home safely, not how worried he was. For Javelian, she was surprised that her father did not scold her. She then assured him that she would be more careful, and admitted that she felt frustrated earlier and needed a change of pace, which was the reason why she did not notice the time. Duke Floyen was just staring at her daughter while she was admitting what really happened to her. He noticed that she was having the same expression again. Ever since Max went to the battlefield, her daughter had been acting sad and worried. He was the reason why the prince was sent off to the battlefield, but he never thought that his absence would make her daughter feel that way. Since the day he left, he always found her daughter staring into nothingness like she was thinking something deeply. She also often woke up late, and she would not open her eyes no matter how many times her maid tried to wake her. Moreover, she also often left her meals unfinished. Because of those behaviors, he concluded that Max had already become an important person to his daughter. He had no other choice but to accept that as he realized that he was the one who would stay by her side and protect her when he was gone. Time had passed quickly, and he hadn't expected it to come to the point where he would have to send her away from the household. Yet, he found himself unprepared for it. While they were having their dinner together, the Duke was just staring at her daughter, and he noticed that she only had a little appetite. Seeing the berry on her plate reminded her of Max. As she took a bite, she was still wondering if Max was all right. If only she knew that she would be away for so long, she would have asked him to send her a letter. When she looked at her father, she wondered if she should ask him about Max. But she knew that it was a wrong idea since he knew that they were lovers. He will certainly question it if he finds out that she has not received a letter from him. This only made her silently wish that having not heard anything from him did not mean he would no longer return. The Duke kept staring at her daughter, and he saw how gloomy her expression was. This made him share what he knew about the Crown Prince. He had also heard that Max won a great victory in the battle with Ragan, therefore this means that they would return soon since they had already accomplished their mission. Along with that, there would be a banquet to celebrate their achievement after a month, and he was certain that Javelian must be looking forward to it. Lady Floyen paused when she heard her father's comment. To cover it up, she laughed lightly and claimed that she wasn't excited about it at all. Unconsciously, she began slicing the meat on her plate as she explained that she just saw it as an event she had to attend and laughed a little to make the Duke believe her. Later on, Duke Regis inquired if she had already prepared a dress for the party. She answered that she felt like everything she had in her closet was inappropriate, since for this event, she planned to wear something dark and unspectacular. Suddenly, she was surprised when her father gave her a black card and told her that he did not have to worry about the amount that she might spend in order to have the dress she wanted to wear at the party. Javelian could not believe that he was entrusting her with the blank check of their family for this reason. Given that he was willing to give her such a powerful secret weapon for the party, she realized that he must want her to look her best in front of the crown prince. When she glanced at her father, he smiled reassuringly, as if telling her it was fine to use it however she wished. All she could do was thank him. The way he treated her compared to her previous life, Duke Regis indeed changed from how he used to be. Meanwhile, in the forests, Prince Max and his men were heading home at a fast pace. The knights urged him to slow down, warning that the horse wouldn't last at this speed, but the prince was determined. The thought of seeing Javelian again as soon as possible kept him focused, and he refused to ease up on their pace. When they got into the Empire, he immediately went to the house of Flo Yen and looked at Javelian from her window. He sighed when he found out that she was not sleeping yet. Later on, he decided to knock on her door and ask her to open it for him. It had been a long time since he saw the woman he rushed to come home for. The horses were panting while the knight just slumped in exhaustion. All they could do was complain about the ruthless pace of the crown prince. They were trying to catch their breath after they made the supposed 4 days' travel into a single day. Right after they arrived, Prince Max immediately ordered Victor to disguise himself and left them. He was in a hurry during that time, so they wondered why he was in a rush. The other man told them that His Highness must have had a plan, but it was not for good since he seemed to be planning to make his men's lives like hell. Later on, they wondered where the prince went at that late hour. Meanwhile, at the window of Javelian's room, Prince Max felt a bit nervous, wondering if she would welcome him. He couldn't believe that someone like him, who had never been nervous on the battlefield, would feel this way in such a situation. Trying to shake off the feeling, he told himself to breathe deeply and act naturally. As he was about to knock, he overheard someone reprimanding Javelian for using something again that night, since she had been using it for several days. That was when he realized that she was not alone. Javelian replied that she needed it because she was so tired and she could not even get enough sleep. The maid explained, still convincing her to stop using it because it has too many side effects. But the lady pleaded like a pitiful rat, so the firm made a while ago softened and let her have what she wanted. But she had a condition to have it for that night only, which the lady agreed to. The maid then left as she urged her to have some rest. Lying on her bed, Javelian tried to sleep, but despite the scent of the sleeping aid in the air, she couldn't fall asleep. She has to sleep and have some energy since she will be very busy the next day. Tomorrow, she needed to purchase a party outfit using the blank check that her father gave her, and in the afternoon, she would have a meal with Rose. As she thought of her schedule for tomorrow, she started dozing off to sleep, but she heard a voice calling her name. She recognized that it was from the crown prince. When she took a look, she saw Max staring at her. She could not believe that he was in her room, which made her wonder if she was just dreaming. Upon seeing her body, Max concluded that she had already lost some weight. He smiled at her while asking how she was doing and said that he missed her. Javelian was still in disbelief that Max would be there. She then called his name while trying to reach him, and he did not expect her to pinch his cheeks. But since she did not hear him shouting in pain, she thought that she was not in reality. He tried to resist, but the lady was still thinking that he was not real and thought how his handsome face looked even better in her dreams. Suddenly, she became emotional, remembering how worried she had been when she hadn't heard anything from him after he went to battle. As tears began to well up in her eyes, the prince was flustered, not knowing why she was crying so suddenly. Javelian could not get hold of her emotion. She cried while asking him why he did not contact her. She expressed how scared she had been, not knowing if he was safe or if something terrible had happened to him. She even feared that he might have left her because he was tired of her. Max was taken aback upon hearing her words. He could not believe that was what the lady felt when he left. All he could do to calm her at that moment was to embrace her. He comforted her and admitted that it was all his fault. For the lady, he was indeed accountable since she knew that sending a letter was not really hard. Because of that, the crown prince swore that he would send her a letter whenever he left her for a while. After a while, Javelian finally calmed down as Max gently patted her until she fell asleep. As he looked around, he noticed the scent of the sleeping aid near her bed. He wondered if that was the reason she had fallen asleep so quickly. It was effective, but he knew it had a side effect. It dulled the user's sense of reality, almost as if they were intoxicated. Seeing the lady sleeping soundly, Max decided to leave and return the next day. However, just as he was about to go, he heard her stop him. Lady Flo Yen grabbed his collar, holding him in place and preventing him from leaving. He tried to resist, but when he noticed how tight her grip was, he just smiled and decided to lie down beside her. He comfortably embraced her, brushed his hands on her hair, and slept. After all, she was the one who asked him to stay. Meanwhile, Duke Regis went to the grave of Amelia Nora Floyen, his late wife. As he touched her gravestone, she remembered the moment when she was whimpering and saying sorry to him countless times. He was comforting her to stop her from crying and assuring her that he was fine and that she didn't need to blame herself for what had happened. But the lady could not accept it. She believed that it was all her fault and wondered how he could remain fine in that situation. But all Regis could say was how much he loved her, but Amelia resented herself so much for ruining the person she cherished the most. Despite her resistance, Regis embraced her, continuing to assure her of his love. As he stared at her tomb, he noticed a card hidden among the flowers. He picked it up and read the message. The sender wrote that he hoped the letter would bring him some comfort and promised to visit whenever he could, asking him to wait for him at that place. He recognized that it was his friend's handwriting, and he remembered that he had chosen his late wife's tomb to be their point of contact. He also read that his friend was searching into the matter he had asked about and would reach out soon. Additionally, his friend praised how much his greatest treasure, his daughter, had grown. His most precious treasure, the one he was determined to protect, was his daughter, Javillian Floyen. Regis remembered the day when he was crying so hard for his daughter's loss. He could vividly remember that night during the first life of her daughter and how it ended because of his fault. He was grieving in so much pain and regret while begging her to wake up after she took away her life using the dagger he gave her before sending her off to the prison. He did not expect that things would turn out that way, and all he could do was resent himself after seeing her lifeless body filled with her own red stain. Amelia's last gift to her was their daughter, who became his savior and his angel. But because of what happened in the past, he knew that how he let her daughter suffer to her demise was unforgivable. He would understand if Javillian resented him once she found out the truth behind everything. But in this second chance at life for his daughter, he vowed to do whatever it took to prevent the past from repeating, as he was determined to save her this time. When Javillian woke up, she thought that she dreamed of Max. In her vision, he asked her how she had already been during the days he was not with her. She scanned him, and it seemed that he was perfectly fine. But instead of feeling overjoyed to see him, she just frowned at him instead. She could not hide how frustrated she was upon seeing how well he looked, yet he had not made any effort to reach out. Having not heard anything from him since he left made him anxious and unsettled. That was the reason why she ended up scolding him while in tears. She started hitting him, and Max accepted her every hit while acknowledging that it was his fault. Although it was just a dream for her, she grinned in satisfaction at venting her distress to him. It indeed had helped her to lessen the weight that had been pressing on her heart. When she turned around on her bed, Javillian froze when she felt the presence of someone lying next to her. A strong arm wrapped around her, and when she looked down, she saw the chest of a man. When she looked up, she recognized that it was Max, who was sleeping peacefully. But then, a wave of panic hit her as she fully realized that she was actually in bed with him. She felt tense and began sweating as she realized that she was not dreaming. Max's arm moved again and embraced her closer, which made her more nervous. Javillian tried to calm down and tried to remember what happened last night while being caged in his arms. She recalled herself crying, while longingness was visible in her eyes. However, seeing how he was capable of doing such things, she started hitting him out of frustration for not contacting her. After that, she grasps onto him, forbidding him to leave. Her eyes widened when she realized that it was indeed not a dream. She felt like she wanted to cry for what she had done. Due to the overwhelming flow of her emotions, she did not notice that Max was already awake. He then pulled her hand and asked what she was doing while staring at her. Given how close they were to each other while in the same bed, the lady could not hide the redness on her cheeks. Javillian just replied that she had a bad dream, but deep inside, she was silently wishing her bed to have a life and swallow her. Because of that, Max tried to comfort her while gently brushing her hair with his hand. If she considered it a nightmare, he assured her that he would remain by her side from that day on, so she did not have to worry about anything. He held her cheeks, which made them look at each other's faces. He then smirked as he playfully added that he did not expect her to miss him to the extent of crying like she did last night. Upon hearing it, Javillian's face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she could not bring herself to respond. In an attempt to redirect the situation, she immediately got off her bed and invited him to have their breakfast. Knowing how playful Max was, he was not the type to let that moment slide. Javillian was just silent while they were having a meal together. She thought that pretending to not remember anything would be her easiest way to get rid of that topic, but when she looked at the man across the table, she gripped her utensils and wondered why Max kept on smiling. This made her think that what happened was a mistake and that everyone was capable of committing one. Meanwhile, Max was thinking differently. For him, it was a great moment to think that he was able to enjoy breakfast with her lover. In his mind, they were already a married couple. Last night had been a bit risky. But upon thinking of what happened last night, he suddenly remembered that Javillian mentioned having a nightmare, so he immediately inquired about it from her. The lady was taken aback because it was just her excuse. She started sweating in nervousness because she could not admit that she hit him out of frustration. After all, it indeed happened. Lady Flo Yen immediately thought of excuses, and she ended by stating that the crown prince appeared in her dream. But since it was just a lie, she could not bring herself to look directly at him, so she just set her eyes in the corner. With how she started, and what her dream was about, Max, hiding his identity as a crown prince, smirked and inquired about the improvement of His Highness's reputation. The lady replied that even though he had a good image on the outside, she could not hide the fact that she was still afraid of him. Upon hearing it, his proud expression suddenly turned to being offended. Later on, Javelian inquired where he had been when he left, but she did not expect him to answer that he went to the battlefield. Since she was still unaware of his identity, she thought that he must have been recruited to join. Max was hoping at the back of his mind that he could just reveal himself to her at that moment. However, he knew that it was not a good idea and was not the right time. Upon realizing how dangerous the place was, Lady Flo Yen expressed her worry as she inquired whether he was hurt or something. But the prince just remained looking into nothingness, thinking that telling her who he really was would definitely break her trust. Later on, Max mentioned the upcoming party to celebrate the victory of the crown prince. Javelian was well aware of it, especially since all the nobles were invited and expected to attend. Out of nowhere, he suddenly inquired what she would do if the crown prince asked to dance with her. Coming up with that idea suddenly froze the lady for a moment. She was evidently scared by the presence of that person. Seeing her expression, Max asked if she would respond the same way in front of the prince. But Lady Flo Yen answered with certainty that it would not happen since she would not let herself be near him, nor let him see her, as she planned to hide where even his sight could not even reach her. Max inquired where she was going to hide at the palace. She replied that she could be on the terrace. He then suggested that the lounge by the end of the hallway would be quieter and more secluded than the terrace. Hearing about her plan, he saw this as an opportunity to talk with her privately in order to clear everything up and spend some alone time with her, away from the crowd of his party. Javelian, while still chewing her food, curiously asked how he knew about that hiding spot. He explained that it was because he overheard the palace knights talking about it while they were together at the battlefield, in which they indicated that it was a good place to take a nap. He then stood up, went closer to her, and removed some food on her face while telling her to hide herself well. Lady Flo Yen was momentarily stunned by his action, her eyes fixed on him in surprise. In the back of the crown prince's mind, he wanted her to do that for him to find her. On the day of the crown prince's return to the palace, some nobles gathered to welcome him. Conversations filled the air, with many discussing the great success of the heir to the throne. Two noblemen, deep in conversation, remarked on His Highness's impressive achievement, noting how rare it was for someone to successfully attack enemy territory and outsmart their commander, just as the crown prince had done. Thus, this victory gave them assurance that the Ragan would not harm the Ashit Empire anymore. Hearing how the society praised his son's achievement, the emperor clenched his fist as they asked his opinion about it. He smirked, but it was not because he was proud of him. He then replied that the crown prince got his bravery from him, which was the reason why the blade of their enemy could not make him tremble in fear. However, he then added that his achievement was just nothing compared to what Duke Regis did. The visitors who heard about it were taken aback, which made them silent, while Duke Regis bowed his head, telling him that he was too kind for saying that. But in the back of his mind, as he observed the way the emperor commended him in front of the nobles, he could sense that he was neither proud nor happy about his son's accomplishment. The main reason why the citizens of the empire followed the emperor, aside from his support, was out of fear of the crown prince, Max, who had earned a reputation as a tyrant. However, after his victorious conquest in the recent battle, his reputation had shifted, rising in stature and gaining the admiration of many. The people were cheering for his name. Their voices went louder when they saw the prince and his knights slowly riding their horses. Duke Flo Yen knew that if the people feared him and turned to respect, this would be the time that his life would completely change. There were only 6 months left before the foundation day, and the prince must maintain that status. The procession went on until they entered the palace. He went to the throne of his father and saw the powerful people gathered there. From that moment, his teacher looked at the crown prince and thought that this time, Maximilian Cashin Ashit must become the son of the empire. On the other hand, Max, standing in his dignity and honor, greeted his father after returning from the battlefield. His return signified that he survived and won the dreadful battle for their empire. The emperor welcomed the return of his son, and to conceal his hate towards the prince's achievement, he greeted him with his deceitful smile. He even commended how he impressively protected the south. Prince Maximilian humbled himself, saying that it was because of his support and guidance. However, in the back of his mind, the emperor was speaking ill to him. He found it almost laughable to see the crown prince acting so composed and calm in front of the nobles, thinking it was nothing more than a facade. Meanwhile, the prince just thanked him for the approval of his banquet for the celebration of his victory. Upon mentioning it, the emperor thought that they must start the preparation as soon as possible. However, he stated that it bothered him since his party was held so close to the debutante ball of his sister. Max could feel that he had planned something he was unaware of. The emperor then informed that he wanted his sister, Beatrice, to host his event. He even asked his son's opinion about that, but when he was about to respond, the other nobles began praising that idea. They even added that they did not expect him to show generosity towards his daughter. One of them remarked that once the princess successfully organized the party, both her prestige and the prince would rise. Moreover, the clear connection between them would certainly enhance the atmosphere of the event. While they were sharing their opinions, Duke Regis was just observing them. He knew them as the supporters of the Empress, so he understood that they were planning to make the princess the star of the night. But he knew as well that the emperor planned this to keep Max in check. But for the Duke, his way was all the weak people do. But this is not what the prince is concerned about, so he just lets his father do as he wishes. Duke Regis already expected him to approve it, as he knew that he was not affected by that decision. For Max, none of his father's business will matter to him. In fact, he did not hold a party to celebrate and enjoy. His ulterior motive was to clear up any misunderstanding with Javelian. Also, rather than focusing on his father's greedy ambitions, he was most concerned about the person who taught him everything. It was his master, Duke Regis Floyen. He glanced at him while thinking that he needed to be more careful of him since he was not still accepting him as a worthy partner of his daughter. Later on, he decided to leave, so the nobles bowed down their heads for him, including his teacher. Before he left, he glanced at his master while swearing in his mind that he would never give up on Lady Floyen. Meanwhile, the Empress saw the happenings outside. She saw how the commoners shifted on cheering their love for the crown prince, as if they had never been scared of him while calling him a monster before. But because of this, she could admit that she felt empty after wasting her time and money by spreading rumors about Maximilian. This thought made her slam the glass she was holding out of irritation. She then called her daughter, who was just standing in front of her. As Princess Beatrice heard the Empress calling for her, she began trembling as if she was scared of her. Her mother demanded an explanation for what she had done while her brother was basking in glory. She might be smiling, but the princess knew that her mother would never have that genuine curve on her lips. She kept on trembling while just looking down and could not utter a word to answer her. Her silence made the Empress scoff that she was useless and began talking about having a son instead of a daughter. Whenever her mother talked about it, it pained her so badly, but there was nothing else she could do but cry for receiving that kind of treatment from the one who was supposed to love and nurture her. Later on, the Empress suddenly ordered her that she must pay attention in preparing the party for the prince. She then went to embrace the princess and convince her that what she was doing was for her own good. It almost sounded like a concerned mother. However, the moment didn't last long. She wanted her to secure the success of the party and make the prince look dangerous in front of the crowd. The only way to make herself useful to her mother was by obeying her orders, so she expressed that she would do whatever she said. The days went on until the celebration day. At the Floyen residence, the maids were so fascinated that they could not believe how beautiful Javelian was and how she looked like an angel from paradise. One of the maids remarked that she was likely to become the star of the night. However, Lady Floyen did not like that idea since she purposely wore a black dress so she could avoid drawing attention, especially from the prince. Later on, her father came and saw how well prepared he was as well. He then called his daughter so they could now leave. Javelian couldn't help but admire every detail of his suit, which made him more radiant for that special day. She also noticed that he used his ear cuffs again. Upon observing him, she suddenly felt grateful since it seemed that he already earned the title that the nobles were all vying for at the banquet. While on their way, Lady Floyen reflected that this would be her first time entering the place after her rebirth. However, after what happened in the past, she really wished that she would never have to return to that place. She felt down, worrying that this must be the start of her misfortune for coming to the location where her previous life ended. Later on, Duke Regis called her attention to say that she really looked beautiful for that day. She did not expect him to commend her look. He was indeed different from the father he knew in the past. Although she was surprised, she still managed to thank him. The Duke then added with certainty that the Crown Prince would love to see her in that dress. Hearing it only made her uncomfortable, as her only intention was to stay out of the prince's sight. Her father went on by explaining that the people no longer see him as the wicked prince. Rather, they are now looking up to him and receiving praise. After the victory party, this would certainly make him notable as the hero who saved the empire. Because of that, he assumed that her daughter must be proud of his accomplishments. Still unaware of the true identity of Max, Javelian wondered why her father was expecting her to be proud of him. But she just replied that she had not anticipated the crown prince to prevail on the battlefield. She then remembered something that was, according to rumors, about her father. Based on what she knew, he would naturally be the one to reign as the savior of the empire in the war with Ragan, not the crown prince. Duke Regis was taken aback and paused for a while, thinking about how he would respond. He still answered that it was indeed true, and he already expected that she had already heard about it. However, for the Duke, saving the empire was not his priority because what was more important to him was his daughter. Later on, the coachman announced that they had already arrived at the palace. Javelian could admit that she waited for her father to continue speaking, but the arrival cut their conversation short. Now, as her father assisted her in coming out, she felt her fear again with a thought that she would be encountering an unavoidable problem ahead, which was none other than meeting the Crown Prince. However, she tried to reassure herself, determined that everything would be fine as long as she stuck to her plan of avoiding the ballroom. Upon seeing their presence, the attendant was prepared to state their arrival. When they were ready, he announced their whole name as Duke Regis André Floyen together with his daughter Lady Javelian Eloy Floyen. As her father held her hand to assist her, the Duke was just calm while she was already sweating in nervousness. As they entered the palace, she saw the Emperor and the Empress sitting on their throne. They were just looking at them sternly. The Emperor did not remove his eyes to the daughter of the Duke, and it seemed like he was observing her. On the other hand, Javelian was also staring at them, and thought coming to the palace led her to meet the people who were responsible for his demise in her previous life. When Duke Regis noticed her not cutting her look to the imperial couple, he quietly instructed her to keep her eyes lowered and avoid raising her head if possible. He then formally indicated his name as he greeted the sun and the moon of the empire. After him, Javelian did the same, but the Emperor just called the Duke and expressed how he was pleased seeing her daughter. Upon hearing that, her father gripped her hand, which made her look at her father like she was asking if there was something wrong. The current emperor of the Ashit Empire, Darius Chaperon Ashit, was a heartless father who did not even treat his son as his flesh and blood. And by his side, the Empress, Isabel Rostai Ashit, was a woman who always tormented her daughter out of a twisted sense of maternity. Just thinking about them made her nervous, so she followed her father's instructions and kept her head down, as she didn't want to involve herself with those people. His Majesty then said how happy he was of his presence as the Duke brightened up the event, but Regis commented that it was their duty to attend such a banquet. The Emperor didn't miss that opportunity to talk about his daughter, and he remembered that her coming of age would be soon. The Duke was obligated to answer it, so he told him that she would hold her ceremony 3 months from that day. It was evident that His Majesty had something up his sleeve while getting interested in his daughter. Since he knew she was something very special to the Duke, he wanted to get a closer look at her face, so he ordered her to look at him, which shocked Javelian. The timing of the Crown Prince's arrival was perfect as Lady Floyen was in a hard situation. It was as if the Crown Prince knew his father was up to something, and he arrived just in time to save his woman. After announcing the Crown Prince Maximilian Cashin Ashit's arrival, the hero of the Ragan battles, His Majesty couldn't help but get angry at his son as he always shows up without a little bit of warning. He then let go of the Duke and his daughter since he needed to pay attention to the person who brought victory to his empire. On the other hand, even though Javelian felt relief after His Majesty let them go, the one she was more worried about was seeing the Crown Prince in person. She was seriously looking at him while he was going down from upstairs. He exudes the aura of a cruel tyrant, the Crown Prince of the Empire Maximilian Cashin Ashit. He was looking at the crowd while wearing his mask to avoid exposing his true face to everyone. The people started talking about his dark uniform and his mask even though he was the star of the banquet. They looked at him with disappointment on their faces as he still wouldn't show what he looked like even on a special event meant for him. On the other hand, Lady Floyen planned to remember the Crown Prince's face before she could run away, but since he wore a mask, it was impossible now. Suddenly, Maximilian looked in Juvel's direction as if he was about to eat her. Even though that was his normal look, it scared the lady while his father was observing her daughter's reaction. The three had different interpretations of his stare. The Crown Prince looked at her with affection while the lady viewed it as terrifying, and the Duke was just keeping an eye on every move of the two. His father suddenly called her attention, which startled her. He just informed her that her friends were waiting for her. They were her friends from the tea tasting, so the Duke told her to see them right away. Without thinking any further, the lady hurriedly went to them to greet everyone. She had no idea that the Crown Prince was watching her, and he was jealous of them as they could openly call Javelian. All the ladies were so happy meeting Lady Floyen, and they even complimented her as she really looked so beautiful in her dress. And while they were having a conversation, the Crown Prince was hopeful that Javelian would show up later to the place he told her about. Suddenly, the Emperor was annoyed at his son for wearing a mask at a special event like that because the nobles wouldn't stop whispering about him. Her Majesty joined their conversation and said to His Majesty that he should forgive the Crown Prince, as he had no idea how to dress properly since he was always on the battlefield from such a young age. It was clear that the Empress's intention was to humiliate Maximilian, but in a good way, and even said that he needed to learn the basics again. The Crown Prince was aware of what she was planning, so he was prepared for it and told everyone that the mask he was wearing was a gift from his sister. The Empress was caught off guard when he added that the princess said that it would be a masquerade ball, but it seemed like he was the only one wearing a mask. After hearing that, the crowd started to whisper about the princess's mistake and assumed she might have done it intentionally. Her Majesty already lost her temper and yelled at the Crown Prince to defend her daughter. She told Maximilian that the princess prepared the banquet for him, but her efforts seemed nothing to him. His Highness calmly said that he was aware of her efforts. After all, it was all thanks to his sister that he was getting all that attention. He went on to say that he was grateful for her consideration of giving him the mask since he could hide his scar from the battles. The reaction on Her Majesty's face at the moment was more satisfying for the Crown Prince than when he sent the assassin. After that, everyone praised Maximilian for his victory in those battles, and they complimented him by saying that the mask matched him. The Crown Prince was now satisfied, so he stopped annoying the Empress since he was a good brother who overlooked his little sister's trivial pranks. Her Majesty felt defeated, so she told everyone that she needed to fix her makeup, but it was just an excuse for her to leave and save face for the humiliation. Meanwhile, Lady Flo Yen, who was watching the exchange between the Imperials, was terrified of the tension from them. Her friends were too excited and wouldn't stop complimenting her as well, so she decided to leave the banquet hall to get some fresh air. She barely manages to escape them. Even though she was out now, Juval felt bad for her friends, but she couldn't keep up with their high spirits and the crowd. Lady Flo Yen then continued walking the hallway while looking for the place that Max told her about, which was a good spot to take a rest. She remembered it was at the end of the hallway, so she was in a hurry to go there before someone saw her. But she stopped as she heard someone's voice, and when she looked in the direction where it was, she saw a woman crying in the corner. That lady was talking to herself about doing her best, but no one acknowledged her efforts. Juvelian hid herself while watching her and thought that she could be the same woman she saw at the temple. Suddenly, the palace knights showed up, which surprised Lady Flo Yen. It looked like they were looking for someone, so she thought it was her. Since she couldn't let them find her, she needed to calm that woman first and send her back to the banquet. Juval went closer to her to ask if she was okay, but the palace knights were nearby, shouting for Her Highness to come out and urging her to stop hiding. That was when Lady Flo Yen realized that the woman who was crying in the corner was no ordinary noble lady. She was surprised to know that she was the princess of the empire, the one she should avoid the most. The first risk factor for her death flag. The person who got poisoned in her previous life, in which she was accused of being the perpetrator. The protagonist of that story was none other than the imperial princess of the Ashet Empire. Lady Juvelian was caught off guard while thinking of her, as the princess grabbed her and covered her mouth to avoid making any noise. The palace knights who were scattered everywhere to look for Her Highness didn't have any clue at all as to where she was. Meanwhile, she was still holding Lady Flo Yen while hiding in the corner, waiting for the guards to leave. When they had the chance to leave, she told Juval to be quiet and follow her, to which the lady nodded in response. Her mind was in disarray, as she didn't expect that the girl she met at the temple a few days ago would be the princess. In her previous life, the first time they met was during the imperial princess's coming-of-age ceremony. But this time in her second life, she was confused as to why she met her at the crown prince's banquet. Lady Flo Yen was dragged inside the room, and all she could think about was being fine if she just avoided the prince, but meeting the princess like that, her mind went blank. She could sense the cold air between them and ask herself if that situation would bring her death soon. Suddenly, the princess asked if she saw everything, which confused Juvelian and made him tremble in fear. When she questioned her again if she saw her crying, the lady wanted to say that she was still crying right now, but she controlled herself not to say that. When she didn't get any response from her, the princess reasoned that some dust just got on her eyes, so if she ever spread rumors about her crying, she wouldn't forgive her, which Juval said she wouldn't. Meanwhile, the crown prince looked around the banquet hall to see if Lady Flo Yen managed to get away from the crowd. When he couldn't find her, he knew she was already at the place where he told her to rest just as he planned. The moment he was about to leave, the emperor, his father, asked where he was heading with a serious look on his face. Maximilian answered that he wanted to get some rest as he was a little tired and would be back later on, but His Majesty was annoyed at him leaving that way when the event was meant for him. The crown prince knew that his father was just irritated at the thought of those nobles who were flattering him all day. But since he was determined to meet his woman, he reasoned that the fatigue from the battles must be getting to him, so he asked for his permission to leave. His Majesty wouldn't just let him go and said that Duke Flo Yen stayed by his side all day after achieving similar victories, so it was hard for him to believe that he won those battles with such poor stamina. The crown prince was tired of listening to him while he compared him again to the Duke. It made Max wonder what his father got from the Duke to make him so sure that his master was on his side. Later on, His Majesty let him go since there was still plenty of time until the party ended, so the crown prince just thanked him. While leaving, his curiosity about what the emperor was holding over his master's head still lingered in his mind. There was something that had been bothering him while observing his father, and it was the blind belief that his master would never betray the emperor. He knew that there was something going on between the two, so if the Duke had no plans of sharing it with him, he had no choice but to find out about it on his own. When the crown prince arrived at the place where Juvelian should be resting, he was surprised that no one was there. Meanwhile, the two ladies were silent inside the room. The princess calmed herself down while Lady Juvelian was awkward to start a conversation with Her Highness. Since the silence was killing her, Lady Flo Yen said that the knights were gone already, so she should leave the room and promised that she wouldn't tell anyone about her crying. The princess didn't let her and said that she should talk to her like she used to and there was no need for being formal. But Juval thought that she had no idea that she was the princess before. She didn't know what to do anymore, as she couldn't stay involved with her. After a while, the princess cried again while sharing that her father didn't acknowledge her despite doing her best that day. Everyone laughed at her, and what was more was that her mother didn't want to see her because of that. Now, she didn't know what she should do anymore, as they wouldn't praise her no matter how hard she tried. Lady Floyen looked at her before asking if it was really necessary to go that far just to be acknowledged by others. Instead of answering, the princess asked her as well if she had no idea about today's society, since it was important to be accepted by other people to be able to survive. Javelian said that she had already experienced that before when she used to base her self-worth on how other people saw her. But now she realized that she was the one who decided what her worth was. She based her actions on her own thoughts that made her Javelian. The princess was confused when she heard her words while staring at Lady Floyen. Looking at the princess, Beatrice Evelyn Ashett, Juval knew that in the future she would shine more than anyone else. Suddenly, Her Highness stopped crying and told the lady that she could just call her Riche. Javelian was surprised since nicknames were usually used by people who were close to each other, but she questioned herself if it was okay for her to get involved with the princess. Meanwhile, the crown prince started to get worried as he couldn't find Lady Floyen in the room where she should be. When he saw someone, he grabbed that man and asked if he saw someone pass by that hallway, to which he answered no. He then let go of that man and continued walking while wondering where Lady Floyen went. The crown prince was already getting anxious as he couldn't feel her presence even when using his mana. He was starting to think that something might have already happened to her or she was in danger. He was in deep thought that he didn't notice his master's presence. He stopped walking when the duke started talking to him and called him a fool. His master was angry as he wanted to protect his daughter, but couldn't even focus on locating where she was. Meanwhile, the princess invited Javelian to leave, which the lady obeyed as she knew that Her Highness felt better already. Before they left, the princess thanked her for the handkerchief and gave it back to her, but the lady said that she could keep it or she could throw it away. The princess shyly told her that she couldn't do that as she kept it on purpose so she could give it back to her. Looking at her face like that, she couldn't help but want to get closer to her, even though she knew she shouldn't involve herself with Her Highness. Lady Floyen admired her reaction and thought that she was cute when being embarrassed. But a second later, she came to her senses as she nearly died because of her, so she shouldn't be close to her no matter what. When the princess saw her being silent, she asked if she didn't want to go out with her, but Juval denied that, so they walked together and even held each other's hand. But the moment they opened the door, the crown prince was there and said he was looking for the lady. When Javelian saw him up close, she couldn't help but be afraid of him, as he looked really scary while smiling. Before that happened, when Max encountered his master in the hallway, he begged him to share where Juval was. He even bowed to him as a sign of respect so he could feel his sincerity in finding the lady. It was clear from the duke's face that he didn't want Max to meet his daughter while pondering whether to tell him or not. Eventually, he instructed him to go to the villa near the rear of the palace before the Empress's knights found her. When the crown prince heard that, he was surprised and confused at the same time as to why they would be looking for Lady Javelian. The duke said that his daughter was with the princess at the moment, which agitated Max, and thought that the Empress planned to use his sister to get close to his woman. But before he could burst into anger, his master calmed him down and said that he didn't take action against the princess since it was not that serious. After hearing that, he came back to his senses as he knew that the duke was right since no one was aware of him liking the lady as of now, so they wouldn't use her to do something to him. He then made his way to Javelian and told his master that they would continue their conversation once he brought the lady back. The duke didn't say anything after that and let the crown prince be while looking at his back. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the crown prince was the only one who could protect his daughter now. When Max finally found Javelian, the princess couldn't help but wonder why her brother was there while the lady kept trembling in fear. She had no idea that the crown prince was so relieved to see her doing okay, but his sister noticed how Javelian was afraid of him. He was so terrible at expressing himself that the lady misunderstood his actions as being scary. When the crown prince redirected his attention to the princess, the two were fighting using their eyes, but Javelian took it as if they were about to kill each other. She had a bad feeling between the two, as she was the reason they met their worst enemy. In the original story, the princess and the crown prince hated each other, and all the nobles knew about it since Beatrice was on the pro-empress faction while Max was on the anti-empress faction. Javelian suddenly got worried as she thought that the crown prince was there to hurt the princess. While she was busy with her own thoughts, the two siblings were still annoying each other, and Max was about to reach his sister while Beatrice thought he was going to hit her. But Lady Javelian interrupted them as she couldn't stand the tension between the two and introduced herself to the crown prince. That made them stop, and the lady was seriously staring at Max as if she wanted to convey that they shouldn't fight each other. The crown prince also looked at her with an affectionate look, but it was not that visible since he was wearing a mask. On the other hand, even though she bravely interrupted them, Juval was regretting her decision to butt in deep inside her. She couldn't help but think that the crown prince's eyes looked like he would attack them at any moment. However, she convinces herself to calm down and apologizes to the prince for her rudeness. She reasoned that she and her friend got lost and ended up that way. Juval added that there were no guards, so they went there without thinking, and she asked for his forgiveness. After saying that, she thought that it would be too dangerous for them to stay there with the prince as there were no other people, so they should be as polite as possible. The lady remembered how the prince tormented her before as she was a criminal, but she knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her at the present. But looking at how he looked at her, she took back her words as he looked like he was about to end her life without any hesitation. His silence was killing her, and what was more was that he couldn't take his eyes off the lady. On the other hand, Max's face was turning red as he found Javelian prettier now that she was in front of him. Suddenly, the crown prince extended his arm and said to go outside for now, which surprised the lady. He looked scary earlier, but he quickly changed into a different person while inviting her outside. The more she looked at him, the more surprised Juval was, as she didn't know that it was her whom he wanted to escort. A moment later, while they were walking, the crown prince was holding the lady's hand tightly. Max couldn't help but blush while escorting her, while Juval felt really awkward about the situation. The princess, on the other hand, felt disgusted at her brother's action. She thought that he became crazy earlier when his voice became affectionate when he was talking to the lady. Beatrice knew that people wouldn't like him if he did that, but while looking at him, a sudden thought came into her mind. It was when she realized that his face looked like he was into Lady Javelian, which surprised her. While she was in deep thought, Lady Floyen asked if she was coming back with them to the banquet hall. She answered that she had something to do, but the real reason was that she was uncomfortable inside and she needed to avoid the knights. After hearing that, Javelian didn't want to depart with her that way, so she held her hand and invited her to visit their house sometime to have some tea together. The princess was happy when she heard that, and she shyly invited her as well to have tea at the palace. While the two were busy conversing, the crown prince was annoyed at his sister for getting so much attention from Juval. He couldn't even think when the two became that close to the point of inviting each other to have tea together. After the princess was gone, the lady felt relieved as she thought she avoided the clash between the two siblings. The only thing left for her to worry about was how she could get out safely from the crown prince. She then expresses her gratitude to him for escorting her back to the banquet hall, as she was starting to get worried when she got lost. After that, she bid him goodbye, but she accidentally stepped on her long dress, which made her lose her balance. Luckily, the crown prince was there to catch her before she could even fall to the ground. Javelian, on the other hand, was so shocked at what happened at the moment that she couldn't even utter a single word. A moment of silence filled them as they stayed in that position, and their eyes locked into each other. She felt embarrassed, realizing that trying to escape quickly only made her closer to him. Despite the awkwardness, she still managed to thank His Highness for saving her. Otherwise, she might return home with bruises. But instead of letting her go, she felt his grip tighten, making the situation even more uncomfortable. The crown prince was not saying anything while just merely staring at her. Although he was silent, his gaze suggested that there was something he wanted to say. In an attempt to ease the tension, she forced a laugh and asked him about it. Her nerves only increased when the crown prince pulled her closer and leaned while whispering to Javelian that it was him, Max. He wanted her to look in his eyes so she would recognize him. He saw how her expression shifted in surprise when he told her who she was facing. Max started taking his mask off, and as he revealed his face, he inquired if he looked too frightening for her. It was indeed him. She could not believe that the person she had been waiting for was already in front of her. He also took this opportunity to apologize for lying to her about his real identity. Javelian felt so happy to see him as she reached out to touch his face. Seeing her expression brought relief to him that she was not mad at him, and he gently held her hand. It was a perfect moment. They were about to kiss. But Max snapped back to his senses when he heard Javelian formally thanking him for escorting her back to the banquet hall. The reality froze him as the lady apologized for taking much of his time and excused herself to leave. Max could not believe what had just happened while watching the lady striding away. His mouth fell open in disbelief upon realizing that the part when he was already revealing himself was just his imagination. He even tried to test his luck to call the lady back, but she just disappeared in an instant, leaving him dejected. Meanwhile, while Javelian was on her way, she found herself describing the crown prince as a weirdo because of that encounter, which only fueled her fear of him. A while ago, she never heard a response from the prince. What he only did was stand in front of her while embracing himself with a smile. He looked like he completely lost his sanity. As far as she knew, she heard that psychopaths deeply love themselves, but seeing the prince, she did not expect that it was indeed true. After ruining his opportunity, all Max could do was just scream out his frustration in his mind. He slumped in disappointment while scolding himself for being crazy. He felt like his situation worsened after realizing he fantasized about her. Later on, he paused and wondered if it was really possible for someone to be this in love, like how he is. Although he failed on his first try, he did not want to give up and encouraged himself to try again. He stood, determined to do anything to make this work. Since they had already met, he only needed to find a way to talk with her again. This time, he would not let himself fail, as he would do whatever it took in order to get closer to her as the crown prince, the real him. At the banquet hall, Javelian seemed to be too exhausted for that eventful day. She felt like she did not have any energy to enjoy the evening. Her encounter with the princess and her brother was really draining for her. All that she wanted at that moment was to go home, as she was not accustomed to attending such parties. Later on, she spotted his father surrounded by nobles, but the duke seemed uninterested in them even though they were trying to approach him. There was a man introducing his children, so they greeted him with a smile, but Duke Floyen remained in his stern face. Seeing that scene made her conclude that her father was loved by everyone. Suddenly, she was startled when their gaze met. The moment that he saw his daughter, he immediately made her way to her. Javelian did not expect him to notice her so quickly, given he had been in the middle of a conversation with the aristocrats. When he reached her, he then extended his hand as he said that they should go home now. While looking at her father, Javelian was thinking that attending events like these is part of his job. So, she expected that he would not have any spare time to even give her attention. Yet, how her father left his conversation with the other people made her feel like she was thinking wrongly about him. Since they were family, she knew that her father did not enjoy being surrounded by many people like her, in which she was certain that he also wanted to go home quickly. She then accepted her father's hand with relief that she could now finally rest. As they started striding, Duke Floyen took a glance at her daughter. Throughout the banquet, he was worried that she would be alone again since she did not like being in the crowds. But seeing her now, he presumed the crown prince had brought her back safely. Meanwhile, Javelian was thinking about having a strawberry cake as soon as they returned home. He then told her daughter to be quick. On their way, people bowed to them, expressing their honor and wishing them a safe trip. They were delighted to see them together while praising how good-looking they were. But for Duke Floyen, the people at the banquet disgusted him. He remembered during their previous life, at the exact eventful place, they were talking ill about her daughter. Those people were accusing Javelian of harming the princess. They believed that his child was a vicious woman, and they wanted to execute her immediately. That night, he returned to them with rage. With no remorse, he took their lives for their harsh accusation towards his only daughter. They spoke as if they were clean. But when he took revenge for his daughter, his sword began to be stained with a mixture of disgusting noble people. The night that was supposed to be filled with praises of celebration, their screaming voices echoed, begging him to spare their lives. His face and gray hair were stained with red, but his eyes were full of sorrow and regret. He was not crying because of the lives that he took, it was because a part of him was lost. The aisle that he walked that night alone was the same aisle he was walking with his daughter to face his majesty. The emperor questioned him about leaving early, to which Regis coldly answered that he would. He was already drunk, and it seemed that he wanted the duke to stay, as he was concerned that no one else could protect him aside from Duke Floyen. But Regis was firm and told him that he came as a duke, not as his guard. With how he responded to his master, the emperor remarked that he was starting to annoy him. Javelian froze beside him when she heard about it, sensing the tension between his father and the emperor. While the duke, however, remained unfazed, bowing his head as if he was already used to his displeasing remarks. In order to prevent him from leaving, the emperor threatened him, reminding him about the things that he was protecting, which seemed to be his weakness. He even thought of doing something to make him follow his orders and smirked mischievously, trying to intimidate him. Duke Floyen responded, remarking that he was already drunk for saying such things while looking at him coldly yet with dreadful eyes. But the emperor just mocked him, raising his hand and challenging him to do something about it. From their previous life at the exact moment, the emperor was bewildered while screaming in excruciating pain after seeing his hand rolling down from his throne. It was already his defeat and fear of the duke, but instead of crying for mercy, he still had the guts to threaten him that if he took his life, he would not be spared too. But the Regis he was facing was merciless enough to care about the consequences of his action. Filled with rage and sorrow, Regis raised his sword, questioning the emperor's sense of life and asking what was left for him if he lost his daughter. With that, he took the life of the person whom he served. After challenging the duke for what he could do, Regis did not remove his eyes from him, showing that he had no time to entertain the emperor. This brought a shiver down his spine, so he had no choice but to let him go. The Floyen family then bowed to him before leaving. As they departed, the emperor couldn't hide his fear, trembling as he stared at Regis' unwavering gaze. He held his trembling hand to see his ring, believing that Duke Floyen would not be able to decline him as long as he had Circe's eye. But he could not understand why he had been acting so insolently despite the fact that he possessed that artifact. His action made the emperor wonder what Regis Floyen was thinking to be fearless now. At the Salon Blooms, the crown prince visited Phrygia, the owner, to ask for help. Upon hearing his request, Phrygia was intrigued. She hadn't expected the crown prince to suddenly want to learn how to write a letter. Max clarified, although filled with embarrassment, that he wanted to send Javelian as the crown prince now that they had met at the banquet. Hearing it made the lady impressed and moved to tears by the fact that Prince Maximilian was now a grown-up man. She started patting his head while commending how he was willing to improve the things where he was lacking, mentioning that his previous letter was more likely to be an announcement for execution. Just like what he came there for, Frisia taught her how to write for a woman. According to her, he must start with compliments, saying that praise could even make the emperor dance with joy. Max took that idea as he thought of some words to describe how lovely Javelian was. He wrote how her eyes were like sapphires that seemed jewelers intentionally put in her face, and how he could see the Milky Way whenever he saw her silver hair sway by the wind. He also included how he could smell the scent of flowers upon seeing her smile. There were so many praises in his mind to vividly describe the woman he was in love with as he spent the entire day crafting the perfect letter, filled with all the admiration he had for her. Before the night came, he immediately tied it to the dove. Even the pathetic bird could question if he did not realize how heavy his letter was for making him carry it. Max glared at him first, threatening him with punishment if it failed its task. This startled the pigeon to nod his head multiple times. As his sender flew away, he seemed to be experiencing animal cruelty as he could not fly properly due to the weight of the letter. While Max even wished the pigeon to fly well at that rate. After sending a letter, Maximilian was confident that Javelian would read it and recognize him as a witty potential husband, as well as a gentle and considerate man. The next day at the Floyen residence, Javelian received a letter that seemed to give her bad news. While reading, she saw Max knocking on her window just like he used to. The prince pouted when he saw that the lady noticed him. She opened the window with a sweet smile, welcoming him after not seeing him for so long. Max immediately asked her if she was reading something interesting, which only made her lose the curve on her lips. Concerned, he asked if there was anything wrong that made her so worried. She then told him that she was reading a letter from Lady Christine, the daughter of the Viscount Mershon. The letter that she received from her contained nothing but a threat. It was written that the lady knew about her lover, so she wanted her to come to her house in 4 days, or else her secret would be exposed to everyone. Upon seeing it, she worried that this might be connected to her relationship with Max that she needed to hide. This made her complain in frustration because of the rudeness of that woman when they had only met a few times. Besides, they were not even friends. This was not the letter that he was expecting her to receive, so he inquired if she had also received another letter. Seeing his expression only confused her, as if she was supposed to receive another one. Max repeated his question again as he suggested that reading another one might brighten up her mood. But Javelian explained that this was the only one, which surprised him, and exclaimed that it was impossible. With how he reacted, she could tell that other people would think that he sent a love letter to be flabbergasted like this. Little did he know, he actually did, and it took him 20 pages for his effort to be wasted only. Max did not expect it to turn this way when he clearly saw the pigeon fly to Javelian's room last night. His frustration snapped out when he realized that his sender failed again on his task. He suspected that after failing, he flew away to hide from him. He was trembling while cursing the pathetic pigeon in his mind that he would regret it if he ever found him. But what actually happened last night was an eagle caught his sender. It was the pet bird of the Duke named Edward Floyen who took it to Duke Floyen. He eventually ordered his pet to release the pigeon as he pitted it. Regis then held the pigeon and gently reprimanded him from coming near to his daughter's room. The bird responded by flapping his wings as if he would obey him and begging to be saved. The Duke added that Javelian was scared of small animals like him. When he took what was tied on its back, he saw the imperial family seal on it, which means that the letter was from the crown prince. Instead of keeping the letter, he burned it while saying that accepting him as someone who admired his daughter does not mean he would let him have a secret conversation with her. Together with the birds, they watched it burn until it turned to ashes. Meanwhile, at the residence of Marquis Hessen, Mikhail locked himself in his room. His mother was worried sick about him as she was continuously knocking on his door to convince him to come out. But the reason for him to behave like that was because of his breakup with Javelian. Thinking about her made him look like he had already lost his sanity, as he could not accept that she was no longer in love with her. From the other side of the door, the Marchioness, Patricia Lynn Hessen, and the servants could hear that he was constantly calling the name of Lady Floyen. This situation made her extremely worried about her son for starving himself. She then called her daughter, Giselle Maria Hessen, who was busy making herself pretty. She hurriedly barged into her room and asked if she had already made her order. The lady answered that she followed her instruction of using the name of her friend, Christine, to send a letter to the Floyen residence, then inquired what else she was worried about. The madame was so mad and blamed everything on Javelian, exclaiming that she was burning all the letters that they sent to her. The reason why she was not aware that her son was sick was because of her. From the very start, Marchioness Hessen is not in favor of her. However, she cares so much for his son's happiness that if he really wants her, she has no choice but to accept her. She remembered she used to frown when she went out shopping before with the lady. But now, she would reluctantly accept her as her daughter-in-law as long as she would be obedient to them and capable of giving them an heir. But before fully accepting her, she wanted to teach her a lesson first. After 4 days, it was the day that Javelian would meet with the Viscount. Her father prepared their knights to come with his daughter, but she declined. Worried that something might happen to her, he inquired to ensure she would be fine. Jevilian assured the Duke that she would be. Besides, bringing 12 knights to visit the Viscount's house would be troublesome. Sir Geraldine, the knight behind her, agreed that his intended number of guards for the lady was already too much. This reminds them of what happened when he sent many of them when his daughter only went shopping. He then swore to the Duke that he would do his job well in protecting the lady, so there was nothing he should be worried about. Duke Floyen had no choice but to let Jevilian. When the lady bid goodbye to them, the other knights were also hoping that she would consider taking them too. But the lady went straight to her carriage. Before she could enter, Sir Geraldine ensured her safety by making her promise that she would not make any trouble at their destination. Lady Floyen assured that she would behave when her only reason to come there was to teach her sender a lesson. The moment that she received the letter, she already knew the true person behind it, who used somebody's name to lure her out. Even though she pretended that it was from Lady Christine, she immediately recognized the handwriting on it, which flawed their tactic. They were indeed mistaken in thinking that they made her believe. While on her way, she was now determined to show who she really was. A moment later, they finally reached Viscount Mercia's residence. When Jevilian went down from her carriage, the Viscount and his wife welcomed her. They told her that it was an honor for them to have her at their humble home. However, both of them looked bothered by something. Even though it was obvious, the lady didn't say a word and just thanked them for the warm welcome. After that, the Viscount invited Juval to go inside, but their face was still the same. While walking, the lady stopped her cousin Geraldine, which surprised him. She reminded him that a knight carrying a blade was not allowed in a noble's home, so he should wait quietly outside. That warning made Geraldine suddenly remember those incidents she had caused before when she was still chasing Mikhail. She always fought with ladies because of Mikhail, and the Duke scolded him for not protecting his daughter properly. Just thinking about that was giving him chills, so he only hoped that his cousin wouldn't do anything this time. The moment the lady entered the room, Mikhail's mother, Marquis Hessen's wife, was already there waiting for her. But Jevilian already expected her since her actions were so predictable that she couldn't even act surprised anymore. That woman offered the lady to have a sit as if she was the owner of the house. After taking her seat, she told her that she had not changed at all because of the way she called people over without any consideration. Mikhail's mother felt the rudeness in her words and said that they weren't strangers, but the lady cut her off to ask seriously why she called her over there. She didn't like her words, so she had to ask Juval why she was acting so cold towards her when they hadn't seen each other for a while. She even added that she used to call her mother before, so she was a little hurt. It didn't affect the lady anymore and just answered that it was because she had met her with marriage in mind before, but they were nothing more than strangers now. That annoyed Mikhail's mother, as her first plan didn't work on Jevilian, so she had to change her way to get her. She then told the lady that her son was sick, which surprised her a little and stopped her from drinking her tea. But what surprised her more was when that woman acted pitifully in front of her, however she didn't play along with her. Juval didn't want to waste her precious time to see her act, so she just told her that she would pray for her son's quick recovery. If she said something bad about Max, she was going to give her a piece of her mind, but she guesses the letter was just a bait. Since that was the case, she had no reason to stay longer, so she excused herself from her if that was all she had to say. Mikhail's mother got more annoyed and stopped her act anymore while asking Juval if she didn't care for her son at all. She even dared to blame the lady that it was all her fault that Mikhail was sick now. All of her composure had gone already as she yelled at her, saying that relationships couldn't be ended that easily, so she wanted her to say honestly that she felt guilty about what happened to her son. The old lady continued yelling and told Jevilian that she was the one who broke up with Mikhail without even a warning. She wanted her to stop being stubborn and come along to her residence while trying to grab Jevilian. Luckily, her personal maid stepped in to stop her and said that Lady Jevilian no longer wished to see her son. That angered the old woman as a maid dared to interfere with the noble's business. Because of that, she slapped her so hard that it made her fall to the ground. It seemed like she already lost all her self-control as a nobody like her interfered with their conversation. The maid could feel how strong that slap was as she trembled from pain while Jevilian got worried for her. That sight in front of her annoyed Mikhail's mother as she told Jevilian over and over how a noble trains the people below them, which is how they show their worth, so a lowborn like her was ruining the good Floyen name. But the lady was not paying attention to her. Rather, she was more focused on Marilyn, and she even saw that there was a cut on her face caused by that slap. The sight of the blood on her cheek suddenly froze her and made her speechless. The old lady kept on talking about how stupid the maid was and that the Floyen family was using such a low-quality servant like her. Jevilian asked Marilyn if she could get up, but she didn't answer her. Instead, she cried and apologized to the lady. Mikhail's mother couldn't take it anymore and asked how long she was going to hold on to that commoner maid, as she just told her that her son was sick. Marilyn was still crying while Jevilian comforted her, and then the lady agreed to that old woman. She covered her anger with a fake smile while agreeing to go to their house right at that moment. Inside the carriage, her maid couldn't stop crying as she thought that she put the lady in a hard situation. Marilyn already apologized to her many times, as Jevilian had to hear such insults because of her. A moment later, they already arrived at Hessen's manor, which surprised Geraldine because he had a feeling that something might happen to the lady. When she went down from the carriage, he tried his best to stop her from going alone to the house where those monsters lived. The knight begged Jevelian sincerely and advised her to listen to him since he didn't want her to get hurt. Unfortunately, the lady already made up her mind and didn't listen to him. As she glared at him angrily, she told him to wait outside. That look surprised Geraldine, as she really was serious about going alone. Jevelian explained that she knew he was just worried about her, but she assured him that they wouldn't hurt her, and that was also why she was telling him not to come. She added that instead of protecting her, the lady wanted him to take Marilyn to a doctor so she could be treated right away. Marquis Hessen's wife smiled secretly as she thought that Jevelian wanted to be alone with her son. That was why she sent her knight away. She couldn't contain her excitement while walking, as the lady had not forgotten Mikhail, and all they needed to do was to convince the Duke. Suddenly, Giselle, the daughter of Marquis Hessen, greeted Jevelian happily, as it had been a long time since they saw her. While she was saying that the lady should have informed her of her visit, as she had some jewels she wanted, Jevelian thought that the Hessen family couldn't hurt her. Looking at her, she noticed that she came there empty-handed, which seemed to be unacceptable for the Marquis Hessen's daughter because before, she always brought boxes of presents with her every time she visited their house. With full confidence, she reminded the lady that she needed to show their family how sincere she was for them to accept her. But before she could even talk more, Jevelian slapped her so hard that it shocked Mikhail's sister. It was so sudden that Giselle couldn't process what was happening, and it was unexpected from the lady. On the other hand, Lady Floyen didn't feel guilty at all about what she did, and it looked like she was disgusted with that family. Marquis Hessen's daughter was not the only one in shock, his wife was too, as they didn't expect the lady would do that. The old woman hugged her daughter tightly while asking what Jevelian was doing at that moment. She takes off her gloves and seriously tells Marquis Hessen's wife that she is training the people below her. After hearing that, Giselle yelled at her and said that she was going crazy while calling her name Jevelian. When she heard that, the lady walked closer to the mother and daughter and asked Giselle if she wanted to die. It angered her that a Marquis's daughter dared to call a duke's daughter by her name. Jevelian thought that day was going to be the day that she turned that damn Marquis Hessen's family upside down. Looking at Lady Floyen in front of her, Giselle couldn't believe that she was the one who hit her of all people. With how she looked at her, she couldn't help but wonder if she was still the same Jevelian she knew. While observing the lady, her mother got worried and asked if she was okay, as she was trembling after that slap. However, it seemed like she didn't mind her mother at all, as she was busy recalling how Jevelian pleased her and how she was always so humble towards her so the lady could get closer to her brother. But the Jevelian in front of her at that moment changed so much, as if she was a different person. When she glared at her, she could feel the pressure from her eyes, which was unfamiliar to her. The Marquis Hessen's wife comforted her daughter as she was crying from the pain in her cheeks. Because she sees her as her precious daughter that they pampered so much, she yells at Jevelian for doing such a thing to her and orders her to apologize to Giselle right away. When the lady heard that, she couldn't help but laugh at them since that didn't feel right for her. She told them that the old woman should be the one kneeling on that cold marble floor, which surprised the mother. Giselle's mother couldn't believe what she just heard, so she got mad at Juval, as she had no idea what had gotten into her. Since the lady was the one who slapped her daughter, she should be the one apologizing. It seemed like the Marquis's wife had already forgotten what she had done earlier, so Lady Floyen reminded her that she was the one who hurt her person first. That confused the old lady, and she had to clarify if Jevelian was being like that because she hit her servant. She couldn't believe that the lady was acting like that over such trifle. Because of that belief, she told Juval that she would overlook the whole mess if she apologized at that moment. Marquis's wife even added that she was fully willing to make the lady her daughter-in-law, which surprised her. That made Jevelian laugh so hard, as if she just heard a funny joke from Giselle's mother. It became even louder, confusing the two, and thought that Lady Floyen had already gone crazy. On the other hand, Juval couldn't control it until her stomach hurt, and it was all because of that absurd thing she just heard. She then went closer to the old lady and said that it was so ridiculous that she didn't even know what to say to her. Since they had forgotten who she was, that day was the perfect day to fix that, so she took out the knife she had with her, which scared Marquis's wife. Suddenly, she recognized the silver fox pelt shawl that Mikhail's mother was wearing since it came from her. When she grabbed it, she tore it using the knife she was holding, which greatly shocked Lady Hessen. After ripping it into pieces, the mother and daughter said that the lady had already gone crazy. Jevelian, on the other hand, seemed like she was enjoying it, and said that the Marquis's wife was not qualified to have an out-of-control daughter-in-law like her. She even added that she had only just gotten started, which made the Marquis's wife and daughter tremble in fear. The next thing she did was to smash the first thing she saw in the corner of that house, and it was the mother's favorite vase. Marquis's wife falls to the ground while looking at that broken vase of hers. The lady moves on to her next target, and it was the sculpture she bought for her, which was displayed so nicely in that hallway. Mikhail's mother tried to stop her by shouting at her, but it didn't stop Juval from pushing that thing, so it fell to the floor, which caused it to break. The next one she saw was the portrait that used to be at their house, and the woman was still trying to stop the lady. However, Javelian still ripped it off with all her might, so the Marquis's wife couldn't do anything but shout her name. Giselle begged the lady, hoping that she would stop after saying what her mother said about forgiving her for the whole mess, but it didn't work as well. Lady Hessen had no choice but to order her servants to go and stop Javelian immediately, but they hesitated as they were also scared to go near her. But since their master ordered it, they had to obey her. However, just after making a few steps towards Lady Flo Yen, she already warned them not to touch her, which halted the servants. With the knife in her hand, she said that if they laid one finger on her body, she would end all of their lives. After saying that, her expression changed suddenly from angry to happy as she moved on to her next target. It was the Marquis's wife's dressing room that was filled with so many shiny things, so Lady Hessen had to stop her immediately. She even told her that it was a crime to barge in like that, but Javelian explained that she didn't see any problem with what she was doing, as she was just clearing what she bought for her. Lady Hessen scared the lady by saying that she would regret what she was doing, as Duke Flo Yen wouldn't just sit by and ignore the way she dishonored her family once he heard about her crazy actions. But Javelian wasn't scared at all, as she had caused trouble all the time until now, and her father had not said a single word to her. No one told her to take responsibility for it either, and that was because her father had been quietly taking care of all that using his money and influence. The scene she caused at that moment would end up like that too, and she was sure of it. The lady looked at the Marquis's wife while saying that it was Duke Floyan's power, so she should understand by now. Even after hearing all of that, the old woman had the nerve to say that she gave the lady so many chances while calling her an ungrateful child. She even dared to say that it was all because she grew up without a mother. That annoyed Javelian even more, and she warned the Marquis's wife that if what she just said reached her father's ears, the Hessen and Flo Yen families would be enemies forever, so she should apologize immediately. Giselle's mother couldn't take it anymore, so she was ready to slap the lady until someone came in to interrupt them. It was Mikhail, her son. He saw Javelian and called her, which halted the Marquis's wife from doing something to the lady. His presence surprised Lady Flo Yen, as he just showed up so suddenly while dealing with his family. But what was more surprising for her was when she saw his current state. It was as if the Marquis's wife was telling the truth that her son was sick. At first, Mikhail was shocked to see the lady, as she was the only person he wanted to see the most, and there she was standing in front of him. A minute later, he realized that she really was Javelian, so he went closer to her, but the lady was keeping her distance from him, as she didn't plan to see that man when she went to their house. Suddenly, Marquis's wife clung to her son and complained about what Lady Flo Yen did to her and to his sister, which made her so shocked and sad at the moment. But his reaction surprised the mother as he pushed her away from him as if she didn't matter at all. With a serious look on his face, he told his mother that he needed a moment to talk to Javelian, to which she agreed immediately. After that, he then turned to look at the lady, and his expression changed to a happy one while saying how he missed her so much. Someone saw his crying face and how pitiful he looked. That someone thought that he was a freak. That certain someone was Crown Prince Maximilian, who felt disgusted at the sight in front of his lover while he was up in the tree outside the window. He was so focused on the look of Mikhail that he was suddenly surprised when Javelian turned her face at the window and noticed him. Just a quick look from her made him blush, and since she already saw him, all he could do was wave at her from above the tree. But instead of being happy, Javelian was more surprised to see him and wondered what he was doing there. A few hours ago, just after the lady left the Flo Yen residence, the Duke already knew that Max was watching them above the tree, so he instructed him to get down from it immediately. He obeyed his master, so he jumped from the tree and looked at the Duke seriously. He then told Max that he read the letter he sent to Javelian, and it was quite long for a tiny bird to carry. The moment his student saw that bird on his shoulder, he was surprised, as his master really caught that bird and saw his letter. The Duke even shared what he read about the tiny mole on her daughter's pinky that was cute. When the Crown Prince heard that, he felt a little embarrassed and said that his master was being overprotective and that what he did was an invasion of privacy. He even asks him how long he plans to block men from approaching his daughter. He always knew he was that kind of person, but what he did was going too far. His master then suddenly asks if what he said in the letter about loving his daughter genuinely was true. That surprised Maximilian, as it was unexpected from the Duke, but he answered him right away that he truly loves Javelian, just like what he said before. After hearing that, his master turned away and said that no matter what happens, he must protect his daughter. It was quite shocking for the Crown Prince, as it seemed like he already accepted him as Juval's lover. As the Duke walked away from his student, he didn't say anything more and just let Max interpret whatever he wanted about what he told him. On the other hand, while looking at his master's back, he thought that since his master already accepted him, he wouldn't disappoint him. That was also how he ended up infiltrating the Hessen's mansion, and it gave the lady a headache since he was on a tree again spying on her. Max didn't do that because his master told him to. Rather, their goals just happened to be aligned at that moment, so he was going to protect Javelian no matter what happened. Meanwhile, Lady Flo Yen turned her gaze away from Max so no one would notice him except her. If they found out that her lover was there after she caused all that trouble, it wouldn't be good for them, so she decided to leave that damn family since her business there was done. But before she could even step outside the room, Mikhail called for her while saying that he needed to tell her something. His desperation was nothing for the lady, as she had nothing to say to him. The only reason she came there was to settle her relationship with his family. After saying that, she bid them goodbye and turned away, which surprised Mikhail and his mother. Her attitude hit the nerve of the Marquis's wife, but Mikhail stopped her and said to be quiet. He then told her that he would follow Javelian as he needed to talk to her, so he warned his mother to just stay where she was and not to interrupt them. When the lady was outside of their house, Mikhail ran as fast as he could to call for her. He told her that he wanted to apologize to her, which halted Juvel from her walk. The man continued to say that he was sorry for being indifferent towards her until now, and since she left him, sword fighting, success, and honor didn't matter to him anymore. He then started crying while he told her that he realized all of that too late and she was the most precious thing to him. Mikhail went on his knees and begged Lady Floyen to come back to him while swearing that he would do better this time. He cried even more to show how sincere he was while saying how he loved her, so they should start over. Javelian, on the other hand, faced that man and said that maybe she was wrong. After hearing that, Mikhail thought that she was giving him a second chance, but the moment the lady said that she never knew he was that clingy, he suddenly froze. Lady Floyen continued to say that she and he were now strangers, so she didn't want to be involved with him anymore. The man was so shocked while thinking that Juvel was the one who was clingy with him first. The lady added that she had a lover now, and it was the one Mikhail saw at the tea party before. The crown prince was listening to their conversation, and as soon as he heard her talk about her lover, he couldn't help but smile and thought that she was perfect as the future empress. Lady Floyen advised Mikhail to just forget about her since she was not his person anymore. But it seemed like the man had gone mad as he couldn't accept what she just said and exclaimed that her lover was him, not that mere commoner she brought to the tea party. He then grabs her hand tightly and shouts that he threw away all his pride to say those words, but she still refuses him. It was so unacceptable for him that he wouldn't let her have her way, which annoyed Javelian. The lady was so scared that she had no strength to fight him while the man was talking about owning her and that he couldn't give her up to someone else. Luckily, Maximilian was just there and punched Mikhail in the face as he was already hurting the lady. He then hugged Juvel tightly as if he was protecting her over him. He was so mad at Mikhail for daring to touch his lover like that. Lady Floyen, on the other hand, couldn't help but stare at Max's face and admire him while he defended her. The crown prince then turned to look at Javelian to check on her and asked if she was okay, to which she answered yes. A memory suddenly popped into her mind after looking at Max up close like that. That froze her as she got confused as to why that scene felt so familiar all of a sudden. She got back to her senses when the crown prince called for her name. He then told her that he couldn't keep his promise to her about not attacking any nobles. Because at that moment, he wanted to end the life of the man who was in front of them, but Javelian stopped him immediately and reminded Max not to use any violence. After hearing that, the crown prince wanted to know her reason why she was stopping him even though that man was the one who attacked her first. He added that he would never forgive anyone who hurt her while tightening his grip on her hand. Looking at how serious and angry he was because she got hurt, Lady Floyen couldn't help but feel something towards the crown prince. At Floyen's residence, the Duke was reading the document in his office. Upon noticing his distress, his secretary inquired if he was all right after he poured his cup of tea. But Regis just answered him back, questioning if he did not look okay. The secretary then pointed out that he had been reading the same page repeatedly, which caught him off guard. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, it was evident that he was bothered by something else. He then looked down, admitting that he was worried, not just about his daughter's safety, but also that his foolish student might misinterpret his order to guard Javelian as permission to court her. On the other hand, the secretary shared his opinion that he would think that way too if he were in his situation. When he asked if he misunderstood it, Duke Floyd answered yes. Regis then inquired if it would be too much for him if he went to his daughter right at that moment. The secretary agreed. In fact, it was way too much for the grown-up lady that the Duke considered. He realized that by the time he resolved to do anything and everything for her, she had already grown into someone who likely no longer needed a father constantly by her side. Yet, if it were entirely up to him, he would still choose to be the one protecting her. Meanwhile, Max demanded that Mikhail apologize to Lady Floyen for what he had done to her. But the nobleman only grew more enraged after being struck by someone he mistook for a commoner, questioning his audacity to treat him that way. Furious, he shouted that he should be the one receiving an apology, and threatened to take Max's life if he didn't kneel immediately. But the prince just smirked, saying that Javelian would be in sorrow if he took his life away right inside their residence. He even added that he does not want to see his lover shedding tears over him. Hearing that infuriated the nobleman more, as he could not get hold of his anger and suddenly attacked the prince, wishing him to be assassinated. Max easily dodged Mikhail's frontal attack and countered with a sharp knee to the stomach, causing the nobleman to writhe in pain. Grabbing him by the collar, Max warned him to focus, as their fight had just started. Without pause, he struck again, his knee landing hard, followed by a blow to the face. Upon seeing the two fighting, Javilian grew increasingly worried that someone might get seriously hurt. She called out to Max to stop. At that moment, he had Mikhail pinned down, one hand gripping his neck, while the nobleman struggled beneath him, trying to push him. They paused when they heard Lady Floyen again, telling Max that it was enough so they could leave, assuring the prince that she was already fine. With that, Maximilian released him, leaving him bruised and beaten. Despite his condition, he still had the nerve to stop Javilian from leaving without his permission. The arrogance of that remark made Max scoff, questioning whether Mikhail was in his right mind. He then expressed his irritation that every time he opened his mouth, it was clear to him that he did not love Lady Floyen. Rather, he simply wanted to own her. Mikhail just scoffed in return, asking what was wrong with that as he shamelessly claimed that the lady was his. This made Max grab his collar, warning him not to refer to her as if she were just a thing. But the nobleman still had the strength to mock him, calling him dumb for not knowing that the lady had been sticking around him as if she belonged to him, pointing out that she was too obsessed with him to even care about the other man aside from him. Later on, Javilian ran towards him and gave him a hard slap that left both men stunned. Her hands were shaking for ages as she spoke that she truly loved him before, yet she did not know that he just saw her as a possession. Hatred glinted in her eyes, declaring how disappointed she was in him, as she even called him nothing but trash. Mikhail's eyes widened upon listening to her every word. He immediately tried to stand up, mocking her if she wanted to depart the world. But Max slammed him back onto the ground, enraged by his disrespectful words toward Javilian. He then recalled how he would threaten to assassinate her whenever he got a chance to speak. This made him give a last warning as he urged him to listen carefully. The nobleman shook in fear as the man seemed stronger than him. Max pressed his foot into Mikhail's chest, his words chilling as he promised that if Mikhail ever harmed Javilian again, he would not hesitate to take away his life, swearing that he would protect her as he declared with certainty that they were going to live happily together until the end of life. She heard every word that he said. Those phrases were too much for someone in a contract relationship. Prince Max then forcefully pulled the nobleman, forcing him to apologize to Javilian right at that moment. But Mikhail was so hard that he tried to resist his grasp, telling him that he should be the one begging on his knees for forgiveness after assaulting a nobleman like him. Suddenly, Sir Geraldine intervened, pointing out that his complaint would be ignored because the man he fought with was Lady Javilian's lover. Aside from that, he would not be spared for hurting a member of the Floyen family. He looked at the nobleman earnestly, showing that he was serious about everything that he declared. Later on, the knight went to the beaten-up Mikhail and held onto his shoulder, inviting him for a little talk before getting him off the prince. Although he was resisting, he then told them that he would take care of him so the two could leave now. Maximilian nodded as he thanked him, referring to him as his brother-in-law in his mind, while the lady was stunned beside him. As they made their way out, they could still hear Mikhail shouting nonsense, but Max urged Javilian to ignore him and leave. Inside the carriage, as they headed home, Lady Floyen remained concerned for Max. She looked at him with a worried face, asking if he was fine. When the prince asked what she meant, she clarified that she was concerned about his hand, which must have been hurt after the fight he had with that bastard. Suddenly, he was stunned when she asked how he had followed her. She remembered that he just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, yet she admitted that she was thankful for him. After that, she gently pulled his hand and tied her handkerchief around his bruises, showing her how he protected her. Later on, though embarrassed, she brought up the words he had said earlier about living forever with her. Admitting that his words moved her, she thought that he said that so Mikhail would not notice that their relationship was fake. However, she was taken aback when Max pressed her hand and admitted that he did not just say that for nothing. Her eyes widened when he said that he wanted to end their contract relationship after confirming what he truly felt for her. And it was the right time to confess that he loved her as he pulled her hand to kiss it. Her eyes widened as her heart raced after hearing his confession while her hand was on his lips. Max, on the other hand, could not hide the nervousness that coursed through him. He gently lowered her hand, his own hand shaking slightly, and his face flushed a deep red just like hers. Lady Floyen was still in shock, as she could not respond right away. She then remembered everything that he did for her, his gestures and his efforts, and she realized that they were all real. She could not help but blush at that thought. With enough courage, Max clarified again that he wanted to end their contract relationship and asked her to date him for real. He then asked her opinion about it. For Javilian, in the first place, she thought what they had was just a contract relationship. Although they encountered some problems, Max still became helpful, making her more comfortable when they were together. However, when he was not around, her life felt so dull. While she had not responded to him yet, the prince tried to distract himself by gazing outside the window. As he glanced back at her, their eyes met once again. He gently pressed her hand in his, and her heart continued to race. At that moment, she could not help but think if the nervousness that she felt whenever she saw him was love. However, she wanted to clarify her feelings first, so she looked down and asked if he could give her some time to think about it. Her heart beat faster with every passing second, and it overwhelmed her. But to her surprise, Max smiled softly and told her that he would wait for her answer. Her eyes turned to him as he urged her to inform him after she made up her mind and promised that he would wait for her no matter how long it would take. Upon seeing him, Javillian noticed that he looked so relaxed and polite, which was quite unusual. However, it was only a facade. Deeper inside, Prince Maximilian was incredibly worried throughout his entire confession. He felt as though his entire lifespan had been shortened at that moment, fearing that she might reject him. He worried that she might turn him down, as it made him think of jumping into the ocean to escape this moment. But the fear of losing his life was stronger than the fear of rejection. He recalled how his teacher had once taught him how to hold his breath underwater for an entire hour. As she took longer to respond, he wondered if her silence meant no. Risha's coming-of-age ceremony will be held soon. If she says yes, then he could tell her the truth. At that moment, he was desperately hoping that she would not reject him. Staying longer on their journey made him wonder if he should tell her that he was the crown prince. Later on, he cleared his throat to get her attention. However, when he looked at her, her head was nodding, yet her eyes were closed. He then realized that she had fallen asleep, which made him chuckle a little. How could she sleep like that when someone just confessed to her half an hour ago? Upon watching him sleep, he realized that the events of that day must have tired her so much. Seeing her head continue moving, he decided to sit beside her, making her lean on him. He even said that he was only doing it so she could stay still, as if the sleeping woman could hear him. But as he looked at her, he found himself staring at her lips. Before he let himself fall into temptation, he immediately turned his gaze outside. Throughout their journey, he could not help but complain about how his heart continued racing. Meanwhile, at Floyan's residence, the Duke was in the middle of a conversation with Sir Geraldine. The Duke inquired about the situation with Marilyn, asking for an update on her condition and what Alan had said about it. Fortunately, he got a good response that what happened did not cause her any more serious issues. Later on, they heard the arrival of the carriage. When Duke Floyan looked at them, he saw that it was Javillian and Prince Max. His daughter was stunned when she saw him. He had an earnest look as he demanded an explanation of what happened to her journey. Behind him, she saw Sir Gerald, which she realized meant that he arrived earlier than them, so she would not be surprised if her father already heard what she had done. As she held her hand, she wondered if she should tell him the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Javillian made up her mind. It was time to be honest with her father. She called out to him, and when he turned to face her, she admitted that what she said about meeting with Lady Christine was a lie, further explaining that she went there although she knew that Lady Hessen was using the other woman's name to invite her. When the Duke inquired about her reason, she answered that it was because she wanted to remove all her connection to the Hessen family. However, the lady insisted that she go to their house to meet Mikhail. Coming there only intensified the argument that they unexpectedly hit Marilyn. After hearing the same story from her daughter, he could not help but mutter against those people. Javillian was halted upon hearing it, but she was uncertain about it, which made her wonder if it was just her illusion. Noticing how she paused, Duke urged her to continue, leading her to reveal that Lady Hessen might still assume that she was Mikhail's fiancé. To eliminate misunderstanding, she told them that she had already broken up with her son. When Duke Floyan inquired about her way of doing that, she said that it broke everything that she had given to that family as a gift. By doing so, she expected that they would have no reason to complain about any potential damages or seek compensation. She then remembered how her father would always cover her with his money whenever she caused trouble, and she admitted that she felt guilty about it. But now that she said that, she created another one that did not cost much of their money. Her statement made her father smile and thank her for thinking about him. She was taken aback by how the Duke tapped her head gently while commending that she did a good job. She could not believe that Duke Floyan was laughing now when he usually ignored her mess before. But for the Duke, how his daughter's way of considering him was too cute, which kept him smiling. At that moment, Javillian felt like a huge weight had been removed from her shoulders. His reaction brought her a strong sense of relief that he would take her side. It made her want to cry. She almost wanted to tell everything to her father. She then continued that after Mikhail showed up, they ended up talking a little. She remembered how he got mad at her after she crossed the line, claiming that she belonged to that man. Upon remembering those things, she did not realize that she was already crying. Max tried to catch her attention, and when she looked up, she saw how her father had become worried about her. How his eyes widened could tell his eagerness to know the reason for her tears. But what happened earlier made her completely forget about Mikhail after Max beat him for her. It seemed that he had already tasted her revenge through her contractual relationship. However, she does not even know what she is crying for. The prince remained by her side and comforted her, urging her to stop crying. But the Duke could not stand seeing her daughter grieving like that, so he immediately left. A minute later, they heard the sound of the horse, which caught their attention. Her eyes widened when she saw the Duke riding his horse. Duke Floyan then declared that he would punish those helpless people who dared to hurt his daughter. Through his eyes, he showed how dangerous he could be for his daughter as he swore to destroy their limbs. Upon seeing him, Javelian wondered why he suddenly got his horse. He then went to her and gently held her chin, telling her not to cry and promising he would return soon. As her tears fell, she watched her father ride off, unable to believe he had truly taken her side. Maximilian also stared at his master. From the battlefield that they fought together, the Duke had always been so calm, yet this was the first time that he had seen him extremely angry. And he could sense his rage through his pace. Meanwhile, at the Hessen residence, the father of their house freaked out upon hearing that his wife and his son hurt Javelian, questioning if they were still in the right state of mind. Romeo Hans Hessen could not contain his frustration upon knowing what happened earlier, and even how they hurt one of their servants mattered in that problem. But Lady Hessen could not look at him, telling him to stop as she did not know why he was acting like that. She even reasoned that she just let the commoner know her place. Aside from that, she complained about how Javelian destroyed her clothes and jewelry like a crazy woman. But her excuses didn't matter. Marquis Hessen snapped, pointing out that they had harmed someone from the Floyen household. But his wife was still firm, highlighting that their son got hurt because of someone that they secretly sent, exclaiming that they were the ones who deserved to receive an apology. She could not believe that her husband was not taking their family's side. It was clear she didn't grasp the severity of their situation, as the Marquis exclaimed that this was not a matter of taking sides. He then made it clear to his wife that the Duke was a psycho and the only person who mattered to him was his daughter. He recalled the time he was beaten badly by Regis's daughter, and how the Duke had calmly taken responsibility, saying she took after him, as her fist could just fly naturally upon hearing someone talking nonsense. That memory alone made his body tremble, sweating hard as frustration built for the mess that his wife and son had caused. Later on, they were surprised when the servant rushed to them, announcing that they must escape immediately. After hearing a noise, they inquired about it. But the servant just knelt in exhaustion as he revealed that their main entrance just collapsed and warned them again to run away. Before he could say more, a violent kick shattered the wall behind him, making him scream in fear. The one they feared had finally arrived. Marquis Hessen and his wife froze in terror as Duke Floyen stepped through the rubble, eyes fixed on them after finding the ones he had been looking for. Their unexpected visitor greeted Marquis Hessen, noting how long it had been since they last met. But before anything else, the Marquis angrily pointed out how he broke their wall and barged inside. The Duke just simply moved his head and replied that their door was locked. This made the owner of the house shout in frustration, explaining that he was supposed to ask for it to be opened, not to aggressively destroy it. The situation made him complain in his mind about how his daughter only mattered to that psycho. Later on, Duke Floyen threw them a pouch of gold coins, thinking that it was already enough to cover the damages he had made. He then noted how his daughter and knight had been insulted by their family. As he walked towards him, he told him to give way. Unaware of what he was planning to do, he turned around only to hear a disturbing sound, and the intense light appeared. Debris exploded across the hall, making the Marquis fall to the ground in disbelief. After that, he mentioned how Marquis Hessen insulted him behind his back, calling him a homicidal maniac who was lucky to be born in that era. The man just excused that he had said that because he was drunk. But the Duke admitted that his statement was right, adding to their horror as he then laid his gaze on them, that he was holding back himself from slaying someone at that moment. The two trembled in fear as they could feel that he was referring to them. The Duke's rage continued, as every wall of the house would collapse the moment his fist forcefully hit it. It seemed that there was a massive earthquake that shook their house, leaving so many cracks, and the debris continued falling. Marquis Hessen was stunned in devastation to see their house be ruined like that. He then suddenly knelt in front of him, begging him to stop as he expressed that he understood his reason to be that mad. But the Duke of Floyen had no intention of stopping. To him, this was his way to let them know their place after daring to lay their hands on his daughter. Later on, Mikhail came out, and he was stunned by the destruction and the sight of his parents on their knees. He immediately went in front of him and bravely urged Duke Floyd to explain what he was doing there. But his father, from their position, glared at him, knowing that it was all his fault. As the Duke laid his fuming gaze on him, as he demanded an explanation, he coldly asked if it was truly reasonable for him to destroy their entire house simply because someone like Mikhail had hurt his daughter. His voice raged like an uncontrollable storm, thundering through the air. The young man trembled in fear as the Duke's words hit him like a wave, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He couldn't believe the anger he was seeing was a result of what had happened earlier that morning. This was not the reaction he had anticipated from him, as he had always remained silent before. The Duke then added that he knew how their family treated his daughter poorly, and he remained silent because Javelian did not want him to meddle with them. With every step forward that he made, Mikhail continued stepping back. But the Duke still reached him, and he froze when he warned that if he bothered his daughter again, he would not only destroy their house but also his life. He urged the young man to listen to him carefully, although he already looked so pale in fear. He continued and said that the only reason he was still alive was because the Duke had not yet chosen to take his life. As he said that, he imagined how he might assassinate him. The moment the Duke turned and began to leave, Mikhail's body trembled with a mix of fear and anger. His teeth clenched as he bit down on his lip. Even after receiving threats about coming to Javilian, he still had no intention of letting her go. If Duke Floyen would also block his way, he vowed to destroy their family. He was too overwhelmed by his rage to even notice that his lip was already bleeding. But what mattered to him the most was to get what he thought was his, no matter the costs. Meanwhile, at Floyen's residence, Javilian was sleeping, yet she was breathing heavily. From her dream, he remembered her father greeting the younger her with a happy birthday. But she cried hard after seeing his body stained with blood. She was too young back then, as her words were not that clear yet, but she expressed how the blood scared her. She urged him to go away, but upon seeing him crying and apologizing to her, she immediately took back her words. Duke Floyen turned his back while trying to cover his face and holding a bunch of flowers in his other hand. The kid then chased her father, urging him not to cry and clarifying that she did not hate him. She was also tearful that moment as he begged him not to leave her, admitting that she was wrong. The young kid cried harder, calling the name of her papa as she continued chasing him and pleading to make him stay. As she returned to reality, she found her father in her room while she was holding the sleeve of his shirt, telling him not to go. The Duke was stunned to see his daughter crying again because of him, even in her dreams. Juval was also surprised that her father was in her room. He then asked if she was having a nightmare. He added that he had only seen her crying face that day while having that sad look. When the lady asked what he was doing in her room, her father answered that he was worried she might be stressed about what happened that day. While he wiped her tears off, she couldn't believe that he had come there because he was worried about her. After that, the Duke told her to go back to sleep as he would leave her room as well. That surprised Javilian, as he had been there for just a moment then he was leaving her already. Since it was the first time they had a moment like that, the lady tried to stop her father as she had something to say. Before saying it, she hesitated for a while but eventually told him. She thanked him for what he did. When Duke Floyen heard that, he immediately halted from walking outside the room. Juval then continued to say that she was grateful when he went to the Hessens to protect her. She added that she was really happy that he took her side. That turned the Duke around and he walked back to his daughter. He clarified to her that he was always on her side no matter what, which surprised Javilian. She didn't expect that from her father while he held her hand tightly while saying that. Because of it, the lady couldn't hold her tears anymore and told him that she had been wanting to talk to him for a while because he had been so nice to her recently. In the past, he would always act indifferent and not pay much attention to her, so she thought he had given up on her. When she remembered her past life while her father was dragging her, she told him that she had thought he would abandon her soon. The Duke started to cry as well, and his tears fell into her hands as he said that he would never do that to her. Javilian, on the other hand, was so surprised that he couldn't believe what she was seeing in front of her. Her father was sincerely apologizing to her for making her think like that. The Duke cried even more while admitting that it was all his fault, and added that everything he did to protect her ended up leaving her with so many scars, making her think that he didn't love her. He was saying all of that as he remembered those memories of his past life when he regretted every action he did to her. Duke Floyen kept apologizing to her daughter that she didn't know what to do to stop her father already. His emotions got him suddenly that he wanted to tell her the truth, but a second later, he got back to his senses and paused in the middle of his words. He then told her daughter to talk about it next time and added that she should get some rest for now. But Javilian got curious as to what he was about to say and wanted to talk to him more, but she couldn't say it out loud. The next thing that the Duke did really surprised the lady as he kissed her on her forehead. It was the first time they had talked like that, and it was also the first time he had acted like that towards her. That greatly shocked Javilian. She became speechless and couldn't believe what just happened a moment ago. It also made her blush and happy that her father gave her a goodnight kiss that she thought she was dreaming. When the Duke left his daughter's room, Geraldine was there outside waiting for him. Duke Floyen called his name and informed him that an insect just snuck into his house. He noticed that man spying in the window of Javilian while he was talking to her daughter earlier. His face clearly says that he was angry as to how that happened when he already tightened the security in his house. The Floyen Knights were very surprised to hear that, as they were also on guard at all times, but someone still got past them. Because of that, the Duke ordered his knights to double the guard around the residence starting that day. Geraldine admitted that he was careless and that he didn't notice at all, but the Lord just told him to have knights around Javilian's room at all times from that moment on, which he obeyed. After that, Duke Floyen thought that kind of skill at infiltration must mean it was one of the Emperor's shadows. The Emperor's shadows were an elite imperial unit that performed any and all dirty work for His Majesty. They were quiet for a while, but it seemed he had started having him followed again, which annoyed the Duke. However, he told himself that as long as the Emperor's method stayed the same, he would never beat him. The next day, at the Imperial Palace, His Majesty was very angry upon hearing the reports of one of his loyal people. He couldn't help but hit his chair with his hand when he heard that they failed their task. Count Pyrex, one of his loyal men, admitted that he heard one of the shadows did not return last night. The Emperor was so mad that his nerve was showing up, and he asked if it was the Duke's doing. The Count answered that it was most likely the case. However, he didn't leave a single trace, so they have no proof to point him out. His Majesty already lost his composure and asked him just how bad they were at their jobs for them to fail at a simple scouting mission. The man reasoned that it was not the case at all. It was just that the power of the Duke was on another level, that was why. The Emperor couldn't control his anger towards Duke Floyen while cursing him in his mind. Ever since the Crown Prince's victory banquet, those eyes of his have still been stuck on him, and he has been on his mind. But His Majesty reassured himself and calmed himself down, as he knew that the Duke could never betray him. Suddenly, he called Count Pyrex's name and said that he had not been able to find them for a few years now. When the Count heard that, he was surprised, as if he already knew what he was talking about. His Majesty told him that because he was desperately in need of power before Duke Floyen could get him. He then said to do their best, as he always does, to which Count Pyrex obediently obeyed. A moment later, the Crown Prince went to see his father to greet him without even knocking at the door before entering. The butler was dying to stop His Highness and told him many times that he couldn't go inside the room at that moment, but he still went in. Because of that, the Emperor got annoyed at his action and asked his son if he didn't know how to knock. Count Pyrex excused himself from His Majesty, as he knew his presence there was not needed anymore. That man didn't even greet Max and just passed through him as if he didn't want to respect him as the Crown Prince. On the other hand, His Highness stared at the Count and knew that he was one of his father's loyal subjects. But what made Max curious was when the Emperor said, "finding them." It made him think about what he meant by that. Even though he had no clue about it, he smiled silently as he knew that he would find out about that soon enough. He had his way to look into it, and his father was not the only one who liked playing spy. Maximilian then had one last look at Count Pyrex and thought that he would need to send his people to tail that man right away. A moment later, the Emperor asked his son what made him come there as soon as he summoned him when he hadn't even done that before. The Crown Prince gave him a simple answer, and it was because he told him to see him, so he asked if there was a problem with that. The two stared at each other, and the Emperor thought how insolent his son was since he never come before when he summoned him. He even had an inner thought to teach him a lesson as he was acting all high in front of his own father. On the other hand, Max wondered what his father's problem was. He was even disgusted at the thought that his father was expecting him to say he missed him. Suddenly, His Majesty told him that Beatrice's coming-of-age ceremony was approaching and he would have to be her partner, which greatly surprised the Crown Prince. Just thinking about his sister's companion at an event made him already exhausted and unbearable. Because of that, he suddenly got annoyed and asked his father if he was serious about it. Meanwhile, the princess regrets her decision to pick Maximilian, the Crown Prince, as her partner for the ceremony. She was so angry and annoyed at the same time since it was the only choice she had because she didn't like her parents' suggestions. The Empress, her mother, wants her to go with the son of the Hessen family, as there was no man in the empire more eligible as her partner than him. However, Beatrice was opposed to that since she was Javelian's ex-fiancé, so it was a big no for her, but she couldn't say it in front of her mother. On the other hand, when the princess was summoned by the Emperor, her father, told her to choose the King of Ragan. His Majesty added that they were the ones who brought it up first to improve relations with them after the battle. They would need it to establish diplomatic relations with them, so he wanted her to partner with the king. The princess heard that the Ragan's king was not just a pervert, but he was also 20 years older than her. Both her mother and father didn't actually care about her becoming an adult, as they just wanted to use her politically. Since she doesn't want to get dragged along by anyone, she chooses none of their suggestions. Rather, she declared in front of her father that she would like her beloved older brother to be her partner instead. The Emperor was so shocked when he heard that, especially the word beloved brother, because he knew they were not on good terms. When Beatrice tries to remember it, she really regrets it and wants to take her words back. However, it seems like it was already too late for that. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a knock on her door. She immediately composed herself as a princess and asked what the servant wanted. The girl stated that Prince Maximilian had accepted her request for him to be her partner. She added that the Crown Prince also said that he would prepare a grand present for her and that she should look forward to it, which Beatrice hardly believes. After that, the maid went her way out while the princess wondered what her brother was up to because he not only accepted, but he was also giving her a present. Her Highness was not completely defenseless if her brother tried anything weird at the ceremony. After all, she knew what his weakness was. She was still opposed to her brother liking her best friend, Javelian, and she wouldn't let things go his way. Meanwhile, somewhere at the palace, Maximilian thought someone was calling him or someone was planning to harm him because of the chilling air he felt just now. But he brushes it off a second later and reasons that he was just being negative as he was so nervous about the party. Max was not planning to go to his sister's party at the beginning, but after she came to him first, he had a good idea in mind. Since Beatrice and Javelian were really close, they were probably going to be together at that party too. In that case, he plans to go to Javelian as his sister's partner and reveal who he really is. At the Floyen residence, Lady Juval was so happy when the package she was waiting for had finally arrived. She thought that she was lucky that Max showed up during the incident with Mikhail, but if no one had been there at that time, it would have been dangerous for her. Now that she has the thing she ordered from the Fyodor workshop, it might prevent such an incident in the future. When the lady looked at it closely, she couldn't help but praise Ian, as he made it exactly how she imagined it. At the time when she ordered it, Ian was already full of confidence, as everything they released there was sold out right away, but the lady had to remind him about the splitting of profits from the items made from her ideas. While Javelian was busy trying that tool from Ian's workshop, Maximilian came and knocked on her window. She was surprised to see him and called his name while she tried to blow the tool she had. The lady was trying to communicate with him using it, but Max couldn't understand a thing she was saying at all. Even though he was confused about what Juval was doing, he still found her cute, and it made him blush a little. When the lady opened the window, she told him that she was just testing a new self-defense tool she had made. Looking at it, the Crown Prince was doubtful that the little tool in his hand could protect the lady. Suddenly, Javelian demonstrates it in front of him by blowing it, which causes Max to almost damage his ear. She was happy and, at the same time, apologized for it as it was really loud. The lady told him that people would be able to hear that even from far away, to which Max agreed. After that, he couldn't help but stare at her and thought that maybe it was because of what happened with Mikhail that was why she bought it. He assumed that Juval must have been nervous ever since that incident. Just thinking about that man annoyed Max. He then suddenly told her that he actually had a present he wanted to give her that day, but he just thought of something even better. That confused the lady, as there was no occasion for him to give her a present. The Crown Prince then shyly said that he was feeling a bit guilty that he had not done anything for her after confessing to her, which touched Juval, as she didn't expect he was worried about something like that. He then took out a piece of jewelry and tried it on her hair, as he had wanted to put that on her himself for a while now. It made the lady blush as they were so close to each other. There was one more thing that he really wanted to give her, which confused the lady. Maximilian knelt before her, held her hands, and said that he wanted to give her himself. Whenever anything happened to Juval, he would be by her side because she was a really important person to him. The lady's heart started to beat loudly while Max continued to say that she could call him whenever she needed him using that necklace she brought. Javelian couldn't think of anything else and asked if he was like a trained dog, to which he didn't hesitate to answer with yes. Her face started to become red, so she turned around to avoid his gaze and asked if he would come to her even if she called him for no reason. The prince noticed that, and it made him happy to answer that he would definitely come. Even if it was trivial matters like not wanting to eat strawberry cake alone, or she called him by accident, Max still said yes to her. She also asked if he would come even if she called him just because she was lonely by herself. He knew the lady didn't like to be alone, so he told her that he would definitely go to her. Just hearing those words really touched her heart so much that it made her cry a little out of joy. She realized now that she really does like Max. After that, Javelian couldn't contain her happiness in front of him and let out a big laugh. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, was also happy as he made the woman he loved smile like that. Since the lady was now sure about her feelings for him, she was now ready to tell him. However, before she could even do that, someone was knocking endlessly at the door, which interrupted their moment. Both of them were surprised when Geraldine, her cousin, and one of their knights came because he heard something strange earlier, so he told her to open the door immediately. He loudly stated that under the Duke's orders, if she didn't reply on the count of 3, he was going to open the door even if by force. Before the count of 3, Javelian opened the door and said that she fully understood that her father was being more careful with security, but what they were doing was too much. Geraldine reasoned that it was for her own sake, so she should bear with him even if it was annoying. It was still unacceptable for Javelian, as it was already an invasion of her privacy. She then wanted to know why her father suddenly got worried about the security of her room, to which he answered that it was because of the stray cat that seemed to like going to her room. The two of them felt guilty about that. After that, the knight told Max to follow him outside. His Highness obediently obeyed him as if it was an order given to Geraldine. Suddenly, the Crown Prince was surprised to see his master in the hallway. After that, Duke Floyen seriously said that he had something to tell, so he should follow him. The two kept walking when the Duke halted to tell his student something important. He told him to stop sneaking into his daughter's room. Coming in through the window makes him no better than a petty thief. He always reminds him that Javelian was a girl, so he would prefer it if he minded his manners. But it seems like Maximilian was not affected by his words and just asked if the reason why he called him there was because of that. The Duke couldn't answer him properly and avoided his gaze as if he was hiding something, so it made the Crown Prince confused. He then changes the topic by asking if he had noticed anything suspicious in the palace recently, to which Max answered that Count Pyrex had an audience with the Emperor not long ago. He was someone who would do anything for his father, so it caught his attention. After hearing that, what the Duke was about to say greatly shocked His Highness. He mentioned that the shadows were spying on him and Javelian. They both knew it was something serious already that shouldn't be ignored, so he wanted to talk to him about it. The Duke told him that he talked to Yulia about that yesterday, but he wanted his men to keep a close eye on the Emperor's lackeys. He was the only one who could do that, so he begged Max to protect his daughter and make sure those bastards didn't get anywhere near Javelian. It was hard for him to believe that his master, who was the strongest in the Empire, was begging for his help. Not only did it surprise him, but it also made him wonder why the Duke was asking him for a favor like that. The master he knew was so overwhelmingly strong that he could win every battle he would take. Legis Adre Floyen, the god of battle. His reputation was not exaggerated at all, as Max had seen it with his own 2 eyes. He couldn't accept that his master was begging him, so he asked him for the reason because if it were him, he could easily end the Emperor's men and Pyrex in an instant. Max then yelled at the Duke and said to use that opportunity to start a rebellion. He then asked him how much longer he would be scared of the Emperor. His Highness continued to say that the only reason the nobles supported his father was because the Duke never disobeyed him. Even the nobles on the Emperor's side wouldn't resist because they knew how strong he was. The Crown Prince couldn't tell if his master was scared of the public, but he already had the respect of the Empire's citizens, and it goes without saying that the people of his territory would support whatever he chose. After saying all of that, Max still couldn't get just what he was so afraid of. The Duke became silent for a moment as if he was pondering about something. However, instead of giving him the answer that he wanted to hear, he just told his student to leave already, as it was late. Before leaving, he gave him a last warning not to use the window anymore to go to his daughter. The Crown Prince called his master, but the Duke didn't stop and left him alone in the hallway. He kept thinking of Max's question about what he was so afraid of. His answer to that was not them, but it was him that he was afraid of. A few days later, it was already the day of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. Carriages of the guests started to arrive at the imperial palace. The music begins inside while some of the nobles are dancing as they wait for the main character of the event. The Emperor and the Empress were already there, sitting in front of the banquet hall. Meanwhile, a servant informed Princess Beatrice that it was now time for her entrance. Her Highness looked at the mirror and was a little nervous, as it was finally the coming-of-age ceremony she had been waiting for. Before going, she prayed hard for the party to finish successfully without any problems, and also to let Javelian be watching when her crazy brother caused a huge problem, so she ended up hating him. When the princess was so focused on praying, his older brother, the Crown Prince, appeared suddenly, which greatly surprised her. It made her fall from the chair as he scared her, so she called him a psycho because of that. The princess asked why he popped up like that, to which the Crown Prince answered that he got tired of waiting, so he came in. She was reprimanding him for not knocking at the door of a lady's room, and his weird mask scared her to death. Before they could enter the hall, Max took off her mask and greeted his sister with a happy birthday. He knew that she was grateful because her beloved brother accepted her request to be her partner, so his presence alone was his birthday present for her. The princess was annoyed and said that the present she was waiting for was for him to be embarrassed in front of Javelian. His Highness teased his sister more by saying that her wish wouldn't happen, so she should just accept what he was offering to her. Since both of them wanted to get that over with, the Crown Prince reached out for her hand so he could escort her already. Beatrice had no other choice but to accept it. However, she still doubted if everything would go smoothly. At the banquet hall, Lady Javelian had already arrived together with her friends, which caught everyone's attention. But it seems like the lady was thinking of something else. She was wondering where her father went off right after escorting her there. The conversation they had for the first time when her father apologized to her still lingered in her mind. Juval was curious about what he was going to tell her when he cut off his words in the middle. Because of that, she really wanted to talk to him that day. Suddenly, the attendant announced the arrival of the star of that day's party, Her Highness Beatrice Evelyn Ashett, and her partner, His Highness Maximilian Cashin Ashett. Everyone was so surprised when they heard that, as nobody expected that the Crown Prince would attend, and what's more, he was the princess's partner. Even Lady Javelian was not expecting them to come together. She also thought that the Crown Prince was not meant to attend that party. The two entered the banquet hall while the princess was holding her brother's hand as if they were really close to each other. Her Highness exudes a beautiful aura, and the shiny jewelry is paired with her elegant look. On the other hand, even though the Crown Prince was wearing a mask, his beauty was still visible to everyone. The people started to notice the closeness of the two, but they doubted that it was just all an act for them to see. Some of the nobles also mocked His Highness because he was wearing a mask again on an important day like that. Little did everyone know that behind those smiles, the two were already killing each other with their words and teasing. While the crowd was cheering for them, the princess was waving her hand at them, and at the same time, she continued to swear at her brother. When none of them wanted to stop, Her Highness already got irritated, so she stomped her high heels on the Crown Prince's foot, which annoyed him. The two knew that their endless bickering wouldn't get them anywhere, so they decided to stop. With a smile still visible on her face, the princess controlled herself to keep it together and to avoid making a scene at her own party. On the other hand, the Crown Prince was trying his best to stay calm for peace. However, His Highness and the princess were not aware that they had the same goal in their minds. It was the most important thing at that moment for them and the one person they wanted to meet at that party. The two kept staring at that person who was standing in the middle of the crowd. The lady who shines so brightly in her beautiful white dress is Lady Javelian Floyen. Their eyes were fixated on the lady while they made their entrance at the banquet hall, which confused Javelian. However, what caught her attention more was the crown prince's gaze, and she wondered why he was staring at her. His Highness was so in love with the lady that he couldn't help but smile at her. But that smile of his gave shivers all over Javelian's body that froze her to where she was standing. The princess, who was observing the two, noticed that the lady was wearing the hairpin she gave to her, and at the same time was disgusted by her brother's expression behind that mask. After that, the three of them went their own way with three different emotions. One was scared to death, the second was happy just to be able to see his woman, and the other was worried for her friend. A moment later, the princess was a bit sad even though the party was arranged for her. Her eyes wandered to those ladies sitting at the corner where Lady Javelian was. Their happy conversations made the princess envy them and wish she could also have fun with them. Suddenly, her mother, the empress, called her name, which surprised her. She told the princess to dance like all the youngsters there were doing, since she was the star of the party. Her Majesty suggested having her first dance with Marquis Hessen's son, as the Hessen soldiers and information network were crucial for their plans. Her Highness was trembling while expressing her opposition to dancing with Sir Hessen. Before she could even continue her talk with her mother, a man came to them and greeted the Princess of the Empire. Her Highness was surprised to hear his name after he introduced himself as Mikhail Albert Hessen. The man appeared in front of her with his astonishing looks and respectfully asked Her Highness to give him her first dance. That young lord's smile could captivate every single lady in that banquet hall. However, the princess was not one of them. Rather than feel flattered by his invitation, she was a bit put off by it, as he was Javelian's ex-fiancé, and he suddenly approached her aggressively. Before her party, a few days ago, Mikhail visited the Empress at her place. Her Majesty became curious about his plans when he suddenly came there out of the blue and told her that he was on her side. The Empress knew that his father, Marquis Hessen, was only ever loyal to His Majesty the Emperor and had no connection to her. However, the young lord stated that it was not true at all since her private physician was a close friend of his father. He even added that while his medical talents make him a valuable citizen of the Empire, he was too loose-lipped to be her loyal servant. His statement angered the Empress, so she wanted to know what he wanted from her. Mikhail told Her Majesty that he would be very careful so that news of the small son of the Empire that she was currently bearing would not spread from his lips. But it would only happen if he had her support. The Empress got more infuriated as it looked like she was being threatened by that young man. However, Mikhail said that it was not a threat, but rather it was all to protect her treasure. Moreover, he knew that she was constantly worried about the princess being overshadowed by Prince Maximilian, so if he stayed by her side and helped her act according to Her Majesty's wishes, they both would get what they wanted. His proposal caught the Empress's interest, so she didn't reject it. Now that he was acting according to their plan, she couldn't help but secretly smile. She knew he was a sly and arrogant man, but he was also an undeniably smart man, so he would be useful by her daughter's side. Since the young man was making his move already, the Empress couldn't let his effort go to waste, so she urged the princess to accept it. Despite how she was against it, and her face became pale, she couldn't do anything but accept it, as her mother was pressuring her. She had no idea that Her Majesty's plan was for the princess to seduce the Marquis's son. However, it was not for her own good but for the little brother she had inside her, which the princess was not aware of at that moment. The two got the attention of the nobles in the banquet hall, and they were all surprised by this sudden relationship. Lady Javelian turned to look in the direction where everyone's gaze was and saw the princess and Mikhail. She was surprised to see them and couldn't help but wonder if they would end up together just like before. In the novel, the princess gives Mikhail the first dance while he is still dating Javelian and ends up falling for him right away. After that, she got into an argument with the princess on that day. But now, since she had already broken up with Mikhail, there was no need for that. However, her mind was not at ease as she couldn't leave her like that. It was not easy for Javelian because she couldn't suddenly interfere with them. While she was thinking of how to save the princess, a loud noise from a broken glass could be heard in the banquet hall. It all got everyone's attention. It turns out it was a servant's fault who slipped in front of the crown prince. That man was trembling in fear while apologizing to His Highness. He was on his knees as if he was begging for his life. However, it was so unexpected that the crown prince didn't mind at all. He even told the servant that anyone could make mistakes and advised him to get some rest as he looked tired, but the servant opposed it and said that he was fine. When he loudly stated that he shouldn't get distracted again, it caught the princess's attention as if he were referring to her. The servant then told His Highness that he would make sure he never made another mistake like that again, which pleased him, and he let go of the man. The ladies who witnessed this scene admired His Highness's generosity, but Lady Javelian didn't agree with them. Maximilian, on the other hand, thought about his sister. They might not be that close as siblings, but that doesn't mean he would leave her to end up with Mikhail. Because of his interference, the princess came to her senses and bravely rejected the young lord. She told him to just dance with another lady, as she had no intention of giving him the honor of dancing with her. That greatly shocked Mikhail Hessen, as he didn't expect any lady would reject him like that. When the princess left the young lord, Lady Javelian saw them and was confused as to why she was leaving. However, it was good for her since she didn't need to interfere with them anymore. But there was something that bothered her. She turned to look in the crown prince's direction and questioned herself if His Highness deliberately caused the scene to help the princess. The moment she saw the crown prince's reaction, it was too obvious that he really did plan that. Suddenly, His Highness turned his gaze towards Javelian, which surprised her. She had no idea why he kept looking at her, so she decided to get away from that place, far away from his sight. One of her friends noticed her and asked where she was going. When Javelian answered that she was going to get some air, her two friends wanted to come with her. But the lady didn't expect to see her father since he disappeared after the two of them arrived at the party together. Because of that, the lady immediately followed the Duke and excused herself from her friends, leaving the two ladies behind. Javelian had been looking for her father since earlier, so she wouldn't get him away this time. The Duke, on the other hand, had no idea that his precious daughter was following her, as he was busy distracting those eyes watching him. Despite how many people gathered in the hall, the Duke could easily notice those people who were watching his every move. It was not a surprise for him to see the Emperor's eyes and ears on every corner of the banquet, but it annoyed him as it was bothersome. A few days ago, the Duke visited the Floyen family's cemetery to meet someone close to him. The man reported that Circe's ring was a magic gem made from the goddess of magic, Circe's eye. They knew that the Emperor, who had no aptitude for magic, could use the magic gem, but based on the way he made the contract with him and uses it freely, the man concluded that he had an ally helping him. He asked around and found out who that ally magician His Majesty had, but there was a problem. When the Duke asked what it was, the man answered that the ally ended his own life and was found dead, which surprised His Grace. He then wanted to know if he was sure about it since the Emperor's shadows might be the ones behind it, but the man said that based on the family's statement, there were rope marks around the magician's neck. With the Emperor's ally dead, there was nothing more he could find about how to remove the contract. The Duke hardly accepts that there was no way for him to break the contract he had with His Majesty, but the man told him not to give up yet, not after they had gotten that far. With that being said, he told him that since there was an ally, the Emperor couldn't control the ring on his own. When he asked if he had an idea about it, the Duke just remembered those times when the Emperor mocked him for wanting to turn back time for his dead daughter, and even shared that there were quite a few fun things inside the chamber where he locked her up. Duke Floyen then stated that the Chamber of Shadows was the only place he could think of, as there had to be a reason why the Emperor was so obsessed with that place. When the man heard that, he knew he was talking about the dungeon under the palace, where no magic or sword aura works, the forbidden place where only the imperial family could leave after entering. The Duke suspected that it was the perfect place for Emperor Darius to hide something, which surprised the man, and he knew what the Duke was already planning. After their discussion, the man told His Grace that they should wait for their chance to search that place when he was ready. Since there were a lot of people in the palace because of the party, it was now their chance to infiltrate that place. When he knew that the man he talked to before had already entered the palace safely, the Duke made his move. The people who were observing his move got alerted as soon as he walked away from the hall. Just like how they were secretly watching him, His Grace also led them quietly to where he could take them down. When they saw that he was taking the east door, they informed the others so they could follow him. However, the Duke was more prepared than they, as he lured them to the right place to take them down. When those men couldn't find the Duke anywhere, he unexpectedly showed up behind them. With just a few quick attacks, he already took down all the ones who followed him. The moment he closed the door where he hid their bodies, a voice called him from behind. He was surprised to hear such a familiar person, so he turned to look to see if he was right. When he saw her, it was really Javelian who asked him what he was doing in that place. The Duke wondered how long she had been there or if she saw what he did. Instead of questioning her, he stayed calm and said that she was just with her friends a few moments ago, so he wondered why she followed him. Lady Javelian shyly stated that she wanted to spend some time with him that day, so she excused herself from the other ladies. Those words came unexpectedly, so the Duke couldn't process it immediately. But he came back to his senses after a few seconds and patted her head, as he was happy to hear it from her daughter. The Duke then asked the lady if it was okay with her if he joined her after he finished some business somewhere. When she asked where he was heading, her father answered that he had an appointment, so he would come back for her later, which she agreed to. The Duke was thankful that the Emperor didn't have someone to watch his daughter. However, there was one person who bothered him a little. It was the princess, the Empress's daughter, who made friends with Javelian just recently. Her Highness then excused herself for being rude in interrupting their conversation, and bravely asked His Grace if she could spend some time with her friend. The Duke noticed that the princess was quite close to his daughter at the victory banquet. In that case, he was glad she became Juval's friend this time. Meanwhile, back at the party, the Crown Prince looks anxious as he can't see Javelian anywhere. He had already looked at every corner of the banquet hall, but still there was no Lady Floyen. It was his carelessness that she disappeared from his sight while he got distracted. He was relieved when he thought she was with the other ladies, but now she was gone. What worried him most was that Javelian looked extra pretty that day. It annoyed him just thinking of those people going after the lady who was already flirting with her. Meanwhile, the princess expressed her desire to have tea with Javelian, as she had brought a very good tea to drink with her. That surprised the lady, as she didn't expect that kind of sincerity to have some time with her. The princess didn't lie when she told Juval that she would invite her to have tea at her place, and it made her happy because she still remembered it. But it seemed like the lady was forgetting something. She then realized that she was with her father and got confused about whether she should go with the princess or the duke. Since it was obvious that his daughter wanted to accompany Her Highness, he told Javelian that it was okay for her to go, as he also had to go somewhere, which made the lady happy. The princess guides her to her room and is excited that she got the chance to finally have some alone time with the lady. But Javelian's mind wanders to her father's appointment. Looking at her, Her Highness couldn't help but think if the lady would like the desserts and tea she prepared. However, the princess's happiness disappeared instantly as soon as she saw Mikhail Hessen waiting outside of her room. When he noticed her, the young man looked at her intently, which she found annoying. She was about to avoid him, but it was too late, as he already saw her. Her Highness felt something was off about him, so she told Javelian to wait where she was, as there was a filthy bug near her room that she needed to chase away. When the lady saw Mikhail, she was quite shocked and realized she was the bug that the princess was talking about. Her Highness then confronts the man, as she was quite sure she had already rejected him, so she wanted to know what he was after. Mikhail apologized for his rudeness and reasoned that he was so drawn to her beauty that he followed her there without even thinking. But his excuse didn't work on the princess, as she already had a hint that he was only approaching her for political gains, so she told him to leave already because she had no interest in him. After hearing that, Mikhail already dropped the act of being a gentleman to Her Highness and said that there was nothing wrong with a political relationship. He even suggested that she could use him as well when her position was being threatened. When the princess had no idea what he was talking about, Mikhail stated that the empress was with child, which greatly shocked her. That information was also new to Lady Javelian, so she was surprised to hear it as well. However, the young lord continued that it was too early for the princess to be surprised because he had not even told her the most important part. It was about the gender of the child that the empress was carrying. He told her that it was a small son. That shocking news made the princess lose her balance as she knew the weight of it. But hearing it from that man's mouth was more unacceptable. Seeing how anxious Her Highness looked at that moment, Mikhail took that opportunity to offer his hand for her to lean on. The princess was trembling and didn't know what to do while the young lord urged her to take his hand. But suddenly, Lady Javelian went to her and hugged the princess to comfort Her Highness from that shocking news. She started crying as soon as the lady came, which made Juval worried for her. She then turned to look at Mikhail and swore that she wouldn't let someone like him hurt her friend. Her actions surprised him, and he was confused as to what was going on between Javelian and the princess. He had no idea why she was helping Her Highness or when the two of them became so close. However, it doesn't matter at all to Mikhail, as it wouldn't change anything. Despite the confusion and the anger, he still manages to smile in front of them and says that Lady Flo Yen was being a little rude, as he was in the middle of a conversation with the princess. But Javelian didn't back down, as she was already with Her Highness before he came there, so she told him that fact and said that he was the one who was being rude. Mikhail was taken aback by her words, and it made him speechless for a while. The lady then reminds him of what she said before, that doing something that the person in question doesn't want is assault. Her Highness, the princess, definitely said no, so she told him to leave her alone. After checking if the princess was okay, Javelian invited her to go back to the banquet hall already, which she agreed to. However, the young lord started to get irritated and angry. The two had no idea of the expression that Mikhail had on her face, as the lady was busy comforting the princess. He already had enough, so the young lord yelled at Javelian and said to stop interfering, as he didn't come there to see her. It was Her Highness that he wanted to have a conversation with. He then turned to the princess and told her to snap out of it, as she shouldn't keep disappointing Her Majesty any longer. His words annoyed Lady Flo Yen so much that she shouted at him, as he was going too far already. However, that didn't stop Mikhail, and he kept talking. He even asked the princess if she was not worried at all about her current political position. When he stated that she would definitely lose the fight for the throne if the empress gave birth and that child was a boy, as the priests had foretold, Her Highness left dumbfounded. The young lord saw her reaction and took that opportunity to manipulate her by saying that she should rely on him as he could help her. However, it seems like it didn't work on the princess, and she told him to shut his mouth, as she had no intention of acting lovey-dovey with the trash that dared to threaten her with the succession. When Mikhail heard that, his face became irritated. He then told her not to get ahead of herself, as he didn't like her either. The young lord smiled silently while thinking of his real intention for why he was getting close to Her Highness. His real motive was to use the princess as a tool to keep Lady Flo Yen by his side forever. However, since she was not willing to cooperate with him, he called the guards whom he had brought. That surprised the two ladies, as they wouldn't be able to fight back if he used force on them. Mikhail happily stated that it was unfortunate, as he didn't want things to end up like that, but he had no choice. He then ordered the guards to escort the princess with him. He also told them to take the woman who dared to interrupt him and drag her outside. Javelian couldn't believe that Mikhail was really going to go that far just to get what he wanted. The young lord happily stated that he didn't want to use force, but that was all according to the empress's wishes. His words angered the princess, as she couldn't believe that her mother would have planned something like that with Mikhail. Suddenly, a guard forcefully grabs Lady Flo Yen without a care, even if he is hurting her. When the princess heard her scream, she turned to look at him and threatened that man. She told him to let Lady Flo Yen go immediately. Even if that was according to her mother's will, if he laid a hand on her or her friend, it would be the end of their lives. However, the guards didn't care at all, even though she was the princess, while Javelian was worried for her highness. Suddenly, Mikhail grabbed the princess's hand tightly, as she would be coming with him. Her highness was ordering the young lord to let go of her while asking someone for help, but the man didn't listen at all to her. On the other hand, in a desperate situation like that, the princess should have used her magic. However, it confused Javelian as to why she was not doing anything at all. In the novel, her highness fell into despair because of the empress and emperor's disdain for her, and awakened her magic before the coming-of-age ceremony. That would mean by this time she should already have become a magician. However, judging by the situation that she couldn't do anything, it seemed like she still couldn't use magic. Lady Flo Yen assumed that maybe it was because she met with her, which caused the delay of her awakening. Since it had already come to that, she had no choice but to think of a way to get out of their situation and asked for help. The lady thought it was the perfect situation where she could use the tool she ordered before, so she took it out and blew that defense tool as loudly as she could. That sound hurt everyone's ears present there, including Mikhail, who had no idea what had just happened. Javelian kept blowing the whistle while desperately hoping that someone would hear it and come to rescue them. However, the young lord seizes that tool to prevent her from what she was planning to do. That angered Mikhail, and he asked the lady what she was doing with that thing. But instead of answering, Javelian ordered him to give it back to her and asked if he had lost his mind as he dared to touch someone else's belongings. When he asked what she did, the lady answered that it was a self-defense whistle, and it was the perfect tool for requesting help when under attack or in distress. Mikhail laughed at her when he heard that and saw that tool as an interesting toy. However, he tossed it over to the floor, as a toy like that wouldn't make anyone come to save her. He then stepped on it without hesitation and crushed the defense tool owned by the lady. Because of that, she looked at him with a disdainful look on her face. Despite that, the young lord still continued his plan and ordered the guards to hurry up and take the princess to her room. While being dragged away, all Javelian wished was for Max to hear her signal and come over for them. Or her father, Duke Flo Yen, somehow heard it as well, and she is hoping for his immediate arrival. The guards and Mikhail didn't waste any time splitting the two ladies from each other despite their refusal. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, including Javelian, when someone kicked the young lord out of nowhere. The lady was so surprised when she saw that person, as she didn't expect that it would be him who came to save them. On the other hand, the princess had the same reaction to Lady Flo Yen as someone who showed up out of the blue. The man then told everyone present there to send Marquis Hessen a coffin from him and inform him that it was his stupid son's corpse. It turns out it was the crown prince who arrived and kicked Mikhail onto the ground. His highness was so furious that he wanted to end the marquis's life already. On the other hand, the other people there were surprised to see the crown prince, including Lady Flo Yen. When Javelian was looking at his back, she couldn't help but wonder why he suddenly appeared there. After thinking about it, his highness showed up when she blew the defense tool she had. That made her an assumption, which was confusing for her. The crown prince stepped hard on the marquis as he dared to lay his hands on Lady Javelian even in the palace. When his highness pressed harder, Mikhail wanted to explain that there had been a misunderstanding. However, he didn't listen to the young lord and took a quick look at the lady as she heard her voice. She was coughing so hard, as if she had been strangled, that it caught the crown prince's attention. He was surprised and worried for her, and he wanted to know if she was hurt, but he couldn't possibly ask the lady about it. Her cough continued, and Max wondered what could be the reason behind it. Suddenly, he noticed a bruise on Javelian's neck, and that made him realize that she really got hurt. The lady didn't have any idea that she had it after Mikhail suddenly pulled the defense tool she had in her neck earlier. His highness got even angrier, as Javelian was so precious to him that he had been by her side every day to protect her, and yet, in the end, the marquis hurt her, his future wife. That was when the thread to his patience in ending the marquis's life broke loose. His anger towards him grew stronger as he grabbed the man who was on the floor. His highness lifted him up in the air while the marquis tried to talk to him, but the crown prince just told him to shut his mouth. He then tossed the lord against the wall with all his strength, which caused the man to be in a lot of pain. After that, the crown prince turned to the guards, who would be his next target, as they also hurt Lady Javelian. His highness stated that he would sentence them all to death for the crime of insulting the imperial family, and they would all die by his hand. The guards went into their defensive position and pulled their swords out while facing the crown prince. The Marquis, who was badly injured, knew that everything would become complicated if anyone died at that moment, so he tried to stop His Highness. He told him that all their actions were under the Empress's orders. Mikhail explained that Her Majesty ordered them to escort the princess away, and there was a misunderstanding. However, despite that being said, it seems like the Crown Prince had no intention of stopping, as he didn't care about the Empress. His Highness told the Marquis that he was someone who didn't even listen to his father, the Emperor, so he wouldn't care about his stepmother's orders either. For him, it seems like they all have forgotten who he was, so he would make them remember. When one of the guards started attacking the Crown Prince, he quickly pulled a long piece of thread from his clothes. He then uses it to block the guard's sword easily, as if it were nothing to him. His Highness wrapped his weapon and pulled it on the side, which surprised the man as he couldn't move his own sword. After that, the Crown Prince started his offense by kicking the guard in his stomach. A punch also landed on the second guard's face without giving him a chance to fight back. The Marquis saw how His Highness continuously attacked them, as if he were actually serious about ending their lives. When one of them attacks the Crown Prince with his sword, he manages to scratch his hand after he blocks it with his bare hand. However, it seems like His Highness was not bothered at all and even laughed at them as they tried to attack him with that level of skill. He told them that he would show them what happens when they act cocky just because someone has their back. The Crown Prince then kicked the guard so hard in his stomach as revenge for scratching his hand. When he was finished with the three, he turned back to the Marquis and pointed a sword at his neck. He stated his name, Mikhail Albert Hesses, and said that he wouldn't give him any time for last words since he was sick of seeing his filthy face. He then bid him farewell with eyes filled with madness towards the man in front of him. On the other hand, the Marquis was so scared, thinking that it would really be the end of him. Suddenly, the princess interrupted her brother to stop him from killing Mikhail, as he shouldn't be. However, the Crown Prince didn't listen to Her Highness and was about to swing his sword when Lady Floyen called his name Maximilian. Juvelian told His Highness that he was bleeding, which made him stop in midair. She added that it was bleeding profusely, so they needed to hurry up and stop it, which surprised the two royal members. The Crown Prince took a quick look at the lady to see what she was up to. He just realized that she was there and forgot her because he was caught up in his anger towards the Marquis. His Highness also noticed that Juvelian was trembling, meaning she was scared of what might happen to her after interrupting him. To lessen her fear, he listened to the lady and put down his sword while the Marquis lost consciousness after experiencing that life-and-death situation. A moment later, when the Crown Prince had calmed down, the princess immediately treated his wound. Her Highness asked her brother how he knew to come there, to which he answered that he just happened to be passing by. She then told him that her mother would probably deny knowing anything about what happened, but it worked out better since she could pretend not to know anything either. With a sincere look on her face, she thanked her brother, but he immediately went to Lady Floyen after getting the defense tool from his sister. His voice suddenly changes into something like a tamed cat, which the princess finds annoying, as he doesn't look cool at all. The Crown Prince believed that the defense tool was hers, so he gave it back to the lady. Looking at it, Juvelian stayed silent for a while, and she had no idea that His Highness was looking at her intently. Just seeing her calmly like that, shining in front of him, Maximilian couldn't help but smile silently. When the lady thanked His Highness, he suddenly blushed at just those few words from her. After that, the princess told her brother to escort Juvelian safely back to the banquet hall, as she needed to visit her mother first, to which the Crown Prince agreed. The two of them got back to the banquet hall together, thanks to the princess, but the lady's friends suddenly appeared as they got worried about their friend. His Highness couldn't say anything to her, even after noticing that Juvelian had been looking rather pale for a while already. When they were alone earlier, she didn't say anything during their whole walk back. It made him a little sad, and he hoped that Juvelian was not scared of him because of what happened. Since she was now with her friends and was safe, the Crown Prince decided to leave. However, the lady suddenly invites him to be her partner for that song, which surprises him. Looking at Juvelian, it seems like she was not joking at all, as her face looks really serious after asking him to dance. Due to her sudden invitation, His Highness blushed and couldn't reply immediately. It was hard for him to believe, and he thought that maybe he was dreaming. He even questioned himself if the lady finally understands his feelings for her. Since the Crown Prince couldn't refuse her, the two started to dance. The lady had no idea that just being her partner drove His Highness crazy. His heart was pounding so hard that he couldn't hear the music at all, and his eyes were focused on her. While dancing, His Highness still couldn't believe that he would get to dance with Lady Juvelian as the Crown Prince. His eyes were fixed on her as she sparkled, and he thought that the lady was so beautiful that day. On the other hand, Juvelian smiled at him brightly, deceiving him that everything was fine. She then strokes her hand on his neck and moves her face close to him, which makes him blush a little. However, his expression suddenly changes when Juvelian whispers and asks him if he had fun playing with her while calling him Max. His Highness froze for a moment, as he didn't expect the lady to say that when he thought that she was already opening up to him as the Crown Prince. Seeing his reaction, her assumption might be true. His Highness appeared when she blew the whistle, and there was no way he would react to that sound. The only ones who would come after hearing her voice or her signal would be her father or Max. The Crown Prince turned away his gaze from her and said that he had no idea what she was talking about. But at the back of his mind he was already nervous, as he had no idea that she had discovered it. He even made his voice sound different than normal. Max touched her shoulder and told her that she must have been mistaken when she said that. However, the lady slapped his hand, as she was already annoyed at him for pretending until that moment. She then informed His Highness that she would be at the end of the left terrace and asked him to meet her there, as she had something to say to him. When Max heard that, he got more nervous than before, as if his lies didn't go through to her. The lady then bowed her head as a sign of respect to the prince for their dance and excused herself after. His Highness couldn't accept that it would be how it ended for the two of them, so he tried to stop Javelian, but she didn't stop at all. The Crown Prince couldn't think straight anymore, as that was not what he wanted to happen. Since he couldn't let it end like that, he followed the lady and went to the place she told him earlier. Meanwhile, Javelian was on the terrace thinking about what had happened earlier, which was hard for her to believe. It made her feel a little weak, as it was hard to accept that Max would be the Crown Prince. When she thought of everything that was related to him, it all did make sense now for her. His arrogance, despite being a poor commoner, and the elegance that would show here and there. Javelian thought her father just took in the illegitimate child of a rich family who became a mercenary. However, it was nothing like that, as he was the one person she had to avoid the most. Just thinking of it makes the lady angry and furious, because everything she had done so far for her to live was useless. Suddenly, her deep thoughts were interrupted by the Crown Prince's arrival, and he called her Lady Flo Yen. She turned around to look at him, but the hatred and anger were clearly shown on her face. When Juval saw him, Maximilian was still wearing a mask despite being discovered by the lady. That made her assume that he wants to keep lying about his identity until the very end. Just thinking about it made Javelian even angrier, and she decided that since he still acts that way, there was nothing she wanted to hear from him. She then told him that she still has not responded to his proposal to end the contract relationship and date for real. The lady planned to respond to him after the party, but she thought she had to say it now. His Highness was still trying to say something when Javelian said that she declined his proposal, which greatly shocked him. She explained that it was a pointless arrangement after all, just like the way he kept hiding the fact that he was the Crown Prince from her. When Max heard that, he wanted to explain everything, but the words wouldn't get out of his mouth. It was as if his world was about to collapse, as the woman he fell in love with for the first time was about to leave him. He swore to the lady that he was not trying to trick her and begged her to stay with him. Javelian wanted to know why he didn't tell her the whole time, but she didn't wait for his answer because the fact that he lied to her didn't change at all. She then excused herself and said that it was truly an honor that she got to dance with him. The moment she turned around, the Crown Prince went on his knees, as it was the last choice he had. That stopped Javelian from walking away, as she was surprised all of a sudden. She didn't expect the Crown Prince to do that. His Highness then admitted that he made a mistake and told her that he was not trying to hide who he was on purpose. He added that she was just so scared of him that he was afraid that she would leave him if she found out who he was. After explaining his side, he begged the lady to rethink her decision, which made Javelian speechless, as she didn't know what to do now. When she was not saying anything, he was ready to bow his head for her and begged her again to let him stay by her side forever. The lady told Max to get up, but His Highness kept begging her and asked for her forgiveness. As she looks at him in that state, she can't help but wonder why Maximilian is going that far. She then saw his hand with bandages that was trembling so much out of fear that she would leave him. It was like before when he hurt his hand too while trying to protect her from Mikhail. Back then, she was the one who covered up his wound while thanking him for saving her from that man and taking her side. It was also the time when Max told her that he was not just saying it, as he really would be with her forever. When His Highness kissed the back of her hand, that was when he said that he already loved her. After remembering all about it, the lady couldn't think straight, as she didn't know what to do anymore. She had no idea what he truly felt at that moment, if he was telling the truth or if he was lying again. Javelian called his name, but he was not responding to her, so she decided to take off his mask. The lady wanted to talk to the Max she knew and not the person hiding behind that mask. However, she didn't expect to see him like that. She was so surprised that he was really hurt by her decision and would actually cry because of it. Not only that, the Crown Prince's tears were not stopping at all despite being seen like that by the lady. Javelian was still speechless when Maximilian suddenly held her hand and said that he loved her. After hearing that, the lady couldn't hold her tears, and she could feel his sincerity towards her. His Highness was still crying while begging Javelian not to leave him, which made her want to believe him. She wants to believe someone who says he loves her that much. The lady thought that if the Max she knew was the Crown Prince, then everything she knew about him in her past life must have been a misunderstanding. Because of that, Javelian decided to believe in him and stop him from crying while holding his face. However, it seems like His Highness was not satisfied with her words alone, so the lady wondered how she could stop his tears. The idea that came to her mind was to kiss him, and so she did it on his forehead, which seemed to be effective. When he finally stops, the lady smiles at Max to reassure him that everything is fine now. However, after seeing her beautiful smile, His Highness couldn't help but become even closer to the lady. The Crown Prince suddenly had the urge to kiss the lady, so he held her shoulder. He then faces Javelian and slowly feels her breath while going for her lips. On the other hand, the lady already knew what was on his mind, so she let him be and wrapped her hands around his neck. A second later, His Highness sealed his lips with the lady, and the moment his lips touched hers, every thought she had on her mind vanished. As their kiss dragged on longer, Javelian could feel every emotion that Max had for her. When they finally break free from each other's lips, His Highness brushes the lady's hair onto the side of her face. Following this, Javelian embraced the Crown Prince firmly and initiated another kiss. The tension between the two could be felt as they separated from each other's lips. The lady then avoided making eye contact as she was blushing and told Max that she couldn't breathe. When he apologized for it, Javelian wanted him to promise her that he wouldn't lie to her again, to which he agreed immediately. She also added that since they were lovers, he needed to respect her and listen to her, to which he also agreed. The lady wanted him to stay by her side and protect her, to which he nodded in response. His reaction made Javelian smile, as she found him cute, and she couldn't believe someone that cat-like was a tyrant. She then put her hands around him and said that Max should have told her sooner. When she said she hated the Crown Prince, he could have just told her the truth and explained everything. His Highness explained that he couldn't say anything because when she said she didn't want to marry the Crown Prince, the lady looked like she was talking about some demon from hell. When she heard that, Javelian couldn't say a word as she knew he was right about that. Max then asked if she would believe him now if he told her that the stories about him were all rumors started by the Empress. The lady didn't hesitate a bit when she answered him that she did and smiled while looking at Max. She then touched his face and said that she now knew he was a kind and caring person, which surprised him. He then touched her hand as he was so happy after hearing those words from Javelian. Meanwhile, in the palace dungeon, Duke Flo Yen was observing that place while walking further inside. As he touched the wall of the dungeon, he thought that it had not changed at all from what he remembered. It was a prison made to hold the Empire's worst criminals. However, that was a lie he knew about from the beginning. After the battle, Amelia, his wife, was always worried about the fact that those innocent people were being kidnapped. They were being held in that very dungeon and locked up there as if they were criminals. Just thinking about those memories made the Duke angry, as he couldn't do anything at all. However, it was already in the past, and it was not the reason why he came there, so he turned around and looked further. A moment later, he finally found a magic circle that had a seal on it, and it was the thing he was looking for. However, when the Duke was looking at it, he thought that he really didn't want to come back there. Even so, he needed to do something there. Since there were barriers on all sides, he needed his friend Devon to borrow his magic. The Duke then removes his eyeglasses, as he already senses his friend's presence nearby. When he met Devon before, he gave him a small jewel which he put in his eyeglasses. It was an artifact that would let them communicate within a distance of 100 meters. It would glow when the carriers get close to each other. Suddenly, he turned around, as he was surprised to sense other people's presence beside him and Devon. Because of that, he quickly looked for a place where he could hide perfectly so no one would know he was there. Suddenly, Count Pyrex, one of the loyal men of the Emperor, arrived there while looking around. He then called out the Duke's name as if he were the one he was looking for, which surprised his grace. The Count said that he already knew he was there somewhere, so he had better show himself. Because if he didn't, something would happen to his friend while showing the artifact in his hand. When the Duke saw it from the corner, he already had a hint that Devon was in their hands now. Since he had no choice, he gave up on hiding and showed himself. A moment later, Count Pyrex led him to a room where someone was tied up with a chain. The Emperor was also there, who welcomed him happily and said that he had found a rat in his palace. He knew who he was and stated his name, David Van Tess. The man was already badly injured, as blood was dripping from him. His Majesty then told the Duke that he was from the same place as his wife, which surprised him. He continued to say that the man started investigating him a while back, so he laid a trap. Once they caught him and started torturing him, he tried to use mana to escape. It was because of this that His Majesty figured out who he was. The man was the Flo Yen court mage who was reported to be dead a decade ago. After saying that, he smiled at him and asked if that was how he hid away the Empire's mages. It was clear from the Duke's face that he was already mad at the situation he was in at the moment and couldn't utter a word to the Emperor. His Majesty now realized that the reason he couldn't find them for all this time was that the Duke made them out to be dead. After saying that, he commented that he truly was the Empire's hero and laughed out loud, which made His Grace even more furious. But he controlled himself, as they still had his friend in their hands. The Emperor then told him that, for him, he was just a mutt. Not just any mutt, he was a mutt that couldn't even recognize his own master. He even added that it seems he had already forgotten how his wife died. To provoke the Duke even more, His Majesty asked if he wanted his daughter to suffer the same fate. Just thinking about it made His Grace lose his composure, as he couldn't bear to listen to him anymore insulting his family like that. He even involved his wife, who was already dead, as if he was mocking her. Because of that, the Duke told the Emperor that he would kill him and would tear him to pieces while letting him feel his power. Count Pyrex, who was very loyal to His Majesty, appeared in front of him to protect him and warned the Emperor that he must get away quickly. However, despite the pressure of the Duke's power, His Majesty told the Count that there was no need for him to escape. He then used one of the rings on his hand, and a dark light went out from it. Suddenly, it burst out in front of the Duke as if something had appeared from it, which surprised him. A monster greeted him, as it had been a while since the last time they saw each other. His Grace couldn't move at all the moment it appeared, as if he was being chained by its power. That monster said that he had a lot of questions for when they met again. The demon wanted to know first if the Duke turned back time. He told His Grace that those human fools like Darius might not know, but he did and said that he didn't need to worry, as he was the only one who could hear his voice. After saying that, he urged the Duke to tell him about the night when his daughter killed herself. That monster wanted the Duke to tell him how it felt to kill everyone who drove his daughter to her death. The power of the demon was strong enough to make him kneel while saying how her beloved wife died, and then his precious daughter, who his wife left behind, died as well. That monster was using the Duke's despair to get him to give in to him, and asked if he wanted to destroy everything rather than live in a world like that. Even in his most difficult situation, the Duke still thought of his daughter as he called for her name. Meanwhile, Juvelian felt as if she heard someone calling for her name. The Crown Prince, who was with her, noticed the lady's reaction, so he asked what it was. Juvel, who was clearly worried, turned around and told His Highness that it was nothing. However, despite saying that, she still couldn't feel at ease, so she asked Max if he knew where her father was. On the other hand, the Duke, who was suppressing the urge to give in to the monster, couldn't do anything in the end. And His Majesty said that the role of the villain who ends the world was best suited to the hero who saved it. While the demon monster was talking to the Duke in his mind, he was kneeling there in front of the Emperor. His friend Devon was surprised to see him in that kind of state, as if he were being controlled by something. Count Pyrex, who was also there and witnessed what happened, couldn't believe that the Duke became so helpless in an instant. On the other hand, His Majesty, who was behind the sudden change of his Grace, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. He told the Duke that he now finally looked like the leash dog he was always meant to be. Since he was now in control of him, he ordered Legis Floyen to personally kill his friend Devon in front of him. That scared the man, but more importantly, he was more afraid of the Duke as he started to walk towards him. The tension goes on as he walks closer and closer to him, as if he were really going to do it. When he was already in front of him, the Duke was about to pull his sword, which made Devon sit on the ground. He had no idea that a demon had taken over his body and was controlling his mind completely. His friend was calling out the Duke's name in hopes that he would stop or would remember who he was. However, the monster had already been in full control and was urging Legis to kill him, as it had been a while since he got to kill anyone. That demon told the Duke that it was time for him to bring out the carnage he so masterfully displayed last time, so now, he would use his power to set Legis free while ordering him to kill his friend. The monster was filling his head with hatred and memories of the past. He told the Duke to show him how he killed everyone in the palace after his daughter died. His Grace couldn't do anything but obey the demon as he drew his sword and swung it at his friend. Devon, on the other hand, shouted his name to make him come back to his senses. However, suddenly, something showed up that halted him from ending his friend's life. An illusion of his crying wife appeared in his mind, reminding the Duke that it was her, the person he wanted to protect. That confused Legis and made his head suddenly hurt. The demon, on the other hand, had no idea why he stopped, but he still urged the Duke to quickly kill the man in front of him. But as the monster kept controlling him, his wife's illusion continued to suppress his urges to kill by saying that it was not his fault and that she didn't blame him. She also told him that he became like that to protect her, so he shouldn't give up easily. When his wife reminds him how much she loves him, the Duke starts to cry, and little by little, his senses come back to reality. The ring that was controlling him started to react, which surprised the Emperor. Suddenly, the Duke pierces his leg instead of his friend's to lessen the controlling magic that the demon had in him. The blood started to come out from the injury he had caused in his own body with his sword. Devon, on the other hand, was surprised at what he had done and still couldn't grasp what was going on. But there was no time for the Duke to explain everything to him, so while he was still in his right mind, he whispered to his friend to quickly run away. After he untied the ropes on his body, Devon ran as fast as he could, just like what his friend told him to do. Count Pyrex, on the other hand, ordered some of his men to follow him quickly and stop him at all costs. Meanwhile, the demon was disappointed in the Duke for disobeying him. As a consequence, he tightened the leash within him, which caused him such great pain. It made him fall onto his knees while the Count was busy chasing Devon, and he was even ordered to call the shadows. The monster was talking to the Duke in his mind and wanted to know why he was rejecting him when he was the only one in the whole world who had seen his life. He started to fill his head again with words related to his family by saying how much he pities him, as the story of his wife and daughter was so sad, and that the savior of the empire couldn't even save himself or his own family. To gain full control over him, the demon told the Duke that the Empire had never cared for him, so both of them should just destroy it once and for all. Meanwhile, the banquet hall was still filled with people enjoying the party without any idea about the Emperor's doing. Javelian, who went back inside after talking to His Highness the Crown Prince, was still looking around for her father. A moment later, she finally caught a glimpse of the Duke. Both he and His Majesty came out from the same direction, but no one was aware of what had happened. The Emperor, on the other hand, was annoyed, as they lost Devon and used up most of the mana he took away from that man. As His Majesty sat on his throne, he calmed himself by thinking that somehow the Duke was obedient, which was good for him now. Because of that, he didn't have to worry about him rebelling for the time being. A moment later, the banquet had reached its end, and Javelian finally got the chance to see her father again. When the lady saw him walking alone, she hurriedly went to him to call his attention. She told the Duke that she was waiting for him and asked if he had a pleasant time with his friend. However, her father just gave her a cold glare, which made her feel like he was a different person. She was so taken aback that she was unable to speak a single word after inquiring about his friend. What was more was that he just passed through her after that cold glare as if he didn't recognize the lady. It was a feeling that she was so familiar with, just like what happened to them in her previous life. When the Duke left, the Crown Prince suddenly showed up in the corner, asking what was wrong. He somehow felt Javelian's mood change, so he asked if she was okay and if something had happened with his master, as he had just disappeared without a word. Before answering him, the lady hesitated for a while and looked like she was pondering something. When she was ready to talk, instead of answering Max, Juvel asked him a question. She stated an example of a situation where she got locked up for attempting to assassinate the royal family, and then asked if he would torture her and kill her for putting his family at risk since he was a prince. Max overreacted and told her that he wouldn't do that to someone he loves. He also told the lady that the only family he had was her and his master, so if she told him to go by Maximilian Cashin Floyen from that day onwards, he would do it immediately. Javelian calmed him down and explained that what she meant was that it was before they started liking each other. Max answered that his master would have done something. The Duke would have saved her, either by going there himself or sending him. However, the lady didn't believe that and said that her father definitely would do the opposite. But Max firmly stated that the Duke, his master, loves her immensely, so there was no need for her to think that way. After hearing that, Javelian couldn't help but cry and remembered her past life. She thought that what her father did back then was all to protect his daughter, so she misunderstood him completely. This time, the Duke was very different compared to before. He was kind and took care of her all the time. The lady just now realized that her father genuinely loves her. Every time he looks at her, there is nothing except gentleness in his eyes. That made Javelian suddenly wonder why he had pushed her away before. She thought that it was possible that her father had a secret that he couldn't tell her about. Thinking about it, the way the Duke just looked could be a hint at why he was so cold to her. Because of that, the lady needs to know why her father kept his distance from her in her past life. A week had passed since the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. At the Floyens Duchy, the lady couldn't help but sigh because ever since that day, she couldn't talk to her father for any meaningful amount of time. There was a time when Juvel asked him to have dinner with her, but he told her that he had training that day. After that, the lady also tried to invite her father to have a tea, but he reasoned that he had an appointment that day. When Javelian heard that, she suddenly blurted out that he had an appointment when he didn't even have many friends, but her father said that he had a few. While thinking about it, the lady couldn't help but scream silently, as she had no idea why her father had been so busy the past few days. She was a little heartbroken because she missed the time when the Duke was the one asking her to eat with him. When Juvel was thinking of another way to approach her father, she considered the possibility of him avoiding her on purpose since the party bothered her so much. But the lady encouraged herself not to give up like that. If her father was really avoiding her, she would just find a different way to talk to him. Suddenly, there was a knock on her door. It was her maid who brought her some snacks, but it seems like Juvel didn't hear her as she was lost in thought. When she was about to call the lady's attention, Maximilian arrived as well and made his way in. He made a gesture to the maid to be quiet, however, she got confused about it. Because of that, the Crown Prince pointed at the things she brought for the lady. He then pointed to himself, and the maid realized that he wanted to serve the snacks by himself. There was no way she would interfere with their moments alone, so the maid told His Highness that she would leave it to him. She was happy while watching the Crown Prince bring those snacks to the lady, who was busy with her thoughts. On the other hand, Javelian felt so tired that she wished there was something sweet for her to eat. Suddenly, at that moment when she was thinking about it, someone stuffed her with sweets. The lady was satisfied while munching on it, which made her happy. When she was about to thank her maid, His Highness asked how it was and if she felt better already. Javelian was so surprised, and she just realized his presence at that moment. She wanted to know when he got there, but Max stuffed her with more food. After that, he told the lady that he had just got there and added that he ran there as soon as he finished with some business. The Crown Prince then wanted to know what she was thinking about so deeply that she did not hear him coming in. He also asked if Javelian was not interested in him anymore, as she used to hear him so well. That made the lady blush, as she thought that Max was jealous. Because of that, she explained that he misunderstood it and added that he had not been coming there in a while, so she didn't expect his visit. After saying that, Javelian told him that maybe he was the one who didn't miss her, but His Highness hugged the lady from behind and told her that he missed her. He added that not being able to see Javelian for the past week was one of the hardest things he had ever experienced. The lady didn't expect that he would say such words, and surprisingly, they soothed her mind. Maximilian then apologized for being too busy to come see her. Javelian told him that it was okay since he sent her letters as he promised. While the two hugged each other, the lady thought that just being like that with him made her feel so nice and warm. Her mood changes drastically when His Highness is with her, as it makes her so happy. Out of nowhere, a memory of the young Javelian laughing while being carried by the Duke flashed in her mind. The lady had no idea why she suddenly thought of that, as she couldn't remember a thing about Juval's childhood. Because of that, she felt a little pain in her head, which made the Crown Prince worried. He got anxious and asked if something had happened or if she was hurt anywhere, but the lady assured him that she was fine. His Highness reminded Javelian not to be sick, which she agreed to. He then suggested she lie down at that moment, as she would feel better if she got some sleep, but the lady told him that she was not sleepy at all. When the two of them were busy being sweet with each other, they had no idea that the Duke was already eavesdropping. He then decided to knock at the door, but His Grace didn't wait for confirmation to come in and help himself. He just entered her daughter's room. The moment he saw the closeness between Javelian and His Highness, anyone could tell that he was annoyed by how his face looked. The lady, who didn't expect that her father would come there since, for her, he was avoiding her, was in complete shock. On the other hand, the Crown Prince was not surprised at all, contrary to Javelian's reaction. Of all the people who would come there, it had to be her father. To make it worse, he saw them facing each other as if they were about to kiss. When the Duke asked about what they meant to lie down, the lady couldn't explain it properly, and saw that His Grace had misunderstood them as they were facing each other. Because of that, Javelian immediately pushed His Highness away from her, as she got confused about why her father was there after all the time she spent wanting to talk to him. The lady then tried her best to explain to the Duke that it was not what it looked like. However, he just informed her with an evil smile that he would need to talk to Max in private. While walking in the hallway, His Highness reminds his master that he gave them permission to see each other. He then urged the Duke to just be honest with him and asked which part of him he found so lacking that he always looked so dissatisfied. However, his master didn't care to answer him at all and just kept walking. Suddenly, His Grace stopped when His Highness asked if he had injured his leg, as he noticed something was wrong while he was walking. But the Duke played innocent and asked what he was talking about. He even looked at him seriously while saying not to test him, as he was completely fine. Maximilian knew his master very well to know that the Duke was not telling the truth. Before Max went to the Floyen residence, one of his men handed over their report after tailing Count Pyrex. It says there that on the day of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, he was seen locking up an unidentified man in the Chamber of Shadows. A few hours later, the Emperor arrived there, followed by Duke Floyen. When the Crown Prince heard that, he asked if he knew what exactly had happened there, but one of his men answered that they couldn't go inside the chamber as it was too risky. However, they noticed that there was definitely something off about the Duke, which caught Max's attention. He continued to say that they didn't know what happened, but after coming out of the chamber, the Duke's leg was drenched in blood. But a few moments later, when he came to the banquet hall, it was as if nothing had happened. That made His Highness wonder why his master acted like everything was fine. While looking at his back, the Crown Prince wanted to know why His Grace bore everything alone. A moment later, they entered a room, and there was no one there. It was just the two of them. Upon scanning the place, His Highness noticed that it was the sparring room, so he had to ask his master why he had led him there. Before answering Max, the Duke tossed a spare sword for him to use at that moment. He then grabs another one and says that a while back, he asked her daughter what her ideal type was. His Grace questioned if he knew what her first answer was. Without waiting for his answer, he said that it was someone stronger than her father. What he meant by it was that Max needs to surpass him if he wants Javelian. Before that situation arose, the Duke was lost in deep thought. He thought that it was half a day after the Crown Princess's coming-of-age ceremony and the Emperor's activation of the ring's power when His Grace finally came to his senses. He was grateful that he got released from the ring's control. However, there was an issue that bothered him, and it was that the Emperor knew of Devon's existence. The Duke tried to free himself from the ring's contract until that moment, but he was still useless. He still couldn't think that His Majesty would use the power of the ring, which he hadn't used in a while, to control him like a dog again. Not only that, but he also nearly killed someone dear to him with his own hands, like some dreadful monster, just like back then. His hands were trembling when he thought about it, those memories in the past that he couldn't forget. But His Grace wouldn't let the Emperor continue to control him just like that. He swears to himself that this time as well, he would personally cut His Majesty down. However, in order to do that, the Duke must do something first, and it was to find his friend Devon. While he was lost in thought, a bird suddenly flew beside him, and it was the one that Max had used before. He then talked to the bird and said that it had not gone to sleep yet, even though it was already late. His Grace then asked if the bird was consoling him because she was worried about him, to which the bird made a sound as if it understood the Duke. When he heard it, he told her that he was alright since he got something out of it. He learned that when the Emperor, who was unable to use magic, activated Circe's ring on his hand, he used Devon's mana to control it. In other words, without a magician he could take mana from, His Majesty couldn't control him. As long as his friend Devon doesn't get caught again, the Duke could buy some time. After tying a piece of paper on the bird, he told it that he should leave it to her that day as well. When His Grace finally let it go, he wished silently that the bird would find his friend faster than the Emperor. The next day, Lady Javelian tried to invite her father to have tea together, but the Duke apologized as he had a prior engagement. After that, he went to locate Devon himself and started with the places he had visited before while changing his appearance. One of the men he knew there reported that they tried tracing the rumors since it was his request, but they found nothing. His Grace then went to other places, and the others reported that they had not seen Devon since that day. More than that, they also told him that it had been difficult for them to come there due to the pests raised by Darius, the Emperor, roaming around. The Duke last visited his wife's grave, their meeting place, but there was no trace of him there either. Now that surveillance had increased, he thought that it was unlikely he had stowed himself away somewhere, but he wondered where he was hiding. The day after, when His Grace was in office, the bird that he assigned to locate Devon had finally returned. However, the bird shakes its head as if it were telling the Duke that there was no trace at all. Because of that, it made him wonder if there was no option left for him other than that. It was the very reason that led His Grace to the current situation, where he brought Max to the training ground. The Duke was ordering his student to pick up his sword and told him to overcome him. What was more was that he told him that any man who was weaker than him couldn't become his beloved daughter's companion, which made His Highness a little anxious. After saying that, His Grace points his sword towards Max and invites him to a duel while advising him to try his best to win. The Crown Prince then accepted it since he couldn't lose if that allowed him to become Juval's companion. While picking up his sword, he told his master that he was no longer that child from the past. Thereafter, His Highness charged towards the Duke while telling him to prepare himself. However, he was so surprised when His Grace easily dodged his attack and just passed through him. He commented about how inexperienced he was in both his sword and control over his emotions. The Duke even added that it was probably the reason why he carelessly approached his daughter, who had yet to come of age. It looks like His Grace was trying to use his emotions to distract Max, and it seems like he succeeded, as he was starting to get annoyed. Because of that, His Highness charged towards him again, but he easily blocked his attack. His student also tried to use words to get to his master, and asked if he was looking down on him too much. Max even commented about what he said earlier, that he would take it as him allowing his student to propose to Javelian once she has come of age. The Duke didn't like what the Crown Prince stated, so he swung his sword, which made Max fall back. Not only that, but he also commented about how he finds his words amusing while getting more serious in their fight. His Highness was surprised when his master suddenly got into a position and used his strength to attack him. While he was still processing the situation he was in, the Duke was so fast that he was already in front of him and told him how brave he was for asking for permission to marry her when he was only at that level. Luckily, His Highness has quick reflexes, so he avoided it, but the impact of his attack grazed his face. The weight of the strength that the Duke put on that attack was visible after it landed on the ground. That was a close one for His Highness. If he hadn't avoided it in time, it could have damaged his whole body. He then stated that it was the Duke who was unable to control his emotions and not him, while calling him father-in-law. When His Grace heard that word, it got to his nerves, and he got annoyed even more with his student. He already lost his temper and asked Max, who gave him permission to call him that, which made him more anxious. His Highness couldn't help but think that his master was as strict as ever, just like before. He remembered that he pushed him to the limit even when he was still young at that time. The Duke reasoned that there was no time to rest during battle, so he ordered him to get up. He added that his enemy would continue to target and attack him even while he was vulnerable. His Grace asked him if he was not ashamed of facing the previous Empress and said that he didn't take him in as his student to see such a weak appearance. He was like that back then too. His master always used people who were important to him to push him to grow stronger. Since it had already come to that, he obeyed him and told him that he should overcome him as he wished while attacking back. However, with just one look, the Duke already knew how to fight him, so he easily swung his sword to the side, which made him lose his sword. The Crown Prince was surprised, as he had no idea what had just happened while his sword flew in the corner. He couldn't accept his defeat as he had trained so much, but he was still no match for his master. People may call him a monster, but the true monster was that man in front of him. His Grace then pointed his sword towards him and said that he couldn't even block his attack, yet he wished to be with his daughter. After that, he continued to say that it was already the end for him and was about to attack the Crown Prince. His Highness was surprised that the Duke was really serious in their fight and that he was ready to kill the loser. However, just before the Duke's sword landed on his head, Lady Javelian arrived on time and called his father Dad. The two didn't expect her to be there, which made them both surprised while looking in her direction. The Duke and Max were gone for quite a while, so she went looking for her father because she wanted to talk to him that day no matter what, but she didn't expect the words that came out of her mouth. The lady couldn't believe that she had just called the Duke Dad, which made her embarrassed, while His Grace had the same reaction and asked if he had heard it right. He was so surprised that he wanted to know if Javelian really called him Dad. The lady couldn't answer him properly and came up with an excuse that she just wanted to try calling him that once. Her head was in a mess at that moment because she was scared Max would get hurt, but she didn't expect to say the word Dad to her father like a 5-year-old. As she was thinking about the situation she was in, Javelian suddenly felt pain in her head. Not only that, but a memory of a child calling her mother played in her mind. The little girl was also calling her dad while running to both of them. When they carried her, the kid gave them a flower and said that it was a present from Javel. It turns out it was the Duke and his late wife. She asked the little girl if she had picked those for her mom and dad, to which she answered yes and added that she would like mom and dad to be pretty like Javel. After that, the three of them were happy, while the little kid stated that they were all flowers now. Javelian felt the pain in her head as it suddenly flashed again. She asked herself why she kept seeing things that were not even in her memories. Her father, the Duke, got worried, so he asked her what was wrong or if she was hurt anywhere. Surprised by his sudden worries, the lady told His Grace that she was just fine. She also took that opportunity to apologize to him, as she couldn't believe she was rude enough to call him Dad, as if she were a little girl. However, the Duke didn't find it rude and even told Javelian that she could call him that if she wanted. The lady couldn't believe what she just heard, so she asked if he meant that. Her father pats her head and says yes. When she heard him say her nickname, Javel, she was trying her best not to cry in front of her father. However, a memory of the Duke and his late wife calling Javel their beloved baby suddenly flashed again in her head. That was when the lady couldn't stop her tears anymore and had no idea what had just happened. As she cried even more, she wondered if that was what she was hoping for or something she had forgotten about. But the lady couldn't understand why she couldn't stop her tears anymore. Because of that, her father and Max got worried. His Highness asked the Duke why he made Javelian cry like that while calling him father-in-law. On the other hand, His Grace asked his daughter why she was suddenly in tears. The lady just apologized to her father without explaining the reason, so the Duke wanted to know if he had done something wrong. Since he already asked, Javelian opened up to him and said that he had been so kind recently, unlike before, so she thought he was finally being nice to her, but ever since the party ended, he had suddenly become so distant. Because of that, she was really scared he would go back to treating her coldly like before, which surprised the Duke. He had no idea that his daughter was already thinking that way, and he was the reason why she was crying like that. After hearing all that, His Grace apologized to his daughter, as he had hurt her again. While the Duke was hugging the lady, the Crown Prince was worried, so he told her not to cry anymore, as his father-in-law had always been the quiet type. He never knew what he was thinking all the time either, which made Javelian laugh, as she knew her dad was too quiet. His Highness continued to say that the Duke was always so serious about everything, which Javel agreed with as well. In addition to that, he always has that serious face on, so it was hard to talk to him, which the lady couldn't agree more with. When His Grace heard that, he knew they were right, so they told him that he got much better after his marriage. His daughter then asked if he meant that he was even worse before, to which he didn't answer. He just remembered how he was when he was still 10 years old, a little kid who was always serious about everything from a young age. Later that day, since Javelian arrived on time at the training ground, the Duke and the Crown Prince had a truce. The three of them decided to have tea instead for the lady's sake and to calm her down as well. Suddenly, His Highness asked Javelian lovingly if she already felt better, to which she answered yes. He even held her hand in front of the Duke, who was getting annoyed again at Max for being so close to his daughter. Because of that, he told the Crown Prince that he still has not accepted him, which surprised Max. He would do that if he could beat him in a sparring match. If not, he expects him to refrain from excessive physical contact with Javel or crossing the line by calling him his father-in-law. When he heard the words, crossing the line, he told the Duke that it kind of hurt. Aside from that, he said that he was in the middle of comforting the lady because she looked so down. Seeing him not letting go of Javel's hand, His Grace ordered Max to get his hands off her, as cake was more than enough to comfort his daughter. The Crown Prince obeyed him this time. Then the lady asked if he was fighting his father so seriously because he wanted to get his approval of their relationship, to which he answered yes. He added that he heard her ideal type was someone who was stronger than his master, but he was not too sure. His Highness looked at the Duke and said that, based on his killing intent before, that might all just be an excuse to end his life once and for all. However, His Grace denied that and asked his student if he looked like someone who would lie about something like that, to which Max said yes. The Duke finds his answer ridiculous and asks Max how he expects to protect his daughter with such a weak will. His Highness said that he keeps talking about him like he was some weakling, but he was still pretty famous for being a sadistic tyrant in their empire. When Javelian heard the word sadist tyrant, She couldn't help but laugh, which surprised Max. She said that it feels like only yesterday when she was so scared of that reputation that she never wanted to date the prince. When His Highness heard that, he told her that she had no idea how sad he was whenever she said that. The lady even used to say that she would rather live alone than marry the prince. Javelian was enjoying teasing him, but she apologized right away since she knew who he was now. Suddenly, the Duke had to interrupt their conversation as he got confused while listening to them. He wanted to know what the two of them were talking about. His Grace then asked Max if he was hiding his identity from Javelian all that time. The Crown Prince couldn't answer him, so the lady said that she only found out about Max's identity at the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. She then asked her father about it, but he just told her that he thought she already knew. The Duke added that he thought she was dating that Lao even though she knew who he was. Javelian explained that she started a contract relationship with Max because she thought he was going to marry her off to the Crown Prince. She then asked if he knew about that and was still against it. His Grace was about to burst from anger, so the Crown Prince interrupted them, saying that at least now they all know the Crown Prince was him, the cute and adorable guy. The Duke was silently cursing Max while glaring at him. He should be just the devil's student in hell instead of becoming his student. The lady escapes his father's scolding by excusing herself so the two of them could finish their conversation without her. His Highness begged her to stay, but she still left. The moment that the two of them were alone, the Duke slammed the table in front of them. He shouted at his student, calling him an ungrateful little brat as he dared to lie to them. His Highness said that it was not lying, as he just didn't tell him the truth, but for His Grace it was the same thing. Since it had already come to that, the Crown Prince took that opportunity to ask his master. He asked how long he intends to keep things to himself. However, instead of answering, the Duke told him not to change the subject. The Crown Prince was stubborn, as he needed to know something while they were still alone in that room. He wanted to know what Circe's ring is. When His Grace heard that, he was left in great shock. Before that confrontation, Max had his men investigate something. When he asked one of them if they identified the man who was with Duke Flo Yen in the Shadow Room during the Crown Princess's coming-of-age ceremony, she answered yes. She told him that he was identified as a magician of the Flo Yen Duchy who was reported dead 10 years ago. She continued to say that Dennis's investigation also revealed that he had frequent contact with the Duke in recent years. When the Crown Prince heard that, he asked if there were still magicians left in the Empire. Following the Ashet Empire's rise to power, a law was enacted that states, magic usage shall not be permitted to those outside the royal family. It was later reported that magicians from the Empire hid their identities and fled to neighboring countries. However, the truth was that the Emperor kidnapped them and held them captive. Rumors circulated among the upper nobles that they were conducting experiments in the Imperial dungeon. Max thought that eventually, at some point, there would no longer be any presence of magicians in the Empire. One of his men also informed His Highness that a few days ago, an item arrived at the salon from an unknown sender. They have received letters from people all over the world, but it was the first time she had seen those engraved characters. When she said that she believed it was some sort of code, the Crown Prince suddenly remembered something related to it. He knew it was the same code his master taught him when he was younger, to use only on the battlefield. Max then read those characters engraved in the item with the meaning, to the future son. Suddenly, a light came out from it while the item opened on its own, which surprised him. Documents could be seen inside, as if they were something important that needed some magic known to only a few people. The Crown Prince didn't hesitate to take a look at what was written on it. When His Highness read it, he was in such great shock that he couldn't believe what was written there. Because of that investigation, Max urged his master to tell him everything he knew about Circe's ring. Despite hearing all of that from his students, the Duke just stayed silent as if he were weighing whether he should tell him something or not. He then suddenly took out a cigar and calmly stated that he had no idea what Max was talking about. That made His Highness furious, so he told his master to stop avoiding his question. He asked him what he did with the Emperor in the Shadow Room during the Crown Princess's coming-of-age ceremony. The Crown Prince urged him to answer, as he had already investigated the man who was with the Duke that day. When he stated the name David von Tess, a citizen of the Flo Yen Duchy 10 years ago, and a magician who was reported dead by the Duke himself, it surprised His Grace. Max knew that he must have reported him as dead to protect him from his father, Darius. He then showed his master the document David sent him, and it was the will of the magician who aided the Emperor. His Highness wanted to know if the reason he went to the Shadow Room together was to retrieve that, but the Duke was surprised to hear that, as it was the first time he heard about that will. The person who aided the Emperor confessed his sins in that document. It was written there that he was the devil who helped Darius, and that day he was writing it, that devil was bidding his last farewell to the world. He also wrote there that although he was a sinner who couldn't dare raise his head before God, he would nevertheless like to confess all his sins for the last time, as he would like to receive forgiveness. He had supported and aided Darius in the capture of many of his colleagues and had stolen their magic. He did that even with the knowledge that once he deprived them of their magic, they would die soon after. That person knew he had committed an unforgivable crime. However, he couldn't bring himself to stop, as he feared losing his life. Once the battle broke out, the emperor wanted more magical power and went so far as to kidnap women and children. Around that time, he began to question the evil nature of the emperor. For a man who couldn't feel or use magic, he wondered why he required so much magic power. He then discovered the reason for it. The father of the first emperor of the Ashit Empire, who became an evil dragon who tried to destroy it, Fafnir, had a fight with the magical goddess who protects the magicians of the Ashit Empire, Circe. She used the magic stone created when Circe gathered all her power to seal Fafnir, and that was the Eye of Circe. It was the ring the emperor always wore, as if it were a part of his own body. However, the person who wrote that letter left some information there about Circe's ring that he discovered during his lifetime. He hoped it would contribute to stopping the emperor's evil actions, which he turned a blind eye to. His revelation consists of 4 important details about the ring, but some of the words couldn't be read. Max told his master that some of the text was illegible due to damage, so he was in the process of restoring it. However, the answer he was most curious about was written clearly. He said that the contractor of the ring was Legis Adre Floyen. When the Duke heard that, he was in great shock as he didn't expect him to discover it. Because of that, the Crown Prince asked his master if his weakness was the Emperor's ring. Without waiting for his answer, Max wanted to know as well what exactly he had been doing for the Emperor under the ring's contract. He urged the Duke not to hide it anymore and to tell him the truth. However, His Grace didn't say anything and just ordered him to go back now. His Highness didn't stop there and asked his master if he was still so unreliable that he couldn't even tell him that much. Instead of giving him the answer he wants, the Duke told him to go to the training room 2 times a week. If he manages to defeat him, His Grace would tell him everything he wanted to know, whether it be the ring or his marriage to Javelian. The Crown Prince called for his master, but he just left him there, and while walking away, he remembered clearly that it was not a contract established for the sake of the Emperor. Whether he was training or was in the palace when he was not even doing anything, and even before he fell asleep, now that she was not by his side, as long as he was still breathing, he would be missing her, his precious Amelia. After he left that room, the Duke couldn't control his tears, as it was all to save his wife. Meanwhile, the Hessen estate was under construction after Duke Floyen destroyed half of it. Lord Mikhail, who drowned himself with alcohol, had a visitor who wanted to check on him. It was his maternal cousin, Radian, who said that the rumors were true. He couldn't believe that the mighty Mikhail was dumped by the Crown Princess at her coming-of-age ceremony. The Lord told his cousin to get lost if he was just going to spout some nonsense, but the man said that he was there to help him. Radian then asked if he was hurt, as he didn't look very good. When Mikhail heard that, he suddenly remembered that day. During the coming-of-age ceremony, if only the Crown Prince had not appeared that day, he could have made her his, which infuriates him. Just thinking about it made his blood boil so much that he threw the glass of wine he was drinking at the wall. Looking at him in that situation, his cousin Radian knew that something interesting had happened. He then suggested to the Lord that he could take advantage of her weakness if it was difficult for him to get her to fall in love. When he asked what he meant by that, the man answered that the first emperor of Ashit was a magician. He then asked Mikhail if he had ever questioned why no one had been able to use magic for the past 3 generations. Without waiting for his answer, Radian guessed that maybe there were magicians in the royal family that they were unaware of, which surprised the Lord. He said that the Crown Prince definitely couldn't use magic because if he knew how, he would have taken the throne and ruined the empire. His cousin agreed with him as he would have been caught by now if his Highness was a magician. Because of that, Radian then gave him a hint that it might be the Crown Princess. That greatly shocked Mikhail after hearing that, as there was a big possibility that his cousin might be right. If that woman, the Crown Princess, was a magician, he could definitely use that to make a plan. Lord Mikhail smiled evilly as he thought that he could create a situation that would work in his favor. For the time being, I'll end this here. Did you enjoy the manhwa? If so, then check back for the next part. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and stay tuned for more.